And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. QA Global Summit 2022 is live now. I'm so excited. This is our third event, and I'm so happy that our community is just growing, and happy to welcome you here. Thanks for writing us in comments and chat, and please keep writing where you're from, what country, what city, or even what room you're sitting now, because it's something what excites us and help us to feel you people. Today we have more than 7,000 registration from all over the world. Wow, that's great. I'm so happy to announce this event. I'm just only me here today because our brilliant community manager, Vikky, she is on a sick leave and she can't just be here, but it's okay. She did really great job because it's 40 speakers. Can you imagine? 40 speakers is going to share their use cases, some best practices, some insights, and what they actually think about future of QA with you at our conference. And all these 40 speakers will be divided kind of in 18, I believe, thematical blocks, and I hope you'll watch every talk we will deliver you. Thanks for writing in the chat. I see you people write me here. I'm in Kiev, Ukraine, by the way. Just let me know where you're from. Thanks to our community managers. Thanks to our program committee people. Thank you very much. This is what you done. Actually, we could not do that without you. Thank you very much. Thanks to our sponsors, people. Thanks to companies who paid at least $1, or even individuals who supported us because you are our sponsors. Thank you very much for supporting us and helping us to keep going this project. Thank you very much. Of course, thanks to moderators, people. I know it's kind of hard job is going to be, but it's also like light stuff for you. Just be in the center of this QA community tornado. Thank you very much. Like, people, I'm so excited. So just no more chatting. I think we gotta start with our first moderator. And okay, people, who's next after me? The stage is yours. Just let's do it. Enjoy, people.
Hey everyone, just before the first session, the first moderator, just wanted to say hi. My name is Nick. I'm a director of events here at Geekle, and thank you very much for coming today. So just a few words before we start. First of all, I wanted to ask everyone, please behave respectfully to all our attendees, to all our speakers. I know we can have some heated discussions here, and we'll also always happy to have those, but we don't tolerate any forms of harassment and stuff like that. And of course, some technical details. Today's live stream is more than 13 hours long live stream, and we'll have it into 2 parts. So after we finish the first one, it's going to be in the auto switch and also in the description. Make sure to switch to the part 2, not to miss it, because there will also be some great talks there. And of course, I wanted to remind all of you that we have our giveaway, MacBook giveaway, which we sent to everyone earlier. And for those of you who missed, we'll just post the link to the chat. We have a form for you to fill, and we'll announce the results of this giveaway today at the second part of this live stream. That's in the description. The announcements will be at 7 p.m. UTC or GMT. So make sure you stick with us. And we will close submissions for this form at 5 p.m. UTC. So also, if you haven't submitted for the giveaway, you still have time today. And of course, I wanted to remind about our workshops. We still have free space for 5 of our workshops. So please go to events.geekle.us/QA, our main page. And there we still have the workshops, which is going really quickly for you. So we have no-code UI automation with AI as QI. We have Agile as Human workshop. Finding your way out of integration testing hell with consumer-driven contract testing, the design patterns for high-quality automated tests in C#, and automation best practices with Java. And I guess without any further ado, I'm going to introduce our first moderator. Yeah, we still have 5 minutes till the first talk, but we have a first moderator here. It's Mirza. And so I'm going to add you to the stage. Hi, Mirza.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mirza. I'll be moderating the first block for today's conference. If you have any questions, just use the Q&A session. I'll be watching the comments, so if you need anything, just write. Let me just briefly announce our first speaker. His name is Gil. He's CTO from Testing Gil. His first talk will be about dirty tests and how to clean them. So basically, what Gil is saying that we write tests and code for other people. Tests are code too, and both should be clean. As a clean code fanatic, he sees it as a personal mission to go around preaching how powerful clean code is. Unfortunately, it seems that test code is not considered real code sometimes, and therefore is not considered dirty. So in this session, Gil will be talking about concrete examples of anti-patterns in tests and how to clean them up. We'll also see how clean code principles apply directly to our tests. And also, that's true for our tests for unit and end-to-end, regardless of who writes them, be it developers or testers. And we'll see examples of each. Pardon. Clean code looks like it was written by someone who cares, said Michael Feathers. Test code may be even more important to write cleanly for that reason. So Gil is an experienced person with over 25 years of industry experience, so I'm sure he'll have plenty to tell us about writing clean code for our automation tests. I think we still have 3 minutes left. Is it okay if we start a few minutes earlier, or do we wait?
Of course it's okay. Of course it's okay. Let's start, but no rush.
Okay, no problem. Let's just wait for a minute or two, and we'll invite Gil to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Hope you can hear me. And so are we waiting or not? Not sure. We have 3 minutes until we're the right time.
No, of course. Yeah, let's start. There was a bit of confusion, but so you have time to introduce yourself, maybe.
Okay, so let's talk about me. I like talking about me. Yeah. So I'm going to just show this because we're going to talk about this dog. No, not really. But we're going to talk about today about dirty tests. I'm Gil, so I have even a slide that tells me what my name is. I come from Israel. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer for all things that are related to everything from clean code and clean testing and testing automation and unit testing. And I'm the author of 2 books, Everyday Unit Testing and Everyday Spring Testing. And what we're going to talk about today, in 2 minutes, I think, is we're going to talk about clean tests. And like Mirza said, when we're trying to automate code and automate tests, we're actually writing code. And somebody will have to maintain this code eventually. So we're going to talk about this. Apart from that, I'm doing also webinars like every month. And next one's going to be about exploratory testing with Postman. So your invite is going to be in 2 weeks, I think, March 8th. But for now, we're going to wait a minute until Nick tells me we can continue. Gonna show the dog.
always nice to start a presentation with a meme.
Yeah, or a dog.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think we can start. It's 11 and 10.
Excellent. So, hey everyone, welcome to this session. It's going to be about clean tests and basically code and clean test code and how to do it. I'm very happy to be here today at the QA Global Summit. And like I said, we're going to talk about principles of how to take like clean code principles and apply them to testing. I do that as part of workshops and courses as well. Presented myself. Let's move forward. I'm not only opening the session with a meme, I'm going to continue with that as well. So people ask me, Gil, do you write clean tests? And the answer is, God, I try, and it's very hard to do it. The reason is that we need to be focusing on making clean tests, but tests as is a bit different than regular code. When I actually look at code that I've written or test like 3 days ago, it's something basically like this. And that's true for every code, right? Most of us, when we write any code, it's like a draft. Only the first time it actually works, then we leave it away. And that's the main problem, is that although this is code and this is code, automation code is exactly like any code, we don't treat it the same way. Why is that? So we kind of think about it differently. Test code, we don't consider it as real as production code, so we treat it a bit differently. So if we invest in production code and maintain it, and we think we should leave it as clean code, we don't apply the same principles to test code. When a test passes, we write a test, it passes, excellent, and we move into the next one. So we kind of put a check mark on it, says we're done, let's move to the next one. We don't invest as with regular code. So in the back of our mind, it's like, we're not going to get back here. So with production code, it's a bit different. Yeah, we know that's going to come back to us. It's going to be a bug, it's going to be another feature. We're going to go into that. And we know, therefore, that we need to refactor it, make it better. With tests, we write so many tests. What's going to be the situation that we're going to actually come back to this one that we actually finished writing? So we don't apply the same standards, and we should really. Now, basically, I'm talking like I'm putting my developer cap on, but that's also true for any testers who write code as well. We have one job, basically. And that job is like create code that works according to the requirements and easy to maintain, because we're actually going to come back to it. And if any code has these properties, we need to apply the same standards to that as well. So whenever someone tells you tests are not real code, you'll tell them, yes, it is real code, and we need to apply the same principles. Really, it's about time. It's not about clean code. Anything about developer or tester practices, everything that we do that has some connection to quality and maintenance. Yes, we really want the code to work. Yes, that's why we write it this way. That's why we test it this way. But what we want to do in terms of maintenance or maintainability is really respect the time of the people, including us, that's going to look at this code again. And remember, next time we're going to touch the code, we're not going to be focused on this. We're actually working on something new features, testing new features. It doesn't matter. But now I have to maintain something that I don't want to. And I want to get back to the new, exciting stuff. So when we do this, when we do invest in clean code, in clean test, all the principles, and I'm going to show you examples of, we really respect and think about the time that we're going to spend here. And therefore, we'd like to make this time shorter so we can actually jump into the new exciting stuff. So anything that is related to any practices that we do in terms of quality, it's really about that. So basically, we want to clean all the code. And that means that basically tests are also going to be part of the code reviews, and I hope you do code reviews. And back when I started writing, like doing automated tests, that was unit tests and system tests, as part of the regular work, we did a lot of pairing, and so code review was just on the way. But you've probably seen this comic before. The how well this is the code is and how well the tests are, we can't really tell. You need somebody else's eyes to tell you. And code reviews is the one thing that I'm not going to talk about here because it's not a technical thing. We're going to talk about how to take code and make it better. But I do want to mention that because it is very important that we are not the good judges of test code. We just finished writing it. So yeah, it's kind of fresh in our mind. We know what we were meaning. We know what we wanted to say, and it actually works because the test passes. But like I said, what we're really actually looking for is somebody else's eyes looking at the test code and tell us, well, I can work with that, or yes, I can understand what's happening here. It's not going to take me a lot of time. That it's okay for now. It's good enough. And let's continue. So what is clean code? And there are a lot of definitions for clean code. I'm going to mention a couple of quotes from the very important people of software. One of them is Grady Butch. And Grady is one of the people who, the proponents, the creators of object orientation. So you must know what he's talking about. And he said that clean code is simple and direct. It should be written like prose. Now, if you've written and read test code, a lot of the test code doesn't look like reading a book. It has a lot of if you're writing automation of a framework, I'm not talking about unit tests anymore. You're taking Selenium or Spring API test or what have you. You're probably using frameworks to operate these APIs or the screen. And that means your code in the test actually calls framework code. And books are not like written letter after letter after letter. We use word, we use sentences. So prose means I'm going to understand the ideas behind the code. And that means it needs to be written in a certain level of a language, level of abstraction. And most test code is not written like that. Michael Feathers, Mirza mentioned him, and I will re-quote it. Clean code always looks like it was written by someone who cares. Cares about what? Cares about people, the people who are going to read it. And the same thing that applies to clean code, going to apply to tests as well. Martin Fowler, who was one of the people who co-wrote the Agile Manifesto, and he wrote a few books about refactoring, said that any fool can write code that the computer can understand. That is true. Good programmers or testers, any coders, write code that humans can understand. So we need to take this, like in our back of our mind, we're writing code for people, and these are people with emotions. Sometimes they want to be happy, and we don't want to meet them after they reviewed our code with some violence in their eyes after they've seen it. So how do we do that? So clean code, and I do whole workshops on clean code itself, the production code. How does it apply to tests? So what do we want from our tests so they can be more readable, more maintainable? Well, the first, they need to show the intent. Tests are basically examples of how to use the code. So we operate an API, we tell it this is your input, this is the output that comes out, this is what we expect from the response or the result to look like. So it's not just operating the code or the APIs or elements on the screen. It's the intent. What does it mean, the result that I got by pressing the button? I had a discussion yesterday, so we can expect some value. This was a JavaScript test, and you expect a value to be in the label. But what does this mean? What does this 3 means? It has a meaning, and when the test breaks, and it will probably break, when we look at it, do we understand what does this number actually mean? We need to understand it because a test is also run as a specific scenario. So we need to understand the scenario, how it applies to a user scenario. Hopefully these kind of things match. And then what are the semantics? What do we mean by these 3? They have to be focused. Big code and big tests are hard to understand, especially when we're considering like different languages in it. So a test, we want to say we are checking this kind of process or sequence, and this is what we want to expect at the end. If we run a very big workflow, it will be hard to understand what is it meaning, what it intends to do, and why the hell did it fail. So if people understand from clean code, there's something called solid principles, single responsibility principle, that applies to a test should do one thing and one thing well. Tests should say, they do exactly what they say. And what I mean by that, whatever framework or language that you're using, test names are not checked. Nobody checks them, that they actually convey what the content of the test does. There could be a separation. It's like a comment in the code that you update the code, but you don't update the comment. So remember that the first thing that we see when a test fails is its name. So the name needs to be explaining what's going on inside. And a lot of the times we don't do that because we start out with one scenario in mind. We think of a name for the test, but then our test go sideways, check something else, and we may leave the name outside of it. So it's something that we can't really check unless somebody else looks at the code and tells us, well, this might not mean the same thing. And the other thing I was mentioning, we need to abstract details. I'm going to share examples for that. There's something called code smells, which are patterns in the code that tells us that, yeah, maybe the code is working correctly, but it's going to be hard to maintain. And we can apply the same thing, the same patterns that we see, and say the tests are not so good for tests as well. They have names, they have cool names, like God class and God methods, like very big tests and very big test classes. Comments are usually considered a smell, like from the problem of maintainability. Uncommunicative names, that names don't tell you exactly what they're doing, and we'll see examples of that, and embedded constants, literals in the code that we don't understand what they mean. So, demo. I'm going to show you the examples in Java, and principles apply whatever language that you're using. Where's my IDE? Okay, so I'm going to show you the code that I'm testing, which is not really important for our session because we're talking about the test itself. So basically, there's a controller, an API called calculate. We send a calculator params object, very simple data object with first and second operators. It has a couple of constants, like the root API and the calculate API that's going to be called, and operations, but what we're going to do as an enum. That's basically it. It's not really interesting because we're going to look at the test. And this is where we're starting from. So I only have 3 tests here. And you can see basically it's operating this API. I'm creating the calculator params and setting parameters, the first and the second and the operation. And then I'm creating the request and the headers. and taking the calculated params and creating a JSON from it, and creating the request, and then using request REST template in Spring just to do this, and then calling post with the URL. And that's basically it. And then the result is basically a string. I'm checking what the string is. And you can see that I only have 3 tests, like test add with a comment here, and a test add minus, which I know I picked very bad names. I'm going to fix that. But usually that happens when we start with one test, and then we say, well, next test is going to be a bit different. How is it different? Well, this time it's going to do a minus thing. And I'm copying a lot of the code from the first test, and this is what I'm doing here. And I'm not removing the application. We need to fix that as well. And the third one, checking subtraction. And basically, you see that it's a bulk of code. And it could be a lot easier to understand and maneuver through. So what am I going to do? So I'm going to do this in steps. The first step is going to be a common setup. I'm using JUnit here. So whatever framework you're using is going to have some kind of a setup thing. In JUnit, it's called before each. So the common setup is going to be there. So let's do that. What is the common setup? Basically creating all the parameters here, initializing them just with the headers, set the content type because it's common. And basically, if that's the first step, just initializing it. There's still repetition, but we see that tests are already shorter in size. Next, that I can see something, let's try to fix it. And that would be with the names. So I don't like test add because it doesn't convey a lot. Test add minus kind of confuses me with the test minus here. So I want to do 2 things. First, I'm going to rename the tests. And the second thing is I'm going to remove the comments. Look at the comments here. Check that we can add 2 numbers and return the right result as a string. Of course, that's what the API does. Why do I need a comment for that? I even copied it here, which doesn't add any information. And I kind of lost the comment here. So let's do some refactoring. Setup still looks the same, didn't touch it. But now I just put good names on it. So add 2 numbers and calculate result. Okay. Add 2 negative numbers and calculate results. It differentiating names. If one passes and the second doesn't, I know where things are going to be different in the code. It kind of gives me a bit of a direction when the test fails. So that's good. And subtract 2 numbers and calculate results. You may even say that calculate result is redundant because obviously I'm going to calculate results. So we can do that as well. Okay, names are okay. Let's move forward. Let's extract the application. So obviously this code that creates the request is repeating itself. Okay, so I'm going to extract it to a function. So I called it call calculate, and I'm passing the URL here. It's a method that sits here, basically extracting the function, does everything that we expect from it. Again, doing the same thing, and that's cool. Tests are beginning to look okay. Now I'm going to look, this is a calculator, and calculator example doesn't do too much. And in a calculator, actually looking at the numbers that I'm sending in and the operation makes sense. And it's kind of differentiating in the eyes what I'm doing here. So 3 plus 4, and it's different than -5 and -4. So probably this number I wouldn't touch, but in other cases I might do other stuff. What other little what kind of things I can do? I can put them in a constants and name them like any number or specific student or something like that. But today we're not going to do that. What I'm going to look at, well, you know what? This is the same API for all 3 of them. So first of all, I don't need it to pass it as a parameter. But more than that, it is some kind of constant. So let's put it in a constant. So first, I'm going to put the local URL here as a constant. I'm going to use it in the function. I'm not going to pass it as a parameter to call calculate. So don't need to pass that. And I'm using in call calculate, the method that extracted, the constant. But then I remember, you know what? This is obviously, I'm going to call a local host. So obviously, this is going to be run in different ways. So every test can decide what server it's going to look at and what port it's going to look at. But the root and the calculate, well, you know, this might change in production code. And luckily enough, I have these consts in the production code that tell me what I need to call. So if this moves, then I want my test to continue to run. So what I'm going to do is basically construct from the local URL the whole URL from the constants inside. So this creates less fragile tests. Again, we want that. Okay, that's cool. Can we leave it like that? Yes, but imagine that if you have like you're building the requests from like very big data objects, so that's going to take a lot of lines of code. And usually what you can do here is use patterns like a builder, which allows you to take defaults and set them and then let you decide what are the different things between the different tests. The examples I'm going to show you are basically a very small builder, but the default would be to take the plus as the default operation. So I can create a builder. Builders usually look like this. So they have APIs to set whatever argument you want. Like I put a method called the first item and the second parameters, and with ops, which tells you the ops, and it has a build method. And the build method basically creates the calculator programs for me. What do I get from that? So first of all, let's look at a test. So setup just stays like that. Now my tests going to look a bit different because I'm building the calc params with the builder. Now you can see that in the first step, I did with first and second, I'm replacing the 3 and 4, but I don't need to tell it with the addition, because you see that the set up, the default one is plus. So if you have like big builder objects, they can set a lot of defaults for you, and that means the tests going here can use these defaults unless they override them, like in the subtract thing, which I have to specify. This time it's minus, it's not plus, and you create a lot of smaller setups for what you actually want to send. Okay, almost done. Tests are looking okay, but I have something else on my mind, and this is, you know, I talked about having different languages in the tests, right? So I'm looking at these tests here, and I know, well, you know what? They look okay. They talk calculator-ish thing, but this method, the call calculate, really, it doesn't speak calculator stuff. It speaks, I don't know, Spring stuff, API stuff. It has low-level implementation of details because it talks about JSON and object mapping and creating an HTTP entity and REST template. It doesn't belong here. So what I'm going to do is move this method to another class, and I'll call this class API call wrapper. And what it does, basically, I'm kind of move all the stuff that is related to API calling, like the headers and the REST template and object mapper here. And I actually created a method called post with body because it's a wrapper for post. And now I can do other things like get with body or something like that. So I can send the URL and I can send the body I want as a request. And using that with the builder leaves me like this, a very smaller setup that tells me just the URL, because this is my my local tests. So I need to do that. Other tests may use a different one and different APIs. And the builder stays the same. And the call calculate is calling the other class, and it calls it with post with body. And like I said, the API call wrapper could now be a generic thing that other tests can call as well. So by refactoring all this thing, I got a shorter code that talks in the language that I need. I removed all the implementation details, gave it better names, and now these are much better looking tests and maintainable tests to anyone who's going to review them. I also created the API call wrapper class here that is basically a generic class that can be extended and can be used by other classes, and adding the next tests will be much easier because I'm not just copying the whole bucket thing and changing it every time. This time I'm going to reuse the code that I have, and creating more and more cases becomes a lot easier. So not only have I made my code easier to extend, meaning I want to write more tests, but other people can review that and reuse some of the code with that application and can understand what these tests actually means. So back from the demo. So we went by refactoring test smells, like doing specific refactoring patterns, remove duplication, extract method, rename, using the builder object. Basically, we went from that to something that actually looks good. So we looked at the God classes and methods and kind of removed the duplication, removed the other things that were not speaking the same language to other classes. We removed the comments and uncommunicative names and renamed the tests so they actually tell us what the tests do and how they differentiate this test from another one. And we took a look at what kind of constants we want to actually remain in the code and what we want to replace and reuse from the application. So that took us that as well. That was a very small examples of what you can do, but you can actually do that very quickly. Tools do that for you, most of the stuff. And I hope you can do that so you can have that clean test smell on your tests. So basically, the main thing I want you to take from this session is that test code and production code, basically, they are the same thing. We need to apply the same standards, and we can have this. It just takes a bit of knowledge and techniques and tests to write on. And that's basically it. I'm going to take the question off from the moderation and stuff like that. But you can get to me with testingguild.com if you want to, and Twitter, whatever thing you want to get to me. I'm everywhere. Thank you very much for having me today. And that's all for me. Mirza?
Okay, Gil, we still have 2 minutes for a slot, and there's one question that came up.
Yeah.
Okay, the question is from Chandra Dixit. She's asking, with so many tools for white box testing available in the market that can easily comment and uncomment instrumented testing code from the main code, how relevant and important is cleaning the code now?
Well, I always say that of the tools you have, even if you have wonderful tools, and hopefully some of you have them, tools will not read the code and tell you, well, we promise that somebody else can read this code. So the only way we can trust people to be able to read the code or the test, it doesn't matter, is have them review the code. So it doesn't matter whatever static tools or tools that you can actually look at the code, they will not maintain the tests for you. They will not maintain the code for you. Either you or somebody else is on your team is going to do that. So yes, they can find bugs or something outside the convention of the team, that the team decided this is how we're going to code and write tests. They can find that. But A, they won't fix it for you. And B, it still doesn't tell you if it's readable. A lot of the code that I've seen, a lot of code, usually the code that I see here in Israel is basically written in English with English terms, but I've seen a lot of code in Israel that have some Hebrew terms in it, not in literals, in Latin, like it's not even a translation. So a lot of the things the tools will pick up and say, well, do you have a spelling error here? Will not tell you if somebody else can write it, and they will not differentiate it if there's actually meaning for that.
Okay, thanks a lot, Gil. That's a great answer. We should announce our next speaker, who is Johannes. He's a managing director from a company called SysImagine. He has a very strong background in deep learning and computer vision. He shifted his focus a bit in 2020 when he co-founded the mentioned company. And now he's helping teams do better code reviews with Mergeboard. His talk will be Beyond the Code Usual Review Tips, a Technical Guide. And the abstract says, write useful feedback and keep your changes small. The internet is full of these code review tips. What is often missed is the technical part. But knowing how to properly utilize Git is key for efficient code reviews. This is harder than it sounds. Git offers nearly 150 command line commands and 80,000 lines actually of documentation. And who has time to read all of this? That's true. You can save yourself the time and join our talk to get a full overview of the interesting bits. We will not only show you the basics you need for efficient code reviews, but we'll also explore the hidden gems that you might not be aware of, even if you have been using Git for many years. Prepare yourself for a hands-on talk for beginners and experts that help you to improve your code review workflow. Let's welcome Johannes to the stage. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks also for the introduction, and thanks to my previous speaker for a great hands-on talk. I want to continue in this line, but with a focus on another tool or another set of skills that can be very useful for you in your software developer career, and that is Git. To understand a bit why I'm the one talking to you right now, let me first quickly introduce myself a little bit further. This is me back when I went to university. I just learned coding, everything self-taught. I even used Git, in a very proficient way. And I was quite confident that after university, I had this whole software developer thing down. I knew what to do. So yeah, I was very happy to join my two colleagues at SysImagine, and learned a lot of new stuff. We're working on amazing new technology. That's the Mergeboard logo. Check it out. I learned a whole new set of concepts in terms of software development, testing, this kind of stuff. The only thing that really bothered me was that code reviews always took very long. And only in my case. So we sat down, my colleagues and I, we talked about it. And the problem wasn't that we couldn't communicate. We actually were very good at that. It was that I was using Git not very efficiently, and I didn't make it easy for my colleagues to actually work with what I supplied to them in a pull request or a merge request. So I kind of learned a few things to keep in mind, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about. We have 3 goals for our Git workflows. What are those? So the first thing I learned was to make small commits. I'm pretty sure every one of you has heard that, but it's really important to always keep that in mind. Make small commits that cover one topic and one topic only, and that well. And this in turn helps you keep a clean Git history, right? A whole set of small commits make it easy to have a clean history where each commit does one thing, and you can understand where things are coming from. Another thing that's always important to keep in mind, and that's where this quality assurance topic also comes in a bit, is that you want that every commit works, right? For example, you could test that in a literal sense with running tests after each commit. Right, and this is what we're going to talk about today. And as my talk before, I'll try to do it in a very hands-on fashion. So let's jump right into it after a quick disclaimer. Everything I'm talking about today is very technical. It's how to use Git. There's a whole other part of code reviews that is the interpersonal stuff, and there's already a whole bunch of very good blog posts about that. So check those out. It won't help you to be a very good Git user if you cannot talk to your colleagues about stuff. Anyways, let's talk about small commits. And for that, let me switch to my other screen. So what do we see here? We have my terminal on the left. On the right, you can see a tree representation of the project I'm currently in. It's a tic-tac-toe project, but we don't have to care too much about the content here. Below, you can see the current output of git status. This command is run over and over again. So the moment I stage something, you can see this here and keep track of what's happening. And below, you can see the output of git log. So you can see how our history, our git history is changing. What we can see already is we branched off main. So this is a commit on the main branch, and I already created a commit here. What I'm currently doing in this project is I make this tic-tac-toe game playable. On the main branch, we have the back end logic, so to say, implemented, and now we're making this game playable. The front end is implemented already, is committed already, and now there are 3 files that have been introduced or changed. One of which is this main.py, which connects front end to back end. The README is added to give you a bit of documentation, or it's been modified to do that. And we have a setup.config, which packages the documentation into the Python package and also adds an entry point where we can use the main.py. And what we can see here is we have 2 topics. The one is we make our game playable. The other is documentation, helping the user understand how to use this Python package. Now, we want to commit those 2 things. So let's get started. We want to first commit the making playable logic. So let me first of all add the source main.py. And you can already see it's now staged. And now we're running a bit into a problem. The setup.config, if I take a look at it, this contains changes for both topics, right? Here we have the documentation part, and here we're defining this entry point. So this is something that makes the game playable. And we only want to commit those 3 lines. Luckily, Git has us covered here. We can actually do that. We can commit only parts of a file or stage only parts of a file with the -p option to the git add command. So let's do this. If we run this, we enter an interactive dialog, which asks us, do I want to stage this part of the file? We have a whole lot of options here. I'm only going to cover the first 2. We can either say, yes, we want to stage this, or in this case, what we want to do is we want to say no, n, we don't want to stage this part of the file. I press enter, and we're getting asked the same question again for the next chunk of the file. And this time we want to say, yes, this is something that concerns making the game playable, and this is what we want to commit right now. So Y and enter. And you can see that now this setup config is being staged, as well as it has stages not staged for a commit. Now, before we commit, one thing that is really, really helpful is to check what we are about to commit. And you can do this with the -- staged option. And this shows us that the setup config is only staged in parts, and that this whole main.py file is also being staged. So we're happy with that, which means we can now commit. What I used to do back at university was I just do something like this and be done with it. There is a better way though, and that is to just simply say git commit, and then this will open your favorite editor to craft a better commit message. In my case, my editor is Vim, and I have a commit message prepared. Let me just copy that, so I don't have to write this all down. Crafting good commit messages is a huge topic. I won't cover it here, but it's really important. So just as a quick guide or a few pointers, have a short 80-character summary on the top, and then go into details below that in this body. There's a whole lot more you can do. Yeah, just Google it. There's a whole bunch of culture around that. But yeah, it's very important. Craft good messages. All right, so I write and I quit, and this now commits the changes, and we can see this here. We've added a new commit to our branch, this UI branch. Now, all that's left to do is we want to add all the stuff concerning the documentation. What you could do is just do a git add -a, which adds all the files, stages all the files, which is a bit dangerous if you have stuff flying around like logs or things that you don't want to stage. The -a option just ignores or just really grabs anything in the directory and adds it. A bit safer option is the -u option, which just stages changed files, modified files. In our case, this is exactly what we want. So we do that again. Git add, git diff -, staged to be sure we're only committing what we want to commit. A bit of self-review is always a good thing. And sure enough, we add the README, and below that, we add the part of the setup config that is only concerned with the documentation. All right, so again, let's commit this. And again, I have a commit message prepared. I save and I quit, and this adds the commit to our Git history. Again, or not again, now you can see that there's nothing else to commit with all the changes in our history. And this is a very nice history. Let's take a look at it a bit in more detail. This is what a clean history looks like. We have one commit for documentation, one concerning only the front end, and one only concerning, this one only concerning the front end, and this one concerning how to make the front end work together with the back end. So I will write out this log, and with this we can actually push our changes. Perfect. And this would now be the point where you open your merge request. We won't do this explicitly here. Consider it done. Our review is now reviewing the changes we did. We are about to introduce our code base. And while they are doing that, let's do a quick recap of what we saw here. First thing we talked about was how to only add parts of the file. You can use the -p option here. If you want to stage only modified files and all of them at once, you can use the -u option. Very, very, very helpful command that I really recommend you use all the time before you commit is the diff ---- staged option, which shows you what you are about to commit, and then commit using the clean git commit command to then craft a commit message that is actually helpful to the people that will be using or reviewing your Git history. There are some first aid commands if you feel like you screwed up, you can always use the git restore -- staged command that will unstage files. And if you already have committed something and you want to remove this commit but still keep the changes, you can use this git reset -- soft command, which will keep the changes, which is what the soft option says, but will remove the commit you specify. All right, what's that? It looks like our review is in. Perfect. I bet we have blazing scores. So let's take a look. Okay, seems like we have a typo in our documentation and some print statement that should be removed, and the main brand has changed. So there's 3 things we need to fix. Let's take a look at how we can do this while keeping a clean Git history. All right, we're back at the terminal. And the first thing we want to do is we'll fix this typo, because that's probably the easiest. I open the README and I know where this typo is. I search for it. Here it is. It should be moves, not movies. So I write and I quit. Back at the terminal. Now you can see in the right, the README has been modified. Now we want to somehow commit this, and before we do that, again, -- staged. First we should stage our stuff, and then we do the diff. Quick tip: this diff is not really helpful. At the word diff option, and you get this, which is super helpful. I literally learned this now a month back or so. Super helpful for these kind of scenarios. And we're happy with that. So let's commit, or like, what should we do? Well, the thing is, what we want to do, right, is we want to update this commit where we add the gameplay documentation. So Git, again, offers us a very convenient command here, which is the amend commit, which simply takes the changes we introduce and amends those to the latest commit in our history. So the commit where head is at. Luckily, and maybe due to the script of this talk, we changed the README, which is part of this gameplay documentation commit, which is the latest one. So if we now hit git commit -- amend, we see the commit message again. We could modify it. Now we don't. So I save and quit. And this now has changed the latest commit, and the changes we introduced are already gone. So there's nothing to commit anymore. I will now save out this log again, and we'll take a look at what actually happened when we did the amend in the talk. So I'm sorry. Yes. So this is what we started with. We have this main branch here and our feature commits and our feature branch UI. And this is the Git history we are looking at before, and this is the one after. And what we can see is that the first 3 commits here, 1, 2, 3, those have the same commit hash, whereas the last one, the one we changed, has a different hash in those 2 histories we wrote out. So what happened is the commit -- amend actually replaced this commit up here with a completely new commit. It looks the same, it has the same message, but it is a different commit, which now means you have actually changed the Git history. All right, let's jump back into it. There's more stuff we need to do. One thing we need to do is we need to make sure that our UI branch, the feature branch we're on, is in sync with the main branch. The main branch has changed. A new commit has been added. Maybe let's take a look at it. So you can see this was the commit we branched off of, and here we added a license file in this commit. So what we want to do is we want that we are not branching off from down here, but we want this to be the base of our branch. Let's go back to the UI branch. And I already hinted at what's coming now. We can actually rebase branches with the rebase command. So we are on the UI branch and we want to rebase this branch onto the main branch. Now, if I hit enter, this is exactly what's happening. You can see now in the history down here that this add MIT license file commit is now part of our history, and we're branching off here. And you can now see also the 3 commits that we previously crafted. So again, let me write out this history. And now I will take a look again with you at what actually happened during the rebase. Now, this time our history looked something like this when we started. And yeah, in the before state, we have 4 commits. In the after state, we have 5. You can see this commit is new. The base commit has the same commit hash, whereas all the other 3 commits that we crafted before, those have different hashes. So what's happening? Well, the first thing that happens during a rebase is that the head pointer moves from our latest commit where we're at to the one we want to rebase on. So this would be this M2 commit down here in the main branch. And now what Git does is it simply takes all the commits in our branch and applies them one by one to this base commit we want to rebase on. And this introduces completely new commits because they have a different parent and they are actually applied to this base commit. Cool thing is, as I hinted at here, is this is like a stepping through thing. And we can use this now for the last thing we want to do, which is we want to remove this print statement. And if I do this, let me take a look here. And that's frontend.py. And now I'm looking for this print statement. I want to keep that. And I want to remove this here. So I save and quit. And now we have some changes in this front end. Now, the problem we're facing is a git commit amend will not work because the commit we want to change is this one down here, add all player facing logic. But as we learned, when during a rebase, head moves from commit to commit. So what we can do is we can do a interactive rebase, which is the rebase with the -i option. Again, we say we want to rebase onto main. This doesn't introduce any new commits. It just means we care about these 3 commits. And if I hit enter, yeah, I'm told that I have to add changes I introduced. Again, -u. Let's take a look at the staged commit. Perfect. And now if I do this, start the interactive rebase onto the main branch. I am really, really sorry. I messed up. Let me just, I will now add a commit, which is yeah, a new commit. So let's call this a temporal commit. Now you can see this temporal commit has been added here. Now I start my interactive rebase. And now I can see the history here with the latest commit down here and the one we want to change up here. There's a whole lot of stuff you can do here. we will talk about one thing first, and this is that I want to squash this temporal commit into this one up here, which is the S or squash option. So if I do this, what's going to happen is the changes in this commit are being applied to this commit up here. If I hit enter now, you can see that I'm now being asked how I want to change this. The commit message at that commit, I want to keep the commit message as is and don't want to add anything else. So I write and quit. And now you can see that the history has been updated accordingly. Perfect. Now everything is changed. So let's push our changes. And what you will see is that this is not possible anymore because we changed our history. This means changing history is actually something that can be dangerous. So if you're working with a team and you force push changes, this can actually destroy stuff. So only do this kind of workflow if you are the only one working on a branch with maybe a reviewer that checks it out from time to time. But don't do this on the main branch. Don't do it on the master branch. Your colleagues will hate you if you do that. I did this once, and yeah, I learned from it. So I'm telling you today, don't do this. Only do it on your own branch, on your feature branches, for example. So git push -f, and now our reviewer can review the changes we introduced. All right, recap time. What did we learn? We know how to do a man commit, which updates the latest commit in the history. We now can do an interactive rebase, and we learned how to squash commits. We learned that this force push option exists and that it is dangerous. Don't do this on the main branch. And what I didn't talk about, but which goes basically in the same direction of what I did, there is something called fix-up commits, which can be used to basically do the same I did, what I showed you, but in a bit more automated way. This would then mean that you specify, you make a new commit, you specify the commit you want to update, and then the rebase can do this basically automatically. So this is super handy if you have a lot of singular changes, a lot of commits to change. And there are even some tools like Mergeboard that can work with this, so you don't have to force push, because this is a new commit you add. And the tool then, during merge, can squash those merges automatically, those commits. All right, first aid commands. If you screwed up, but you have not yet force pushed, you can always get the history of your remote, where you want to push at, pull this history with git fetch, and then reset to the state your remote was in by using this reset --hard command. If that doesn't work anymore as well, you can always use git reflog, which shows you all the commits that have been committed during the existence of your repository. So this way you can always revert history, basically. Okay, one last thing to do. We want to make sure that every commit works. We haven't covered this yet, and we'll only cover it shortly, but I think for you as testers, that might be interesting. There is one thing you can do with the rebase, that is to execute some command after each commit. So not only after the latest commit where you're at, but during the rebase. And for example, you could run tests in there. It could also be anything else, but this way you can make sure that everything works as intended. And that's it. Now you know how to make small commits. You know how to change history by changing actual commits, and you know how to make sure that everything is well tested. You didn't have to write all this down. There is a handout. I invite you to download it. If you have any questions, we'll see each other in the Q&A session right now. Or if you want, you can always connect with me on LinkedIn. I'd be happy to answer any questions to you. So thank you very much for having me, and I'm really looking forward to discussing Git with you.
Okay, thanks, Johannes. We'll be having the Q&A session up next and a bit of an announcement about the sponsors.
Тихо. Блин, у меня не включен этот самый, ёп. Я не в эфире. Серьезно? Oh, hey, Mirza. Actually, like, we have announcements afterwards, so can you please proceed with the Q&A session?
Okay, sorry. Let me just add the speakers. Just a moment, please. Okay. So we had the question answered from Gil. Next question is, what is the demo project tree? I'm not sure what this is about, but maybe about the folder structure of that demo.
Probably, I guess this one's targeted at me because I showed you the tree. Yeah, basically what I showed you there is really just the folder structure as the tree command would give you if you'd run it in the command line. I hope that helps. If not, please write me on LinkedIn.
Yeah, that's probably it, I guess. Okay, we have a next question. It's not directly related, but I think it's important nonetheless. It says, what should our portfolios have to get a job in this industry as a fresher?
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm not that experienced in the industry, so I would hand it over to Jill if that's fine.
That's very, very, very hard to answer. Yeah. I would say that I think most people who are looking to be professional testers needed to. Well, some of us are already testers, like we're using apps and we're using websites, and we identify bugs and we identify things that annoy us. So we kind of primed to be users and testers. I think more and more the need to at least, if not code, the ability to read code. There's so much automation around us that we'll need that. Like having just the manual skills, good as they are, is not possible to scale with all the, let's call it, all the code that developers are sprouting out. So there's going to be a need to automate the tests, but also more I see the need for testers to understand the code that developers write, because there's more conversation this way. It's more based on the understanding what went through their mind and how did the developers, understand the requirements, and how is that different than how I see that. So the code basically is the truth. So it's going to be a base for discussion, and for that, testers need the ability to understand code at least in some way.
Great, thanks.
I would totally agree on that. Sorry, Mirza.
Go ahead, please.
The one thing I would add there is it's always very helpful if you can show that you're willing to learn, right? It goes in the direction of if you don't know how to code, reading code is good. If you have some projects on GitHub, for example, that show like your progression, right? That's, I think, something that impresses people, and there you can basically tell people, hey, look, I want to get better. And if your first application gets taken down and the next time you apply and you have 2 more projects on GitHub, that shows that you are active and you care about learning new stuff.
Yeah, that's great. I was just about to say that you also want to show that you know what you claim to know. Also, in the age of remote jobs, it's not a bad idea to have a good online presence as well. Okay, thanks you both. Let's move on to the next question. It says, I support small Git commits. If you have 3 small commits and you want to fix 2 of them, how do you do this? 2 smaller commits, fix function A, fix function B, or in one commit?
Yeah, that's a nice question. So let me just so that I understand correctly, you have 3 commits, and yes, you want to fix 2 of them. I would recommend to do a interactive rebase, and then what you could do is either you could have fix-up commits. Then I would do a fix-up commit which fixes function A, fix-up commit which fixes function B. But those have to be separate. Or what you could do is you start the interactive rebase and then say you want to edit commits. So you don't commit those changes. You don't do what I did during the talk. You don't commit anything. You start the interactive rebase, you edit the commits, and then fix function A and fix function B. This is quite abstract. So first of all, on the handout, you can find those commands also explained a little bit. If that doesn't help, really get in touch. Yeah, it helps doing that with an example.
Okay,
I want to add that well, small commits are good, but continuing with the abstract thing, whenever I have something working, to my definition is working, I commit. So I usually work with tests, passes very small tests, excellent, commit, move on.
Yeah.
So commit regularly in small increments.
Yeah.
Working increments.
Yeah. Working. That's actually something that is really important. So I know workflows from guys that commit, all the time and then always do an amend until the commit works. The important thing there is to keep in mind not to push a non-working commit. It's really annoying to everyone who has to work with that. And it's really just, it ensures that the quality is okay. So yeah, tests and clean commits really go hand in hand.
Cool. Those are some great tips. Okay, let's move on to the next question. It says, can you show us an example with Git cherry pick so we can remove a specific commit? For example, if we have 3 commits, we want to remove the second one.
I think, again, this is something that would make sense to discuss in a example. The thing is, I think that's too much for this session here. Yeah, let's get back in touch, and maybe, I don't know if QA Global can support that. I think there's a Slack community, right? We'll post the answers there if that's fine for everyone. Yeah.
Okay, next one. It says, I usually am using some apps for Git, for example, the GitHub desktop application or source tree. It's easier for me to avoid some mistakes when committing or pushing something to the repo. And there is a second part to this question. So I guess this is more of a visual person. My question is, what is the advantage of operating the Git directly from the terminal rather than using some GUI application?
So in terms of the talk I gave, the advantage is that probably everyone has a terminal and not everyone uses source tree. In terms of what you want to work with, it really depends on what you like. So I personally, I'm also a very visual person. I actually worked quite some time with PyCharm, which has some very nice merge helper tool and stuff like that. So if it helps you not making mistakes, any tool that works and you know how to use is the right tool. Yeah, I would never say only use the command line. Actually, Git as a program has some very crude commands, and it's really hard to understand what those commands actually do. So if you have some IDE or source tree, stuff like that help you not make mistakes, it's the right way to go.
It's also part of what we usually do. Like, I use GitHub desktop. I don't deal with like merging trees and stuff like that. So the limited capabilities of GitHub Desktop is okay for me. So it's what you get used to, what works for you, and obviously, like you said, don't make mistakes. So
Yeah, great answers. So basically, the terminal is better for more complex stuff, and for simpler workflows, we can use the desktop app. Okay, next is more of a statement. Just try source tree or Git client from IntelliJ. Basically, what you just talked about. No need to reinvent the wheel. How would we compare a file which has more than 50 lines also in console? So there is
basically, I totally agree. I would never say do that kind of thing in the console, especially diffing. Diffing in the console is just not fun.
yeah,
Those things I showed you with, for example, the word diff, that helps if you're doing small stuff. That you just want to be sure you don't want to have to start a new tool, stuff like that. So use source tree, use the Git client from IntelliJ. Those are good tools. I use the terminal on the one hand because I like it. On the other hand, because this is what everybody has, and we don't have to explain how tools differ from each other.
Exactly. We want to make our lives easier. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Any tips for keeping a clean Git history when force push is not allowed?
I mean, yeah, that's a semi-tough one, so to say. Of course, you can still make sure that the commits you add do one specific thing, have a clean and readable and good commit message. That always helps. If you use tools like Mergeboard, those offer the option of squashing fix-up commits in the end. So you could add commits that are fix-up commits that reference another commit that is being fixed, and then push those. There you don't have to force push, and then have the merge tool squash those commits. If that also is no option, what most tools allow you to do is to squash while merging. So that doesn't mean that your feature branch has a clean history. That's then some working Git history, so to say. And the moment you merge it to master, you squash those, give it a nice commit message, and then the main or master history is clean.
Okay, thanks. Force push sounds something like a Jedi we use.
Actually, yes. I really like that. Makes it sound so much
cooler. Mind. Okay, we have a next question. Actually, this is a two-part question. It says some reviewer would prefer to add all changes related to review comment onto the last pair commit and amend it as soon as there is other review comment. Just click on the second part. And although there might be several different purposes commit in the branch, like in the example you presented, in your opinion, does this still count basically as a clean history? Pretty good question.
So let me get this straight. The reviewer wants you to add a new commit and then update it. Yes, so you have a review comment and that gets its own commit, and then you update this commit as the comments come in. Okay. I mean, it is clean. Clean is also it's a very broad thing to say. What is clean? For me, clean, as I defined it, is small working commits. But what could also be clean is if you agree to work in this kind of way. At least as long as your team knows what to expect, I think this is a clean way to go. Personally, I would probably prefer to then squash once you merge into the main branch, because I think if you have a review comment, this usually means that some commit is not clean, right? And you want to get it clean. So I wouldn't use then those commits and just fast forward them on master.
I would say that it goes back to what you said, like putting comments, you can put whatever you want, but somebody's going to read them at the end. So, and this history is going to be there forever. So, and especially if you're working with very small commits, you're going to get this big of a history. So you need to decide what's important for you to stay there. And then I'd say again, like if you're really working in small steps, you should squash them and like leave the main things that are important, because this is what you're going to go through. You can also use a lot more tags in order to say these are my steps and this is where I got and so on.
Okay, good tips. Okay, we got a couple more questions for the Q&A session. Next one is there any way to do a change commit in between other than a force push?
In between, not really. So if you want to add a commit between other commits, you have to force push for that. The fix up commit option, of course, still would work, but you would add commits to your history.
Okay, thanks. Okay, next question is more of a recommendation. Can you guys help us with tools like technologies to automate Microsoft Dynamics 360? But the CRM, I guess.
I personally cannot. I never used that.
Yeah, me neither.
The closest I got was using the Windows automation tools. It was like the Windows drivers, something like that. That's a generic thing though, so it can automate anything. How well, it really depends on what the application works like. So I'll go for Selenium. Can do anything.
Maybe Microsoft has some products for testing their CRM, probably. Okay. Next question, it's for Gil. It says, do you have any limitations on the test names length?
I don't have any limitations. The thing is that test names should be reviewed and understood. So personally, however long it will take to convey this, it's okay. But in unit test, you'll have some very specific details. The bigger the length of the code that you're going to test, it's going to be more abstract, and therefore it's not going to be shorter, but it's going to be a different level of things. What we need to remember though is that whenever a test fails, the first thing that we see is the name. So the more things you can put there, it will save you the time later when you're going to fix it or understand it. So whatever you think should be there, and the reviewer usually agrees with that because you're on the same team and it helps everyone, that's okay. Don't put a limit on that.
Great. So basically we can use the DEM principles like descriptive and meaningful phrases to help us out a bit there. Okay, we have another question for Gil. It says, what are some expectations where you will need to write a comment in your code? Do you really need it if you write clean tests and your code explains itself already?
Ooh.
Great question.
Well, it is. It's also part of my workshop on clean code. Usually we use comments where we need to explain something that is not possible to do in a function name. So, for example, if you're using a regular expression that looks like hieroglyphics, you probably need to explain what this regular expression is used for and what you expect to see in that. When you want to say, use that only in the case where, like amplification or warning, stuff like that. If somebody makes you like the lawyer of the company, you have to do that. These are the cases that you usually need to do that. And there's also something that we forget though, that when we put comments, we put the comments so somebody can read that. But in order for someone to read that, they need to get into that place in the code. That's not always the case. So whenever you write something that can be more of a concept level rather than a detail in the code, it may not even be read if you write it somewhere that somebody else will not find it. So keep that in mind in terms of comments.
Great, thanks. Okay, we got 2 more questions if we could go through quickly. We still have time. What would be the right commit flow if you're trying to commit your change, but the branch is more updated than your local? Oh, great scenario.
The branch is more updated than your local.
So you're behind, I guess.
You're behind. Okay, yeah, that's a good question. So what you could do is you could fetch this branch, right? That means you don't pull it, so you don't get a merge commit, and then do an interactive rebase onto the remotes history, basically.
Okay.
So yeah.
So sync them up first. Okay.
Exactly.
Last question. Would you recommend the max size of a test method so it keeps easily maintainable? This one's for Gil also. Kind of related to the previous one.
The same thing as always, like the shorter and does one thing. The longer it is, it's hard to explain, to understand, and that's where maintainability comes from. Try to use the same language, like not just the application domain things, and then, I don't know, Spring things in it. If it's bigger than one screen, you probably have gone too far. So same true for the code.
Yeah, great advice. I think that's all for the Q&A session. I'd like to thank you for sharing your knowledge. This was really awesome. Now we can move to the next part.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. It was great being here.
Great.
Thanks again. Okay. Now the announcement.
Hi Mirza, and hello everyone. Before we proceed to our short break, I would like to welcome our sponsors. Our sponsors, Lambda Test. It is an intelligent cloud testing platform that recently launched HyperTest, an innovative new test execution platform that is up to 70% faster than any cloud-based test execution grid. Interested? Talk to Lambda Test. Also, you have a chance to win one of $500 Amazon vouchers for filling out the quick survey from Lambda Test. Just use the link from the chat and answer a few questions. Good luck. And now we're going to have just a short break before we proceed to our next speakers. Bye.
Okay, we are back from the break. Our next session is from Diego, who is a technical lead at the Selenium project and is also working as a software developer for Source Labs. He loves enabling testers by creating tools and infrastructure and doing Selenium training workshops. His session will be on modern testing with Selenium, which is always an interesting topic. I'd like to welcome Diego on the stage. And Diego, if you could just share your presentation, please, so we can start. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome. Just let me identify the monitor. And that should be working there.
There we go.
Right. So let's get started. And thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you for the organization for inviting me. And I hope that I have some content that is, valuable for you all. So let's get started with modern testing with Selenium. So I am a technical lead, one of the technical leads. There are more at the Selenium project. And during the last 3 years, I've been working at Soft Labs. And during the last 1.5, my main job has been contributing to open source. And that's like basically thanks to Soft Labs that pays me to do only that. And that is really good for the ecosystem, because thanks to that, we can actually keep the Selenium project in a relatively healthy status. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to cover broadly 5 different topics. We're going to talk about Selenium 4, brief discussion about it. We're going to talk about the web evolution and how testing has evolved along this evolution, and then how Selenium fits in that evolution in today's testing. We're going to do a couple of demos, and then we're going to talk a bit about the next steps in the Selenium project and the WebDriver ecosystem. So yeah, Selenium 4 is here. It took a while to bring it here, but there are reasons for that. So over 3 years working in that, it took way longer than what we actually wanted. But that's how life is. That's how open source projects work sometimes. And we were doing actually over 4,000 commits. So a lot of changes. There is a complete new Selenium grid. We actually did a complete new website, complete new documentation. So it's not only technical changes, but also changes to the website and how users can interact with the documentation of the tool. And there are many new features, which I will demo a few of them. And one of the things that I want to highlight about the Selenium project is that it is free as in speech, which means that everyone is 100% welcome to the project. We have an open governance, and if you want to contribute to the project, there are clear guidelines that show how you can be part of the project, how many contributions you want to do, what types of contributions you can do. And in addition to that, we are always working based on standards, specifically the WebDriver one, which is a W3C standard. And this means that we're able to sit on the same table with folks from Microsoft, from Mozilla, from Apple, from Google, and understand better what changes need to be done to the browser drivers or to the browsers to actually make automation more simple and, more importantly, stable along the years. One of the main improvements that we have been doing in the last 2 years is that, for example, the Shadow DOM interaction with websites is now standard. Like you can do it in a standard way. You don't have to do hacks with JavaScript or other type of tools. And one thing that is upcoming in the next maybe year, 1.5 years tops, we're going to have the bidirectional protocol working, which means that you will have features like introspecting the network, doing different interesting things in all browsers like Chrome, Edge, Safari, all of them. And this is because it's part of one standard work. And highlighting that this work is made by and for the community. So this is your work. You contribute to this either by reporting bugs or by helping us understand better how to use different features. Let's jump to the next topic, which is web testing and evolution of this type of frameworks in web. If we think about many years ago, I left a title in Spanish there. I was doing this talk in Spanish like a few weeks ago. Moving forward, at the beginning, we had static websites, or they were just limited, right? And the point of that is that if a user wanted to interact with a website, then you were requesting a URL. And then you were getting some HTML back. And if you were clicking, for example, clicking on a link, let's say that, then the request was done all again to the server, and a new complete website was being rendered for you. And that was not ideal. That was not really well performant, but that was the start, right? A typical example of that is if you were filling out a form and you had an error in one of the fields, then you were sending the whole form, and then you were getting back an error with the complete form empty. And that meant that it was really annoying to work with those websites. And back then, it was mostly server-side rendering. During those years, most of the focus was being placed at testing desktop applications, and you could see a lot of approaches that included manual and exploratory testing. We moved a bit forward when we were able to have more interactive applications, and one of the main goals of this was to simplify the creation of content, either like both by the page creator or by the user. Then we started to talk about dynamic HTML. You could do some rendering on the client side, but also you were able to manipulate the DOM either like via JavaScript or CSS, or what else could you do? Like you could do jQuery, that was very useful as well. And back then, we were using a lot of QTP, which was a paid tool that was very expensive. And Selenium was starting to show up. That was maybe 10 years ago. Then web kept evolving, and we have this paradigm, this idea of using the model view controller. And now we don't need to have all the logic inside the website, but now we have also APIs, we have microservices. Then we started to have things like Ember and Angular. And then we slowly evolved to components. Then we have these three famous web frameworks like React, Vue, and Polymer. And what this brings to testing is that we started to think differently on how to test this type of websites, because you now have different ways to do testing on different levels. So you don't have to test everything with one single tool. And the conclusion, the bottom line of this is that end-to-end testing tools are not the only option anymore. There are many other tools that can help you to achieve good coverage and good testing in your web applications. So having said that, where does this leave Selenium in today's testing? Where is it placed? Let's take a very simple example. As part of the work being done for Selenium 4, we have a complete new Selenium grid with a complete new user interface. This user interface was done with React. So this is a React application, and on the background, it has an API implemented with GraphQL, and we're using extensively components. So for example, if I move the pointer here, like this part is a component, this area is a component, the title is a component. So different parts of the application are just components. So this means that I could actually test this application in different ways. I don't have to render the whole application to test if actually the concurrency is being shown properly, if the node is being shown properly, and etc., etc. If we think about that in a conceptual way, we have different levels of testing, right? So you have the presentation, so the UI layer, you have the logic that helps to build that UI layer, and you have the services, which are maybe microservices or a small API living next to the website. And you will ideally have a lot of unit tests, a lot of API tests for those microservices. And you could also have a lot of unit tests inside the logical layer that is sometimes connected to the presentation layer. So one approach to test everything would be to have an end-to-end testing tool. But now you are also able to use a different approach for testing, which is you can actually mock all your services, right? You don't have to start your microservices, your APIs to test the front end. You can actually mock those network calls, and they could simulate what those services would reply to you. So you need actually a different approach that could help you to test things in a more simple way and probably in a faster way. So this is the integration level. But then for these approaches, Selenium is a good choice. It's a good election because actually it helps you to go and open the browser and render the website in the same way a user would do it, with the same browsers a user would do it, with Safari, with a real Safari, with a real Firefox, and different other ones. So this is a good tool to do this type of testing. But thinking about the different options that these web frameworks give us, like React, you could now test components, right? You could actually render different parts of the application without rendering the whole application and without actually opening a browser. So this is what we do with the Selenium Grid user interface. We use Jest and we use testing library, and we do most of the testing of this application in this way, because actually you don't need to open a browser for every single test. It doesn't really make sense that if you want to test a service, you actually end up opening a browser for that. So talking about some numbers, I was counting last night, and we have around 150 tests for unit tests, API tests, and unit tests in the logical service, in the logical layer. So we have around 150 tests that we run, and this gives us a good coverage. I was counting also the number of tests that we have for components, and we have around 30 tests that help us to render and test different use cases that a user would face. And maybe if you want to guess how many Selenium WebDriver tests we have for this, well, the surprising number is we just have 3 tests for that, because all the other layers are giving us enough confidence to actually just use 3 of those tests. So this is where Selenium fits right now in today's testing. So it's more important to understand the application we're testing to use the right tool for it. So now let's do a practical demo and see how these new features of Selenium can be used in today's applications. For that, I have built a simple web application. I call it my Visual To-Do app. Let me show you in a moment. I'm going to now show my browser. And it's an application that is behind a basic authentication form. Password admin, and it's very simple. It's a to-do app where I could say I need to buy milk, and then I add the item, and then what happens is that there is a backend that will take the request from the API. It will add the item, but then what will happen is that, just to help me remember in a visual way, it will go to Unsplash, this website that provides free images for non-commercial, actually for commercial use as well, and then it will place an image there. So if I add something else, like I don't know, I need to clean the room. So the same thing happens, right? It fetches an image that tries to be associated with the task. So this is the application, and the first demo that I want to jump into is the following. I want to go through that pop-up of the basic authentication. How do I do that with Selenium 4? Let me jump to the code. This is all in Java, but all the language bindings support this as well. I'm using Java because I am the maintainer of most of the Java bindings and the Selenium Grid. So that's why I spend my time with this programming language. So let's see. I am creating a driver before the test, and the important part happens here. I need to register an authentication tool for the driver that says, whenever you load a website, please use this user and this password, right? And then I go to the URL, and then I'm just doing a small slip so you can see that the website is actually going through. And then I assert the title, which is my visual to-do app. And this actually helps a lot to different people that were having nightmares to test these applications because they were having to set up proxies or different types of things to go through this authentication layer. All right, that was the first demo. And don't worry, because all this code is on my GitHub profile, so the links will be shared at the end. So don't worry about that. Also, the code for the to-do application is out there. The Shadow DOM. Shadow DOM has been standardized recently. And let me show you what I mean by this, by the Shadow DOM. I will go to the application again. So if I inspect this title, inspect, and then I increase the size of this, probably you will see here that this item is inside a shadow DOM. Here is the shadow root, which is the ID app name, and then everything that is rendered here cannot be accessed in previous versions of Selenium because you had to do like some JavaScript hacks to find these elements and here and there, and sometimes you have to patch your code. But now this is all standard, and I will show you how to access elements of the Shadow DOM with the following example. So I will jump back to the code again, and here is the test. I need to find the element that is the root of the Shadow DOM, which is, in this case, the app name. And this is going to give me back a search context when I get the shadow root. And when I have this search context, I can already start using the normal functions to find and interact with elements. So in this case, I will find the element that is called app name. And the app name is this title that I was saying. It's called my visual to-do app. So if I run this test, I will actually have the same result as I would have used some JavaScript hacks from the past. So right, so the title of the page, so my visual to-do app, is also working as well. That is the second demo. Let's jump to the next one. Relative locators. This is a new functionality that is helping us to locate elements based on their relative location to other ones that we already know. Let me show you in a more simple graphical way. I'm going to jump back to my browser. I'm going to go to this site that I built a while ago, based on an example website that Angie Jones has as well. So what I'm going to do here is that I have a bunch of sourcebots, and the concept of relative location means that I will identify one element, let's say, I don't know, Toronto, and I want to say, what is the relative location? I want to find the element that is on the left of Toronto. So that is the relative location, the left of Toronto, and then I will get Warsaw. How does the code look like? Let's jump back to the code. In this case, I'm going to render that website I was showing you a moment ago. And I could say, give me all the elements that have the tag of a list. And I want to say, give me what is on the left of Boston and below Warsaw. So I will get the ideal source code that I was looking for. Then here is obviously it was opened on a different page. So there you go. And it will find so below Warsaw and on the left of Boston. But okay, this is an example website. How will we use this in our demo application that we're using for all these demos? So let's say that we have 3 elements, and somehow you want to add 3 elements. You want to add the top item, the middle, and the bottom item. And somehow you say, okay, I want to find the element that is relatively above of the middle item and the element that is below the middle item. So what does this mean? I add all the items at the beginning, and then I will find the middle one. So this is the locator I will use to find the middle element. And then I just start saying, find the element. So this is the element that is above this little guy here. So that will give me the above element. I will blur it and I will unblur it so you can see it. And then I will do the same with the below element. Let's run this quickly so you can have a look at it. And there it is. And again, opening the wrong browser. But then you have the 3 elements. Selects the one above, and then it's going to unblur it. And then it selects the one at the bottom. We're looking forward to see what use cases you come up with and what feedback you give us at the Selenium project. But that's the gist of it. That's the idea of relative locators. Let's jump to the next one, which is, I think, the most interesting demo. Let's talk about network interception. So if you remember, what happens when I add an item to the application is that it will put the item and then it will fetch an image that is related to the content, right? This is quite nice, but when we are testing, that fetching of an extra image is adding some milliseconds, some small amount of time that if you add across all tests, that will slow down the execution of tests. So it would be nice if I can find a way to say, okay, I know that you want to add an extra image, but use this mock image so my test will be faster. Let's see how that looks like. Let me scroll up and let's run just for fun. This is the test that will add an item. And the browser opens, and then you see it takes a while to show the image because it's fetching something. And if I want to do an assertion on that, it will take even longer. But what happens if I say, okay, I want to add an item, but I don't want to wait until like the image is fetched and rendered. So let's say that I want to, in this case, the task is to buy rice, and I have an image on my machine called, this one, the sauce bot for the holidays. And then I will create a configuration that will say, if the route, so if the URL says go to unsplash.com, then replace that and use this JPEG image that is the saucebot image. I put all this inside a network interception clause. And then when I go here, I'm just doing the normal thing. I am adding the item, which is being done here. I add the item in the click. And then when I wait for the thing to be rendered, you will see that we're not going to bring anything from Unsplash. We're going to use the saucebot right there. So let's run this test. And then you will see right away that the image renders right away, and I don't have to wait for any network latencies there. Now let's talk about the use case where my API is not ready. I have a front end, but I don't have an API ready. So maybe I don't need to actually mock the image. I need to mock the response from the API. I think I don't have enough time to show that, but if you actually click on add item, you will see in the browser network that there is a request done, and then the response has a different look. So for example, what I will do here, I will say, okay, I will add an item that is called clean the bathroom, but maybe cleaning the bathroom is a bit annoying to me, so I will just mock it with a response that is called go to the park. So what I do here in the route, I will say, please match anything that is under the path of items, and it's a post, and then replace it with the same, like a fake ID, the mocked item, and I will say like it's not completed, then set it to false. This is the same procedure as before, but I have a small slip here so you can see that I'm actually writing clean the bathroom, and then what it's returned, it's actually go to the park. So the use case here is that maybe you have a front end, but the backend is not ready. So you can run your UI tests without having an API ready for you. So I am inputting here, the input is clean the bathroom, but then the backend is showing you go to the park. So the mocked backend. All right, so those were the demos. Let's start jumping into the end part of the presentation. So how does this all work, right? The concept behind is that we want to use something called W3C WebDriver BiDi, so the bidirectional protocol for communication between your test and the browser. And this means that we will be able to have all these features, network interception, authentication, and so on, with all browsers, so Safari, Microsoft Edge, Chrome, and Firefox, and all of them in a standard way. But this standard is taking a while. I mean, you have to sit with a bunch of people, you have to agree on the different procedures of calling, the network endpoints, of like the structure of the message. So it's advancing. For example, Firefox has already a small implementation of it, but we're waiting so it advances more, and then people from the Safari team are starting to implementing as well, and so on. So for now, we're using the Chrome debugging protocol, so the CDP under the hood. So as the name shows it, it's a debugging protocol. So lots of data is being sent back and forth, and it is very verbose. One of the downsides of it is that it's connected to a specific version of Chrome. And it has happened already that breaking changes happen between versions. So please go ahead, use these features, but be careful and understand clearly where they are being used. And try to use the methods that we recommend to use these features, because you could actually use methods to interact directly with the CDP. But since we're implementing methods that will be used when the BiDi, the bidirectional protocol is ready as well, most likely you will do nothing on your test. It will continue working. So let's have a quick look into the future. One of the things we're starting to work after the summer, probably, we're going to start developing or working with the open source projects that are already available in a browser manager. So when you start Selenium, we want to develop something that configures the browser driver for you. And if you don't have the browser installed, we want to install the browser for you. This is probably a standard thing in the industry right now, and we want to be part of it. And one of the things where we want to spend a lot of time as well is to bring the WebDriver community together. The Selenium project hasn't been that great into communicating with other projects that have been built on top of Selenium or on the WebDriver standard. So we are going to look into that and spend more time to actually work all together and show that the WebDriver community is actually huge and bigger than any other community in testing tools. So the message here is that Selenium is not just Selenium. It's a huge group of projects that some of them are opinionated and some not. And the message here is that if Selenium is not enough for you, probably there is a project built on top that provides all the features you want, like auto-waiting, helping with the network features in a simple way, etc., etc. So please check them out. You have Python, you have PHP, you have Ruby, you have everything there. You have Go, you have Java, all the languages there with all these projects. And the most important thing about this is that please give feedback and use these projects because all of them are part of the WebDriver community. And if you sum them up, they are bigger than any other community. So if you are motivated by this talk to start and join us and help us, please go there. Go to selenium.dev/support. The links for the Slack channel are there, also for IRC and Matrix. And if you're interested in the work we're doing in open source in Sauce Labs, go to this link because we're actually having a couple of open positions. And if you're interested in the repositories I was using, those are the links. And with that, I just want to thank you all for taking the time for being here today and for the invitation to this conference as well. And I'm looking forward to your questions in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Diego, for the great session. We can just introduce our next speaker. The next speaker is Gleb. He's a senior director of engineering at Mercari. Gleb is a JavaScript ninja. He's an image processing expert and a big supporter of software quality. His talks will be on flexible data setup and caching for Cypress IO tests. So very interesting. Gleb, let me just share your presentation and you can start.
Well, thank you, Mirza, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Gleb Bahmutov. I do work at Mercari US, and I will talk about data for your end-to-end test. I will use Cypress for my presentation, but I hope it inspires other test runners to implement similar plugins. Before I start, I just want to remind everyone, we are in imminent danger. The climate crisis is in full swing, and if we don't change how much gases we emit, we're not going to survive. Survival, I think, is possible, but we have to act now. You can change your life, join organization, vote, protest. Most important, join organization. And there are organizations fighting climate crisis in every town and every country. I had a long journey. I was very lucky to start in C and C++, go to C#, through Java, through CoffeeScript, join the JavaScript community. You can find all my blog posts. But today, I work at Mercari US, which is an online marketplace where you can sell and buy anything you want. As you can imagine, it's important for us to test our website and our web application. So I'm responsible for automation for testing the website. But today I'm going to test something else. I'm going to test a much simpler chat application. You can find all the source code and all the tests in the repository. Here's an example of two users logged in from two different browsers and just exchanging messages. So I want to test sending and receiving messages. But before I can test that, I need to create the chat room. But before I can create a chat room, I have to create a user and log in. So now there's a question, how do you do that? Well, I could create a user and a chat room manually and then pass it to the test runner somehow so that the test runner just uses that information to log in and go to the room. In Cypress, you could put this information into an env object in Cypress JSON configuration file. And from the test, you can read those settings using Cypress env command. So I'm reading username and a password, then visiting the site, finding the login form, and entering the username and the password and clicking the login. And now I should be in the room, right? So this is how it looks when Cypress runs this test. It visits the site, enters everything. I can see what each command did. I can see that I ended up in the list of rooms. Now, this has huge downside, as you can imagine. I have to create everything manually, which is slow. It's not repeatable, meaning if someone else has to recreate that user or that data or that room or that project data, they always have to read the documentation, figure out, oh, it's not the same. How did you do that, right? Because it's manual process. And it's hard to run tests in parallel because they all will try to use the same user in this case. At Mercari US, we only use Cypress env to pass really global variables like basic authentication to visit our staging environment, but never actual test data. Okay, so what's the alternative? An alternative is to create the user inside the test. So how can we do it? Well, here's a test. We can take any username and a password. We can register the user by going to the page, and then we can log in by going to the page, and we should end up on the rooms page. So here's how it looks. We're going to the registration page, we're entering those variables, then we're going to the login page, and we enter, and we end up in the rooms. Now, this all works on the first run, and it fails on the second run. And it fails because the user with that username already exists. So that's not a perfect solution. A better solution would be to use some random usernames, right? So in this case, we're using Gleb dash some random number as a username. Now, this works very well, right? We can rerun the test as many times as you want, and it will always create a new user and log in and go to the room. Now, here's a tip. We don't clean up the user after the test. One, you're not guaranteed to actually survive that long, so to speak, right? The test runner might just crash, your website might just crash, your backend might just crash, right? So you're not guaranteed to actually clean up it from the test itself. Instead, if the data grows too large, you probably should have a separate process that periodically cleans up the test data in your database. But the approach is good, right? The test should create all the data it needs so that the tests are independent from each other. The tests are repeatable, right? Because they're automated, they're always run. They use everything you need to create the data and test using that data. So you never have to look up something in your wiki or readme how to do something. No, it's automated. The problem that this might be slow, and it, in a realistic application, it will be really slow, right? This recreation of data for each test using like random new account every time. So this is a problem, and here's a solution that I derived and then I implemented as a reusable plugin. So the solution to the speed of testing and creating the data is to create the data only once, right? And then cache it and reuse it. So how does this look, if you naively try to implement it? You could declare local variables, username and password. And before each test, you can say, well, if there is no username yet, if it's undefined, then create a user and register it. And then inside the test, you can just try using that username and the password that you created just once. Unfortunately, this doesn't work in test runners because these are local variables. And when you rerun the test, that whole spec file is reloaded, so the variables are again initialized to undefined. So you lose whatever you created before. So you need a little bit more permanent memory storage for your variables that you create. So just like we use Cypress-env object to pass global user information, you can say, okay, read and from the Cypress-env username and the password, and if you have nothing, then you register a user and put that username and the password back into the Cypress-env object. And that object will stay in memory as the test restart, right? So it's more permanent than just using a local variable. So in this case, this is very, very nice. Now, the cool thing is that if you open the DevTools in your browser, after the test has finished, you can actually look at Cypress-env object. It's a global static object that you can inspect at any time, and you can see what was the username and the password stored by the test. Now, this helps a lot, right? So imagine if you create the user and log in every time. Well, in my case, it takes 5 seconds, or almost 5 seconds. If you only have to log in because you don't recreate the user every time, well, you cut half of the test. So now you're at 2.3 seconds, already faster. Well, we can go even faster. If you think about how the user logs in and how the server keeps the track of the user, well, it uses cookies. So when you submit a login form, if the username and the password are correct, the server sends back a session cookie, and the browser stores it. And with each request after that, it sends that cookie again and again to authenticate, right? So Cypress includes a lot of commands that actually can read the cookie or set the cookie or clear cookies. In this case, we are only dealing with one cookie named in our application connect SID. So here's what we can do. Just like we created a user, if it didn't exist already, we can look up a cookie in Cypress Env object and say, oh, you don't have a cookie yet? Okay, well, log in the user, because we already have a user created, and store the cookie in Cypress Env object. If we do have it already, then just set the cookie using set cookie command and visit the site. You should be already logged in because all the browser cares about is sending that cookie. Now, and then you just go to the home page and you should be on the rooms page if you're logged in successfully. Now, this is fast, right? Before we had initial test for 5 seconds. If we do not recreate the user, it's half. Well, if we set the cookie and go to the page, it's almost instantaneous, right? It's just how long it takes to visit the page. So we already at least 100 times faster, right? Because we cache this data. What about creating the room? We can take the same approach. We can randomly create a room name. And if we don't have that in Cypress Env object, then we can actually create it through the page. Otherwise, we can just use it. And not only we can use it, we can actually grab it from Cypress Env and use what is called a Cypress alias, because then inside the test, we can use just test context object using like this.room name to actually substitute the room name we created before. And this is how it looks, right? It's almost instant. You can see the alias in pink in Cypress command log. But this is kind of cool, right? We use random user, random data, but we instantly logged in and ready to test our chat messages. Okay, so as I was implementing both separate things, I noticed common patterns in how I created and interacted with data. Well, the first thing I always did was to check the memory if that piece of data for test already exists or not. In all cases, I stored it in Cypress.env, right? Cypress Env username, Cypress Env cookie, Cypress Env room. So that's first pattern. The second one I noticed is that usually I set up a data if it doesn't exist, but if it exists in memory, sometimes I have to recreate it, so to speak, right? If I had a cookie already, I have to set it in a browser using set cookie and then visit the page. If I had a room name in memory, then I had to save it as an alias. So there is a setup versus recreate. And another thing that I noticed was, in all cases, if I create a new piece of test data, I would have to save it back in memory. So it's available for the test to use. So I took those, common patterns, and I created an abstract plugin for Cypress to use. I called it Cypress Data Session because, you create it for data and you keep it through all your tasks because it's kind of like a session. It's very flexible. It adds a custom command. So you can literally take the code, for example, for creating a user and move it to use Cypress Data Session plugin. And here's the equivalent code. First of all, it's a common command, site data session, just like site visit, site get cookie, and so on. You give it a name because somehow you have to say, okay, I need a user. And then inside you have a setup function. And this is equivalent to what you had before, but you did manually. The cool thing, that's it. That's all you have to do, because this takes care of all storing of in memory the pieces of data under that name. If you want to store something in memory, all you have to do is just, the result of the last command in the setup function. That's what will be stored in memory. And then it runs. And the first time it doesn't find the user in memory, so it uses the setup function, stores the username and the password, and even outputs some of the messages so that you know what has happened. And like I said, the value from the last command in the setup, that's what's cached, that's what you can access later. It automatically creates an alias, so it's very convenient. If you created a data session with name user, later in the test, you just say this.user, and that gives you the value stored in memory. So you can use this.user.password, for example, or this.user.username. Now, the same thing we can do for our logged in session cookie. We can say, okay, we need a data session. We'll give it a name login. When we want to set it up, right, if there's nothing in memory, then we need to log in the user using the previous data session. And if we do have it in memory already, then we set it in a browser and we visit the page because we know the cookie value already. And the savings are actually very nice in speed. These are all the commands on the first run. When it doesn't have anything in memory, it has to go through the page, create the user, log in the user, grab the cookie. So you can see the number of commands for these two data sessions for creating the user and logging in. But on the second run, it just uses the values from memory. Immediately, it says, data user is still valid, data login is still valid. Boom, I'm in, right? So very fast and convenient. The same for rooms as well, right? Before we created the room by checking the memory and going through the page and creating a room. Now we can move that code into the data session, so it's nice and clean, and we don't have to worry about anything. And we just wrap the room name that we created so that later we can use in our task by just saying this.room name. Just like we can expect Cypress env object from the DevTools console, there are static commands in this plugin that allow you to inspect the data sessions either by individually or all together. So you can inspect what is the data that you cache. Now, there is one problem though, is that if you do hard browser reload, right? It blows away Cypress env object. So all your data sessions will be gone and you'll have to recreate it again and again. Hard reload is kind of equivalent to closing and opening the browser again. I thought this is like kind of annoying. So this plugin implements a property called share across specs. And this is quite nice because what happens, you can now close the browser completely, right? So right here, I'm closing it and I'm clicking on a spec, or maybe another spec starts. But if it uses the data session with the same name, it recreates it again from nothing, pretty much, right? So it survives hard browser reloads so that multiple test files can use the same data session. And the way this is implemented, when Cypress runs, it actually runs as kind of like as a Cypress process, an application on machine, and then it spawns the browser, right? So before we saved all our data in the browser, but if we use share across specs, when this data is sent back to that original Cypress process where it's stored securely and survive browser restarts. Now, as I was implementing it, what I've shown was kind of simple, right? Well, you just store it in memory, maybe you serialize it somehow, recreate it. In the real world, you start hitting the edge cases that you have to handle somehow, like dependencies between data sessions, maybe dealing with edge cases for caching, because caching is hard. So imagine this situation. You have a user, and the user is logged in and can see the chat room. Well, what happens if that user all of a sudden is gone? All right, so here's an example. I'm logged in, the task is finished, and then I'm saying just clear that user, right? So what happens to the user? The user is gone. That's easy, right? What about the data session? All right, does that still work? All right, and here's the problem. The login will still try to use the old cookie, all right? And so this will actually break the test because it still tries to log in the second user while the first one was recreated. And to solve this, in general, this plugin implements dependencies. So one piece of data can depend on another piece of data, right? So for example, a logged in session depends on the user. And so if the user has been recomputed because someone deleted it, right, for example, then the session, data session, has to be recomputed as well. I keep track of all the timestamp and dependencies, so the data session can say, oh, wait, my kind of parent data session has been recomputed since this timestamp. I also have to be recomputed from scratch. Another edge case that you have to consider is you're dealing with cache data, right? Something in memory that might not necessarily be what's in the database already. For example, if you created the user and cached it, right? And then maybe another test, maybe some operation in the database deleted all the users. Well, in this case, you have a cached copy that's no longer valid. It no longer represents what really is in the database. So what do you do? In this example, if I'm clearing the users and I try to use the same test, while my memory still has it, tries to log in, but of course it can't. So you need to validate the data. Before you can use the cached copy in memory, you have to validate it. So the plugin allows you to provide a validated callback that runs if you have something stored in memory before you start using it. In this case, I'm calling side task find the user, and I'm passing, my cached username. Now, this is different from going to the page and trying to log in. In this case, I'm calling a Cypress task, which is implemented in the plugin process, where you can access, for example, the database. In this case, I'm using some of the application code to go to the database and say, do you still have this user? Is it still valid? And if it's not valid, right, if it was deleted, then I cannot use that memory data, right? It's invalid. You have to recompute it from scratch. And you have the opposite problem sometimes where you can, for example, if you have a username, you might try to recreate it because you just started again. But maybe next time that data is already in the database. So you cannot create a user with that username. Okay, because that already exists. You just don't know it because you just restarted the test run. So in this case, it will just say, hey, that username is taken. Right? So in this case, the plugin allows you to provide init callback that will run before the setup and validate. Okay, so this is one way where you can say, hey, you're trying to create a user with particular username, or you're trying to create a chat room with a particular room name. Just make sure it's not there. If it's there, use that. Don't recreate it. And again, I'm using side task, so I'm bypassing the user interface, and instead I'm going directly to the database, right, to find if that piece of data is already available. If it's available, we'll just store it in memory and we'll start using it. We'll not try to recreate it again and again. Now, there are a lot of, you can say, lifecycle plugins or lifecycle callbacks in this plugin. I have a diagram in the README that explains how the plugin operates, how it thinks about when it tries to create a new data session. Do I have a cached value? Is it still valid? Should I go back to the database or application and see if there is data that I can just load without creating it myself? If I have a piece of data in memory, should I validate it? And if it's valid, should I recreate it to set it in a browser somehow or pass it to application? So you can find kind of through the control flow diagram what callback and lifecycle methods to use. The final thing that I want to point out is that if you want your tests to be fast, you can take all sorts of shortcuts. Usually, end-to-end tests, they go through the page, right? They operate like a real user. They go to the user registration form, or they go to the login form and type username and password and click submit. But you don't have to do that. From your end-to-end test, especially when you create test data, you can take a shortcut. You don't have to go through a page. You can call the API method on the backend directly by passing the page. You can even call part of your server code or go to a database and create that piece of data. You don't have to always go through a page because you already tested it somewhere. Now you just need a user. So testing the login and user registration goes through a page, but every other end-to-end test can bypass it and directly speed itself up by going directly through to API or to the database. So here's how it works. So you have a browser, you also have application API and a database. So usually you go through the page, but you can also go and call methods on the API through HTTP calls from Cypress, or you can go by using site task directly to the database, like I've shown, to find a user and validate it. Okay, so here's how it works. We can test the user registration, right? We would go to the page, we would find the registration form, type username and a password. But if we need a user for our tests, for like chatting tests, we don't have to do that. So we will replace all those page commands in our setup with going to the database and saying, make me a new user. So we can reuse part of even our backend application code to quickly create us a user bypassing the page, because we don't need it. We already tested it somewhere else. Now we just need to create that piece of data. If we're doing the login, on the left, we can go through the page, through the user login form. But if we just want to log in and get the cookie, we can use SciRequest that makes HTTP method call to the backend API, gets the cookie back, sets it on in our browser. Instant login bypasses a whole bunch of commands, saves you a lot of time. So, in summary, creating data to use in your end-to-end test is a problem, right? You don't want to take too much time. You need it for speed. You need to do something, but it's hard to create a very developer-friendly API for doing this, so you don't have a lot of boilerplate code. You have to think about how do you create data and how do you expose it to other parts of a test. You have to look at all the edge cases where the data might be inconsistent with the data in the database, like the source of truth. And you have to look at edge cases where one piece of data can depend on another piece of data. Like, in order for you to create a chat room, you need to be logged in. In order to be logged in, you need a valid user. So if you invalidate the user, you have to invalidate the other pieces of data. So my attempt at creating this was creating a plugin that abstracts it and I can reuse again and again and again. And it solves, for example, the problem of speed, right, by only creating the data once and storing it in memory or in the process itself. And it allows you to use, just like every other Cypress test can use, bypass the page and just call API or go directly into your application source code or database for creating those pieces of data. I really thought hard about the use of this plugin and how to expose the data that it creates and caches. So it creates like aliases automatically, so you don't have to, write boilerplate code. And the problem of consistency was a hard one. So there are callback methods in lifecycle for validating the cached data, initializing it, reading from the database, and even some invalidation API that I didn't show, but allows you to say, okay, this data session is no longer valid. Recreate it next time you need a user, for example. Okay, so real world scenarios. At Mercari, we heavily use the data session, right? Creating a user, creating items like I'm showing, buying an item, right? They all take time, right? So we don't want every test to wait, let's say 20 seconds or 15 seconds for those things to happen, if we can optimize it and immediately do it. We don't use data session directly. Instead, we have these utility methods that are domain specific for us, right? We online marketplace, so we have things like buy an item and cache the results. So you have this transaction in memory. So next time you want to go to the buyer page, it's already there. And before each test that, for example, needs a seller and a buyer and an item, we kind of call those methods and they use data session under the hood. If you want to see another usage of this plugin, the company Extend is heavily using it, saving them anywhere from 20 to 80% of the end-to-end test times, right? Because they bypass the same things in every test. So there's a long blog post explaining the approach. So thank you so much for listening to me. This presentation is available online. If you go to the plugins README, it's open source, obviously, but I have a lot of example links, I have blog posts, and I have a lot of videos showing how to use this plugin to create your end-to-end test data in all different scenarios. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Have a great day and happy testing.
Thanks a lot, Gleb, for a lot of useful information. Now I think it's break time and message from the sponsors. So in about 5 minutes, we'll have the Q&A session. See you soon.
Yeah.
Hey Mirza, I think we can proceed with the Q&A as we having a break right after Q&A.
Yeah.
I think he's muted, right? Yeah.
He's muted.
Okay, sorry. Let's just move on with the questions. We got quite a few of them. Okay, first one is, when will we solve the problem with the action class? To be more specific, regarding Selenium 4, the drop-down method or the other methods from the action class are still not functional. There's a second part to this question. Do you recommend to use the workaround with JavaScript executor? Okay, these are both for Diego. Selenium.
Yeah, the quick answer is yes. There is an issue with the browser drivers and Chrome driver and Gecko driver. So we are already talking with Mozilla and Google, and yeah, they are finding their priorities to that. So yeah, right now the way to do it is the workaround with the JavaScript executor.
Okay, that's great news. Okay, we have another question. It says, do you have any good practices how to handle bot authentication? I think this can be for both Selenium and Cypress. So Diego, if you want to go first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, in general, this is part of the work we're doing in the bidirectional protocol, but this is more a testing approach concept. So you have to figure out if you actually need to test OAuth in your flow, or if you can deactivate it for the testing environment, because most of the time you don't really need to test OAuth, because I mean they're either paying for that or this tool already has its own tests. But if this is a must, like this is, I invite you to join us in the Slack channel and in the conversation about bidirectional, and there are some authentication cases that want to be included there.
Okay. I have another question. Okay, sorry, Gleb, do you want to answer this from Cypress perspective?
I agree with Diego, right? Like you don't want to test the authentication yourself, right? Because that's provided by someone else, right? And you don't want to depend on some external service that can change under the hood, right? I usually don't deal with OAuth, but look at the Cypress documentation. We have guides for that.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we have another question. It says, how do you test the latest Safari if you don't have a Mac? The Windows version of Safari is very old. I think you can use things like Sauce Labs and Browser Stack for this. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they're paid services.
I mean, yeah, you can do that, or there are also open source projects showing you how to build virtual machines. You need hardware acceleration, but you can have like things running with Mac on an operating system that is not so on top of Linux, or you can have sometimes VirtualBox. You just need to be aware of the legal implications, because the issue with macOS is that the contract says that you can only run macOS on Apple hardware. So that's the problem. And I know that many people complain that I cannot have a Mac to test on Safari, but again, this is also a testing strategy question. Like, if you want to cover Safari and you want to be serious about testing, you need to budget that type of thing, either buying a service or using a local Mac. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. We have a next question. It says, thanks for the useful session, Diego. Do you recommend the best practice solution to manage browser WebDriver version dependencies, because it makes a headache later?
Yeah, there are a bunch of open source projects. Sorry, there are many open source projects doing that, and what we want to do in a couple of months is to bring them together as part of the Selenium ecosystem, WebDriver ecosystem, because that should work out of the box, and we are not doing a good work in that part. Yeah. So it's recommended to use those things. Actually, the code examples in our documentation refer to those projects.
Okay, great. And the second part is, I have previously used a helper library such as WebDriver Manager, but the best way was to use containerized Selenium Hub along with the browsers. Seems like a good way to go.
Yeah, same answer. We also provide Docker containers, Docker images with everything ready for you. But if you want to test locally, I would recommend to use those open source projects that do everything for you.
Okay, thanks again. Next one, do you suggest Selenium applications in gaming or in stocks wherein prices or odds are changing from time to time? The application is built in .NET. Can Selenium recognize Japanese characters?
This is very specific, and yeah, I mean, in theory, characters should work in any testing library, any testing tool, so it should work. And for gaming and in stocks, yeah, I mean, if it's a website, like, you should be able to test it properly with WebDriver and Selenium. Yeah, why not?
Thank you. Okay, next question is also, how good is Selenium 4 for Angular apps? Has it been improved compared to Selenium 3? What has been improved, sorry?
Yeah, this is independent of the test of the web framework. The thing is that Protractor had some helpful features that were hooked to the framework, to the web framework, but under the hood, this is just a helper method. So Selenium is able to test React or Vue or anything. It doesn't. There hasn't been any specific improvement related to that. It's just a website in general.
Yeah, Protractor is going away, but it used Selenium beneath the surface, so it should be okay, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have another Selenium question. How does Selenium handle CAPTCHAs?
It's a very similar question to the OAuth question. So when you have this CAPTCHA, the idea is to avoid robots using your website. So Selenium WebDriver or any automation tool is a robot. So you need to find ways to deactivate that in your testing environment. It's not a good pattern to try to automate CAPTCHAs. Otherwise, the CAPTCHA is not really useful. I mean, the purpose of the CAPTCHA is not really fulfilled.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we have a question for Gleb. How do I put a Cypress command with a callback that returns an object into a custom function to be able to refer the returned object from the callback?
Okay, well, it's a hard one to answer like that, right? Callback inside a callback. The easiest one is when you get an object, wrap it and create a Cypress alias. So you can say as whatever object name. And later in your test code, you can say site.get at object name, and you'll get that object from that alias. Okay, I think that's easiest. If you have any more details, right, ping me on Twitter, provide a code sample, and I'll be able to help you. But
yeah, questions like these are best answered with a practical example.
Yeah,
thanks, Gleb. We have another one for you. which way to choose writing tests? What should the steps look like? Cypress commands or custom functions or actions like open page or page objects?
Excellent question, right? It depends on what you consider most readable and maintainable tests, right? Cypress comes with a lot of commands like site.visit, site.find, site.click, right? If you have very common pieces of tests, right, like login, right, that goes to the page, you can create a custom command and everyone on your project can use site.login, right? But I would not create a custom command for every little thing, right? Because it becomes kind of weird, right? You have so many custom commands and then it's hard to find. If you find that page objects provide uniform way for everyone on a team access the same page, right, without duplication, without duplicating the selectors and the logic, feel free to create it. It's just JavaScript, right? So I don't have a strong preference. I think whatever you find works for you as a team should work for Cypress tests.
That's great, thanks. Okay, now we have a question for Diego. Says, so the idea about end-to-end testing with Selenium 4 is what the mock about network interception, right?
Yes, that's the quick answer. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that other tools that are new in the ecosystem are bringing, and it took us a while to add those things. Yeah, that's the idea, to allow testers and developers to have more introspection and access to information that is living inside the browser and to manipulate that type of features. Yeah.
Awesome, thanks. Okay, we have a question for both of you. What do you think about other popular tools like Playwright and WebDriver, or what is the advantage of your tools compared to them?
Diego, you want to start? This is very interesting.
Yeah, well, against, let's say, Playwright, the advantage is that you can test real browsers with Selenium or WebDriver solutions. So you can test a real Safari, a real Firefox, because Playwright doesn't use a real Safari. They use WebKit, and they use patched versions of Firefox. But it's always a testing decision. No? If you're okay with those risks, then go for it. And WebDriver.io, it's an excellent tool. I mean, it's based on WebDriver. And it's like a sister or a brother from Selenium, so we're all in the same nest. And it's actually really good because it's one of the few tools that can help you to test both mobile and browsers at the same time with the same tool.
Great.
Yeah.
Gleb, what's your take?
Okay, every tool is great, right? My competition, as someone who used to work on Cypress and now uses it a lot, is not another tool. It's not Cypress versus X. It's not Selenium versus WebDriver. It's end-to-end tests versus no end-to-end tests. That's the biggest competitor, right? Majority of companies don't write any kind of end-to-end test, right? Or write a few, and when they fail, and they abandon them. So to me, it's like pick whatever tool you know works for you in a proof of concept, and stick with it, and start writing end-to-end tests for new features going forward, right? And fill the test that you have to write for existing features. That's it. Pick any tool. I don't care.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we have another question regarding automation, authentication. Is it possible to use Selenium to automate tests with sign-in multi-factor authentication?
I have seen that with Appium tests, like somebody simulating the SMS with Appium, and now it's very normal to try to mix OTT authentication, for example, with a WebDriver test and an Appium test, or sometimes XUI driver. So I think taking one step back, it's more about how you see the problem and what tools you identify for each part of the problem, because maybe you can mix an API test with a WebDriver test or an Appium test, or it's more about understanding what you need to test and then choosing the tool. Connecting what Gleb was saying in the end is that if the environment is good enough for you and the tool is the right for you, and you're aware of the pros and cons, and you have identified what you need to do, is actually it's actually fine. So yeah, you should be able to do that with a different set of combination of tools.
Great, thanks. Okay, we have another question. It says, how do you save something in memory so that Cypress doesn't remove it in between tests?
So like I've shown in my presentation, you can use Cypress env object. It's kind of like static object. You can just put it there and it will survive between the tests, right? Another thing that you could do, like I did to make sure it survives browser restarts, is to send it into the plugins object and save it there. That's a process that stays on while the browser can restart. I think these are the best two ways of preserving something between the tests.
Okay, great. Thanks, Gleb. Okay, we have a few more questions. This one's actually in addition to this one. To this point, how does the data session plugin handle the save between specs? Does it use some local storage as other browser?
Like I explained in application, right? When Cypress starts as a process, right, and runs a node using Electron, and it opens a browser. So when you close the browser, the data has to be there. So it sends it because there's a WebSocket connection between the browser and Cypress instance. That's what site task uses to communicate. It sends just this object, stores it in that memory process. When you restart, it can just read it again and restore it.
Awesome, thanks. Okay, we have another question for Gleb. Any tips for migrating a large project from Proctactor with Cucumber to Cypress?
Do it in stages, right? Don't try to migrate everything. Pick maybe the problem area, the test that's flaky or is not finished or is most important, you think, to run. Start with one test, port it, start running both frameworks side by side. Then port another test, right? Then port another one, and slowly transition. Look up in Cypress, I think there's a guide. I'm not aware of any automated tools that can automatically port tests like that. So unfortunately, I think you'll have to manually kind of port them one by one.
Okay, so small baby steps. Thanks.
Baby steps.
Okay, we have another question for Diego. It says, how do you handle asynchronous testing?
Yeah, I was pinging the person in the chat because I don't really understand the context of the question. So I mean, I just don't want to guess because I don't really understand what the question means.
Yeah, it could be a rabbit hole. Okay, we have another question for Gleb. Is there any customized code or library that will measure the performance of the front-end UI, especially UI rendering? Like how much time is taken for the UI to make the event happen?
Okay, that's an interesting question. Just like in any browser, there is performance measurement object that you can grab, right, from the test. You can use that. But I even written a plugin called Cypress Timings or Timestamps. I think Cypress Timestamps that will print timestamp for each command, so you can see how long a visit took and then how long it took to find something else and so on. But I have to caution you, right? Cypress actually absorbs everything. It runs your website in the browser. It has to run its own command log and logic. So it will actually affect the performance of your site a lot, right? Because it's like heavily instruments everything. So the performance numbers that you get will not be accurate and will not really reflect performance in like regular browser, right? So I don't think it's valuable by itself. The only thing that I see valuable is comparing what you get today with what you had, let's say, last week, right? Kind of baseline. If all of a sudden you see slow down, then maybe that's a sign, but not the number by itself.
Okay, so we have to take into account the probe effect.
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, next question. It says, what is the best way to automate a scenario that requires a captcha OTP using Cypress? So I think we can answer that one already.
Disable it.
Yep, so we can move on to the next one, also for Gleb. Is it a good practice to get locators out of test and keep them separately?
It depends on the team, again, right? If your locators are very complicated and sometimes you have to use like long thing, yeah, move them into a separate file, import the locators, right? Just JavaScript, you can just import constants and use them. But only other thing that I would say is don't try to always go for a page. right? If you have a locator for logging in, right, for username, for example, well, the test web page can probably use that. But like I showed in my test, every other test that just needs to be logged in can take a shortcut, right? Maybe reuse session cookie and bypass the login page completely. In that case, it doesn't even need locators, right? So in that case, the spec can have the locators in one place and just use them while testing, but the rest of the task can just get the data.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, we have another Cypress question. It says, do we need to manage data at different levels, test level, test suite level, etc., using Cypress?
Well,
So
in
this
my
is probably how we
experience,
arrange our test framework.
exactly, right? So think about each suite. What is the data that it needs, right? Before each test, it can create the data sessions and say, okay, I need a user, right? I need to be logged in. And then inside, it can say, okay, now I want to test that the user can create a room. Well, in that case, in that suite, right, inside, it can say, okay, before each test in this particular subsuite, create a room, right? So you can be as flexible as you want and just think, what is the data that I need for this test or for this block of tests, and create it there.
Okay, that's great. I think we're out of time for the QA session, so we should announce the small break and see you again in 5 minutes. Thanks a lot for the great answers.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Wow, what an awesome Q&A session, what an awesome block. And thank you to everyone who joined us for this block. And now we have a short announcement about our sponsors. And we want to say thank you to our sponsors, Global App Testing. And I want to tell you a little bit about their awesome products. So what you can do with their app testing, with their offering, they offer free and unrestricted access to their on-demand platform. And basically what you can do, you can send your tests to their community of professionals. They have professional app testers, software testers there. And whenever you need to do this, and you don't have to pay for this. So without spending even $1, you can receive detailed bug report in minutes directly into your existing tools, into your pipeline of testing. And this is super easy, no credit card required. The link will be in the chat right now. And also look for the survey from them, because if you take that survey, you have a chance to win an awesome prize. You have a chance to win a $250 gift card for Apple gift card. So watch in the chat for the survey. Awesome opportunity. Thank you, Global App Testing, once again. Нормально?
Okay, the break is up. We have a next session. Our speaker is Jonathon Wright. He's a Chief Technology Evangelist at Keysight Technologies, and he will be talking about testing in a metaverse. Very interesting topic. So, to get started, Jonathon, can you just share your slides, please?
Sure.
And I'll add them to the stream. Okay, Jonathon, the floor is all yours.
Wonderful. Thanks for that introduction. And I do have a lot of content to go through, so I will try and do my best to get through it in the 30 minutes. So it's fantastic to be back at this year's Geekle event. This year I'm going to be talking about testing in the metaverse. And for some of you who are maybe new to the metaverse, I thought this would be a great, nice first opening picture. And surprisingly looks like Julie Gardner, even though it's not intentionally to be there. But when people talk to me about the metaverse, I talk about the blurring of the lines between technology and the real world. So here's an example.
I'm here to help you explore the world. Ask me a where, what, who, why, or how question, and let's see where we go.
What is the metaverse?
Let me see. Sorry, I don't know what that is.
What is the metaverse?
Let me think. From DBpedia, the metaverse is a hypothesized iteration of the internet, supporting persistent online 3D virtual environments through conventional personal computing, as well as virtual and augmented reality headsets.
So much easier to explain what the metaverse than I'm going to give you an explanation, but also showing that it needs testing, because I said the exact same audio in both instances, and the first time she had no idea what I was talking about. So, I've been talking about the metaverse for quite a while now, and I've got a book that's coming out, which I'll put later on in this around my chapter around this topic. And I think, looking back, and if you've not already seen my TED talk, you can see that I'm actually showcasing behind the metaverse, which is this kind of augmented reality view of, walking down a shopping mall and overlaying graphics and images. And so I'd recommend go and checking that out. Now, if you want to know what that actually looks like as far as, the art of the possible and what the future is, one of my friends put this together, who works, is also on the Harvard Business Council, and they've been doing some really good stuff where they're able to integrate with the Harvard Business Press. So as you open it, this augmented reality starts appearing. But this is a kind of a primary example of what the metaverse is this kind of blurring between technology and the real world that is, to me, a huge opportunity from a testing perspective. And that could be anything. That could be from, things like a gamification perspective of how to encourage particular behaviors, whether that be, in this particular example, shopping, and an augmentation of interacting with products that are on sale, which I'm actually working with a couple of Hollywood-based studios at the moment who are doing products around clickable products that you can buy. So if you see the fruit on the side, you could actually click on it and purchase it directly through this kind of new type of interface. And they're doing it with things like Netflix and streaming services where the meta blurring of the lines becomes even more prevalent. So I wanted to kind of set a bit of scene, and obviously I'm probably not going to be able to get through the entire content within this one session, but I wanted to at least give you some ideas about things you should be thinking about, things that you want to test, and maybe blurring those boundaries a little bit. I'm sure most of you have seen the Matrix demo for Unreal Engine 5, and just the level of how close to reality they're generating these kind of models. I'll refer to people like Tarek and a few other people during my talk who have been testing these kind of systems as well. So, part of this, I suppose, new digital reality is that, we're working in different ways remotely, like I am today. So you can see behind me, I've got 12 screens in front of me, I've got 8 or 9 video streaming cameras. we've got this kind of challenge where we're starting to work in a completely different way. And equally, this kind of blurring of what the real world looks like, and maybe that misrepresentation of what I am, in this new virtual world. And so I wanted to kind of go through that. And I've literally just got this banner sent through to me by the BCS, and I'm working on this with Rex Black and a few other thought leaders around artificial intelligence for software testing, which will be available in March. But I'm actually going to make sure you guys have got a free ebook that we're giving away at the moment, which I'm going to put into the chat, which you can download, which is Tarek from Test.ai's book around testing in AI. So, give you a bit of an example, and there's a few metaverse links which I'll have through it. If you've not seen things like thispersondoesnotexist.com, it's a great example of how, generating, synthetic, people for testing purposes is there. But also, you've probably already seen kind of mixed reality kind of capabilities coming out. So, on the right-hand side, I'm using the Ray-Ban stories, where you directly interact with the cameras that are built into the headset. I'm giving the example with on the left-hand side with the mixed reality, which is native to the Windows 10 and above platform, and how people are looking at collaborating in shared spaces and working on projects with those kind of technology. Now, you might say, well, this is a little bit further than maybe what you're doing at the moment, going from what is Zoom fatigue by doing Zoom meetings or a meeting like we're running today, where it's more of a two-dimensional viewpoint. But there's a lot of technology that's kind of blurring those boundaries already. So as you can see on the back, you've got the standard Teams, but with Teams Mesh, they're then adding your own avatar into there. So one of the things, I've just come off a call actually with the guys in India and some of my R&D guys, and part of it is they've got poor internet connectivity, so not being able to have video makes it really hard for enterprise collaboration. But only sending over the deltas around facial expressions allows them to get involved with conversations a lot easier without having to have bandwidth restrictions. And this is definitely something I'm seeing with some of the teams that I've got in Penang and also in Bangkok. So I think we've got to think about how we do enterprise collaboration, and I think this kind of mixed reality, VR, MR is a really important kind of evolution of that. Whether or not you're going to go from what I've got in the corner of Google glasses, which obviously didn't do well, but then the new Apple glasses, and which are coming out but next year. So we're going to start seeing a lot more augmentation. I've been talking to actually a car manufacturer today who uses a lot of this technology as well, so for heads-up displays. So this kind of ability to kind of augment things into the physical world is nothing really that new. But yeah, so I kind of wanted to kind of give a bit of a backdrop of like, how do we move around? And there's a really great link, which I'll give you at the end, for Tarek's latest blog. And, he was talking about, well, how do we make these interactions for things like conferences more interactive and move away from maybe what you're seeing on the left with, just Zoom calls, stream calls. And then on the right, you can see kind of these events, which are starting to kind of get into this 8-bit kind of mode, very retro, but you can interact with people and talk to them, and then it just opens up a video. But before actually COVID, we ran a conference with Verbella, which is what you're seeing on the screen, which is a completely customized experience, which you can design the rooms, you can the collaboration spaces. And this was, like I said, prior to kind of COVID and the kind of the lockdown challenges. But we actually ran this, and this is a VR with headset from an Oculus One, I think, not the Oculus 2, but where you're actually able to interact with other people. We were able to do kind of live demonstrations with people, so being able to go up, you see the screens pop up on the side, but each one of those screens had a full browser with all sorts of information and examples going on. You could interact with the people that are around you. You could collaborate on a wall together. So if we've got an example, I think, coming through where we actually did live demos with testing mobile devices on a collaboration space, And I think this isn't, something new. This is something that's been around for quite a few years now. And I think part of these technologies and these collaboration spaces, and whether you go fully immersive as far as VR or MR is one thing, but actually you can interact with these, with people just on normal collaboration tools like Teams and Slack, which we're all very familiar with in very similar ways. And if you think about, some of the moves that we've seen definitely in the last kind of couple of years with, being able to collaborate and talk with there's so many viewpoint, changes to how we interact with other people and collaborate with other people. So I think we've got to also think about how we test this, and we, also more importantly, make sure that we can have the right amount of, people in a room interacting and not massively kind of causing kind of delays in adding an extra level of complexity of having to use all this additional compute power. But anyway, so a bit of an example for kind of, 3D worlds and maybe what this move to the metaverse may look like and may look like for you on a daily basis, in the not so far distant future. So, I wanted to kind of give a bit of a good example. So, another example which I've seen in a mixed reality landscape is I was in December. I was in Disney, and obviously you can see on the left-hand side, there's an augmented reality, a metaverse app which knew where I was and then was asking me to do things based on the location that I was at. And then on the right-hand side, you can see a fully immersive VR experience where 6 or 7 people are actually piloting it and dynamically changing the experience, the hydraulics, the whole structure behind it. So these simple apps that, blur the boundaries between what was actually going on and what people were doing in the real world on the left to the actual adventure and the actual kind of interactions on the left. And, those near field kind of areas, those GPX locations, those, what I was doing for Google and Apple exposure notifications with MIT, these are kind of what you're going to start seeing as apps that blur these boundaries between the real world and technology. And there's another example here with the Spider-Man thing where, you've got this kind of poly gamifications of competing against each other and other people who are actually, going on the rides every day to see who gets the highest score. So, you're starting to see these kind of rich environments, but you're also understanding these kind of representation. And I use the word NFT for a second, but these physical representations of yourself moving into the digital representation of yourself or a 3D model. And then, of course, the NFT artifact of your, how you actually see yourself in this new metaverse. Now, we all know, NFT and the hype around NFT might be that actually, these things, especially with the blockchaining and crypto wallets and things like that, might be slightly overkill for this kind of first wave. But you can definitely see how, this digitalization representation of yourself that actually translates into games, into achievements that you unlock, whether or not you're driving a car and you get rewarded for driving sensibly or parking successfully 50 times. Suddenly those NFT kind of achievements are transferable between your Mercedes and BMW and Lamborghini or whoever you're doing. You've already unlocked this kind of digital NFR, so you can then translate it across. So we're starting to see these kind of rich experiences, but of course they all need testing. And also you probably by at this point saying, well, this isn't anything new, right? It's not like this is a kind of a new wave of technology that's never really existed before. Gamification has had a number of iterations, and of course it dates back to the Snow Crash novel, which I think was maybe the early noughties or maybe even the 90s. So, again, nothing new. But, I took an interest, which you probably see on this side here, with a whole stack of people who we meet every Friday around gamification. And we talk about this kind of technology and how it's changing. And some of them work, for charities or heart foundations and work on how you interact with 3D representations of people swimming or whatever it may be. But it's this, how do we blur those new boundaries? How do we deal with those new entry points? So I kind of wanted to take you on my journey for a little bit and kind of say, well, where did I start? I started back in the 90s, as you can probably see in this bottom left-hand corner, using whatever it was, in the early 90s when the internet was well, fairly new. But what you might see on the right-hand side is over here is actually some augmented reality glasses. So these were 3D glasses, which were pretty much the first generation. And this might be 97, 98. And obviously in those days, one would flicker different to the other. And then all it was doing was interchanging the frames on the actual screen, which you were using. But what it gave was not only 3D depth, but it gave the illusion that you were in the augmented reality landscape where, there was depth. And I think, that move back in the 90s is probably not that far away from what we were doing. And those days I was, using things like XRunner and WinRunner to, you can probably see my office set up at the bottom, to test systems like the voice over IP system, which I've got sat there on the desk. And, part of these evolutions is that it's not an evolutional approach. These aren't new things. The idea of being able to play a game on the left-hand side and then become a ranking position on a leaderboard isn't really much of a new thing. And, but I think the essence of how we start bringing this data, or, if you were thinking about like NFTs and the metaverse, things like oracles, which inform you about data, about statistics, about how many scores people have done or how many kills people have got, that kind of numbers are all metadata that's stored within that landscape and then are validated by, in essence, 3 third-party applications, which are showing these stats of, you rank 1 out of 295 people. And again, this dates back to the 90s. This isn't anything that's new. And then we kind of got this kind of blurring. And as much as we didn't like it, I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg kind of took the hit a little bit with Meta and maybe introducing Meta a bit early. Was, how do we get people to start using this in a social way? Using things like, Face Farmville, and you can probably see there. There's Julie Gardner, and then she's somewhere in my other list down here. And there's different platforms. There's the actual mobile app versus the the browser app versus the 3D experience where you're catching Pokemon. So part of it is things evolved, and this kind of concept around worlds, and you might see lots of hype around well, actually I own this bit of land and therefore I can build stuff in a virtual world like Second Life, which I own. Again, that's not that much different to EverQuest Next, which never went GA, but the beta concept was, you've got a plot of land and then you therefore own that land and you could then build on it or, develop a community on it. And again, this might look like new technology, but, back again to the 90s, I was, if anyone remembers the early days of MMOs, this kind of concept, I was actually a master politician. And so therefore I actually had to, get people to vote to keep me into my city, which I built, which was down here, which I kind of built the land and everything else. But also from an NFT transactional point of view, I ran a store, and within the store you could buy, in my case, droids, and I could sell you schematics. But, part of it is that might have happened in the virtual world again back in the 90s, but now these are environments that people are terraforming and building in the real world now, well, in the digital world, and owning those. And then there's this translation of, well, how do I become part of that world? Yes, I've got, a Vibe, or I've got, a PlayStation, which obviously the Sony VR set has announced the new one. But, then you've got things like, the Microsoft Connect, which then kind of understands your gestures, or in this case, doesn't very well, and then tries to reload those into the virtual world. So, there's this transition where we're going in from, how we map and model that into how we immersively, enter these systems. And these systems could be driving simulators. They, of course, we got Gran Turismo coming out this year. Again, another VR title, the original VR Sony VR title, and this one's a little bit older than that. But I kind of wanted to kind of show kind of the age of these things, is that actually it's not that different. And I own the car as well, so I know what that feels like in real life. And there's these scenarios where people like Aston Martin are providing the car, but also a digital blueprint of NFT of the car, which is exclusive to you. And, you're starting to see these kind of really weird physical to non-physical items. Of course, people like Adidas and and other people, trainers and stuff, have been kind of coming through, where you buy the trainer and all the Jordans, and you also get the digital version, and then you could in essence wear those in something like Fortnite. So you're starting to see this kind of blurring, and actually I've got, which you'll probably not know, but the woman who's on the screen at the moment is an AI who was reading out my book chapter. And partly now is we've got these kind of augmented AI assistants, and actually one of the conferences that I did the other day, I actually used them to actually do the entire conference, and nobody knew it wasn't a real person. But as we get the hype, we're of course going to get this kind of the hype curve really that goes behind it. And like we would say about IoT is like, well, where's IoT? Well, it's massive everywhere, but it was a hype 10, 15 years ago. Big data, well, now it's data lakes, or it's something else, or data engineering. And I was at CES, as you can see, at the start of this year, and again there was a whole stack of booths around NFTs, and of course everyone is trying to push into that. And there's already a massive kind of negative reaction, because blockchain is now like the 6th biggest country as far as polluters are concerned, that people aren't really wanting to adopt the technology for the technology's sake. And obviously, if you've seen the latest episode around, South Park, they're taking the mick about the fact that, should Denny's be selling, NFTs as part of their customer base? And I think the answer is probably the use cases are wrong, but the technology is sound in the sense of the underlying idea of owning digital assets and actually having a decentralized network makes complete sense, and having right of ownership for those content makes massive sense. But again, this is not new. And then when we add in the technology, for instance, what we do at Keysight, we do autonomous vehicles. So if when I was in Singapore, you had the autonomous buses that would go around, and this is 2017. This is in Silicon Valley when they had the robots in Westfield, which notoriously ended up on YouTube for falling into a river, into a pond, feature pond, after avoiding hitting somebody who was walking into them. And then, of course, you've got the new Formula E autonomous vehicles that are, driving around racing people. And of course, last week or the week before, the 3 AIs which were played against some of the best drivers in the world, and again beat them in the same way that they did with Go. And then, of course, you've got autonomous, next generation, flights as well, which, if Uber in Dubai can offer you a flight, an autonomous flight, you can pick that up. But I think we've seen these challenges starting to happen. And on the left-hand side, you can see the pandemic, and that, I think I was dropping off a car at the garage, and straight away it recognized who I was, did a check to see what my temperature was, to see if I was, had potential COVID signs, and then let me go through. More concerningly, they literally had the IP address of the thing. So I'm not even going to worry about security for a second. But then on the right-hand side, you can see our Keysight booth. And what we've got is in essence, a radar system, which we use to identify 512 objects. Don't ask me what happens if there's 513. I need to test that this week. But it shows you how, instead of how potentially, the other providers like Tesla actually look at a block of areas and recognize what those areas are. This allows you to identify each one of those individually and understand the risk. It's part of more car2x, so it's an infrastructure to X, instead of just a single autonomous vehicle working on its own right. Is that's actually passing the information to other users on the road. There's an item on the road, or there's a bump on the road, you need to fix it. But not only the bump on the road, you need to tell the council to go and fix that, and then change the air suspension. So there's a lot of technology that's coming through, and we're testing this at the moment. I should have included some of the 5G and 6G kind of stuff that we're doing at the moment, which is incredibly cool in the sense of how, you're testing these next generation systems. But, I think part of bringing hardware and software together is we kind of ignore the software in a way, and we kind of get, too kind of focused on kind of the software side of things. So how we combine those together, and you'll have seen me speak at multiple conferences over the year, like Star West, where I've talked about things like augmented reality and VR. And there was some great ones around Tarantino, selling off Pulp Fiction as NFTs, and I've talked about Pokemon Go and how we actually used model-based testing to create all the different permutations to validate it, and then pass in the emulate the camera, emulate the GPS information, emulate the battery location. Again, this isn't new, but this is technology which is evolving at a pace where people need to be able to actually keep up with. And then you've got challenges like, for instance, things like performance engineering. How do you ensure that these environments actually can allow people to run things like time-sensitive events? You do a big, fair enough, Adele didn't turn up to Vegas when I was there, but these big events where you've got hundreds of millions of people trying to get onto these systems. And I had the same experience this week with Lost Ark, which was another Amazon game that kind of followed New World. And again, it was 8,000 minutes to log in. And, you think if it was 8,000 minutes to log in and buy something from Amazon, you wouldn't buy it. So part of it is we need to think about chaos engineering. We need to think about how we model these incredibly complex systems and deal with things like Lindar, deal with things like gains, Google, Apple exposure notifications, like what I've talked about last year at the work that I did with MIT. We need to work out how we test these systems and provide some confidence around them when they're mixing the boundaries between these different worlds. So, I think there's so much to think about.
Hello, Star. Today's talk featuring Jonathon Wright as an API tester in the cloud.
Alexa, what is an API?
In computer programming, an application programming interface is a set of subroutine definitions.
Tell a 5 to turn on to 21 degrees.
So I actually did this at Star West live on the area with obviously my Hive system, which you'll see now comes through at 21 degrees. But I did that live on the stage with an Alexa Tap, which they never brought out in the UK. But it was a device that literally allowed me to connect to my IoT device back in the UK and control it. And my dog has a GPX geo-fenced tag on him, which actually allows me to know if he goes outside of the house range that I've got a problem and sets off an alarm. We've got of course not allowed to be in this country, but you've got this new wave of devices that people are using, and then they're gamifying those ones, and they're doing dynamic insurance things. There's lots of new experiences that I think we're seeing through there, which are requiring that move between the real world and software, which we need to be able to test. And I've done quite a few episodes on testing-world.com, and I've talked about testing, and I showed testing about 35 devices and what that actually looks like, and how different interactions work, and avoid like when I get on flights and the system's actually pixie booting and trying to get not even booting up. These things need to be more enterprise grade. And I know I've only got 2 minutes left, so I'm just going to summarize this, and I want to share some of the great links. I know I've got a Q&A session coming in about half an hour, so I'll come back and take some of those great questions. But what I'm working on at the moment, which is the next generation technology, is around this concept of Shift Right, where I can create a digital twin based on real user journeys. So actually, here's one from our R&D guys at the moment, where we've actually hooked it up into a system, and we can map every single journey which people are doing within our system. And then we could automatically generate not only the digital twin, but actually run all of the automation. So I'm not going to go through there. Plus, it's not a vendor-based talk. So I just want to leave you with these two really useful artifacts. The first one, which I recommend everyone go and download now. If you go to bit.ly and then literally go to AI-driven testing, one word. I think it might be case sensitive, but I don't know because it's the internet. But it will let you download Tarek's new book, which is brilliant. And then secondly, of course, there's the link there around his latest blog around testing the metaverse. I'd have to give that one in. And then, of course, there's a link there to my, big announcement that I've joined as the chief technology evangelist for Keysight. So, huge big announcements. And I'm going to leave you with a funny blend of me going between the real world and the digital world. And I'm going to bring back in our coordinator for the session, and I look forward to taking some of your questions in half an hour.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jonathan. This was an awesome and original presentation. Let me just next speaker. Our next speaker is Thomas, who is a test automation architect at Red Green Refactor company. And the talk will be about rise and benefits of the robotic process automation. Thomas, if you could just start sharing your slides so I can add them. Okay. Okay, the floor is all yours.
Hey, thank you much. So I like to go thematic with my presentations, and also if the day suits me to go thematic as well for the holidays. So happy belated Valentine's Day for everyone. Welcome to the rise and benefits of robotic process automation. So I hope you like robots. See how many you can name from this presentation. So a little bit about myself. I am a test automation architect and Red Green Refactor is my team's blog on automation and DevOps. Before I was in IT, I was a scientist for around a decade. I'm also an avid board gamer, own around 3,000 board games. I am an evangelist for Ruby Cucumber. It's my primary tool set I like to use to help teams adopt behavior-driven development. And I have a lovely cartoon family who thankfully is being quiet right now during this presentation. Let's dive right in. What are we going to learn today? Well, I'm going to set the baseline for a shared understanding about what exactly is RPA and the benefits for RPA adoption. I'm going to walk you on the path for adoption of robotic process automation and provide you some tool comparisons for the most popular tools in the industry. And lastly, I'll finish off by showing some metrics for tracking the adoption of your program. So let's go in. What is robotic process automation? RPA is a term given to technology that allows developers to programmatically emulate the actions of a human to execute a business process. So oftentimes this will be something that occurs on the UI layer to capture data or interact with an application or across multiple applications. And the goal is to perform those tasks that are considered repetitive or time consuming. This is slightly different than, you could say, the traditional automation, the test automation that we're used to, and that we care about business processes rather than just confirming, say, the functional aspect of an application's behavior. Within RPA, there's a term that's often referred to as bots. So bots are those program sequence of activities performed by the tools. They can do something as simple as navigate through a web page or go through a decision recommendation on a mortgage loan application. The depth of your bots are dependent upon what the use cases that you want to look at. And within these bots, there are two generally considered types. One is the attended bot. That means you're working with the robotic process in the background, such as helping you out with data entry and onboarding, say, a new employee for HR. And you have the unattended bots. That means those are robotic process that executes in absence of human interaction, such as processing invoices. To dive into further in terms of some of the categories of RPA solutions, because it also matters with regards to, if you're going with a commercial tool, the degree to which you're investing in it. You have assisted bots. Those are ones that are deployed to a human worker's workstation to help with those common tasks. Unassisted bots are ones that you would say deploy to a server, and they can be manually controlled. Autonomous bots are there that often have listeners to act and have complex decision trees depending upon priority of seeing, hey, what is the external input? And based upon that external input, this is how I'm going to shift and react. Or here's my workload balance based upon a number of processes that are concurrent. And then you have cognitive bots. Those are bots that are integrated with AI technologies, such as machine learning and natural language processing, to help out with those common business processes. So you've likely heard about RPA, at least have enough interest to attend this talk. What are some of the common benefits? Especially because RPA's become very strong in the last few years in terms of usage across many different industries. Well, one is it provides a fast return on investment. There's a lot of pre-built libraries within RPA that is pretty much you set up and you're ready to go. A lot of out-of-the-box work. It has a minimal upfront investment for those POCs or proof of concepts to actually show here's some immediate value and here's how it's going to extend within your team or organization. And you also have limited disruptions on the systems they interact with. They often ride on top of existing processes, sit on existing workstations or servers to execute. So you don't have to have a lot of infrastructure set up. And the core question that often comes back is, do we build our own or do we buy? The commercial tooling, as I mentioned, often includes libraries with those workflows that work across those same applications that you likely have and use on your team or within your company with predefined setup. So it's pretty much a template that you interact with and fill in the blanks, and you're off and ready to go. And as the sort of scope of these companies expand in terms of the number of different clients, so too do the number of use cases that they've managed to template, which makes it easier for you to get set up. So additionally, we care about errors and logging. So we know that from the human perspective, we're prone to lots of errors when we're going through repetitive tasks or a lot of heavy data entry. Automated workflows can help address that. Additionally, one of the benefits is tooling has activity logging. So we can identify common failure points within that process, so that way we can fix those exceptions. A side benefit of this logging is we can actually help out with regulatory compliance. I don't know about the rest of you, but twice per year, I have to spend about a week working with our internal compliance teams to make sure that we've actually gone through and adhered to our set standards, because we're a heavily regulated industry. To have that logging in place makes it easier for us to just simply report back if, yes, we have the necessary controls in place and we haven't gone outside the bounds of what we agreed to. Here's the full activity logs for you to confirm that. So what are some of the common risks and rewards associated with RPA? Well, the risk is, one, because you have bots doing this instead of humans, you have the risk of a sort of like super user as a bot that could reveal personally identifiable information, or SOX compliance for those of you in the United States. You can also run into issues of you're not proceeding beyond the POC. You go through that initial setup with your 5 flows that you've identified, and you never have a plan to expand further than that. You don't have the strategic element in place. You just have the tactics down. From a reward perspective, it's much faster from a processing perspective over a lot of manual workflows. You have ease of adoption and scaling. It's easy to achieve that cost neutral status in the first year of doing work. You can implement this across multiple business segments. So don't think about this as just a technology only implementation. This is an implementation that goes across your company. You can have a measurable reduction in errors for a number of the processes you go through. And of course, as I mentioned, that built-in logging capability for failure analysis and regulatory compliance. If you're going on your RPA journey, what do you need to take with you? Well, in building out a program, you start with that small POC, but you also have to align people, process, and technology, so that way everyone's on board, moving in the same direction. So the expectations you may want to set forth at the beginning are that the RPA solution operates across the same layers of the application as a human worker. The libraries you have will integrate with a standard tech stack and have reusable components, that you version controlled it. You should treat your RPA solution with the same degree of care as you would a developed application internally. So treat your RPA code with the same care as you would your development code. You want to set the level of internal technical prowess, and this is making a determination of who's going to actually work on these RPA solution. Are they going to be existing developers? Are they going to be testers? Are they going to be business analysts who maybe have never programmed a line of code in their life? When you set your company or team on a path of RPA, you need to make that determination of, do we want to do a code, low code, or codeless solution? Lastly, you need to have in place a standard for defect tracking and associated test coverage. You are developing a brand new application. It just so happens this application interacts with others within your existing tech stack. You still need to have a way to track those defects and coverage of your RPA processes. When you are building, I always recommend that people keep the enterprise in mind. That means that the expectation is to scale out, and having that strategic mindset from that beginning is going to help you. It should be an upfront concern. So some key questions to ask yourself as you're building out is, are the bots going to be running on virtual machines or in the cloud? Will the bots be attended, unattended, or both? Will the platform support web services? Do you have a central application server to help orchestrate? And what security standards do you actually have in place? We need to make sure that we don't create any so-called super users as bots that have access to a lot of systems that humans otherwise would not have. So I mentioned orchestration. This is a key component because as you expand your program and have flows running across multiple business segments, you need to make sure to have some form of central control to orchestrate all of that execution. The purpose of that is you want to keep that separation of duties so you can have a number of smaller service accounts or bots that can be used across flows, so that way you don't have to unintentionally reveal personally identifiable information or have a user that has more access than it should. You can keep track of execution schedules, maintaining a stable state for execution. You can track the total execution time. You can have a central place to have your logs, and you need to have support for execution failures. The same way as you would want to have a central tracker, say like a Jenkins server as a master that you can manage all of your build and deployments, so too do you want a central execution orchestration server existing for your RPA process. And I'd say fortunately for many of the solutions on the market, they already existing have an orchestrator built in. So without orchestration, you have the risk of having runaway bots that are poorly tracked, as in each team has their own set of bots, or maybe a separate group has some and another business segment has some, and you end up missing out on a lot of those reuse benefits as well as tracking for your overall program. So when you're building together the RPA team, you have to form a new group. It's okay in your POC to pull in existing people from teams on a volunteer basis, but if you want to expand, you need to have a mix of individuals focused on either the strategic or the tactical aspects of that implementation. What do I mean by this? From the tactical side, you want to have an RPA developer that includes experts responsible for developing and testing the bots. You also should have an architect, someone who's going to design those solutions, select the tooling, and establish guidelines for adoption across the enterprise. For that RPA developer role, it could be someone existing within your company. It could also be someone you pull in from outside who has expertise in the given solution or generally is an RPA developer. The architect should ideally be someone within your company, someone who has good domain knowledge, who can help out and support what are the best candidate flows. From a strategic side, you need to have a champion. This is an individual who's going to advocate for that adoption across multiple business segments. So think of someone who's good in working with the C-level executives, because you're not just going to be focused on the technology side for your implementation. You are diving into finance, into HR, into marketing, into every area of your company to identify good candidate flows. That champion must be good at working with the heads of each one of those divisions, as well as anyone higher up. Additionally, you're going to have RPA analysts. These are folks who have good domain knowledge about the business and are responsible for creating those flows. So these are people that are likely pre-existing. These are your application SMEs, the people who know all the skeletons in the closet, who can tell you exactly what it is that people do with their systems on a day-to-day basis. So that way they can quickly identify those good candidate flows and help support the adoption by those RPA developers. So I mentioned at the outset that there are a lot of tools available for you to select. And it can be quite overwhelming when looking to see what's available on the market. But before you select the tool, you have to ask yourself, what are some key aspects that we need as a company, rather than finding a tool and trying to make it fit to your needs? So will the organization want to pay on a per transaction or per process basis? Do you want to pay for fixed usage or variable usage? Do you have access to training and documentation to uplift your organization with that new tool? What is the company's product support model? And how often is the platform updated? Do you see a feature roadmap that, even though the tool may not have the best sort of solution for you right now, but know in the future that it will? And who are the business partners? And can those pre-built libraries be used immediately? Ideally, you want to have a lot of out-of-the-box templates, these libraries that you can use to immediately get off the ground. When you can show immediate success with a solution, that's how you win over people to help support your adoption. So you have, as I mentioned, you've got a lot of tools in the industry that can be used, and it can be quite difficult to select one or to go through and say, hey, we're going to select these subset of tools to help us in our adoption. So do not worry about this. I'm going to provide you an overview of some of the most popular tools in the industry. What I would recommend when you're trying to make a selection is to look at Forrester or Gartner insights on some of the leaders. So here are 4 of the companies that you can say are sort of leading in the industry. The first of which is Blue Prism, which I used at a prior client of mine. So Blue Prism's been around for quite a while. They have a design studio that's got that low technical hurdle. So you can have people that have got some programming experience, not a lot, and be able to be successful. It has a very simple drag and drop UI design that looks like a Visio diagram when you're building out your flows. They have Citrix and VDI integration. Additionally, they have third-party accreditation for certification. So they have their own internal training program. People can become certified Blue Prism developers. That will help you if you're adopting this tool, if you're recruiting more people to expand your program, to make sure that you get someone who's a certified Blue Prism developer. Additionally, you have Automation Anywhere. This was a solution that originally was solely focused on desktop, but they expanded their offerings to include most application types. And ultimately, that's what you want for an RPA solution, something that can work web, mobile, desktop, database, services, you name it, everything under the sun. So building those RPA workflows also have a low technical hurdle. But if you want to build more advanced workflows, you do need to have XML or C# programming experience. You have a central control feature, scheduling and triggering capabilities, so that orchestrator is an all-important component for an expanded program. And they also offer accreditation for certification. One thing that you will note for the sort of leaders in the industry is they have their own sort of form of a university, their own training that's baked in to help with adoption. And many of these firms originally made their training completely free because they want people to use their platform. So Microsoft is in the game. Originally, they called their solution Flow. Maybe you've also heard of like Power BI. So now Microsoft calls the term Power Automate as their solution. So this is a cloud-native, low-code platform with both UI and API-based automation. It offers training and learning resources as part of their partner program. Their solution is intended to have a low entry barrier. So if you're working right now on a Windows machine, then you can literally pull down and start Power Automate on your local at no cost. So it makes it very easy to learn about RPA and some of the solutions available without really a big hurdle for you to begin the discovery journey. So their platform that they want to make sure that can help support an enterprise has automation ideation included, ROI calculation, you have portfolio management. They additionally offer native support for OCR, optical character recognition, document handling, analytics, etc. And they've also added an AI builder. So this is pre-built and customizable models that make it easy for you to, I'll put this in quotations, adopt an AI-based RPA processes. And I'll explain on that in a little bit. So as I mentioned, one of the sort of core benefits of any RPA solution are using templates. Make it easy to sort of fill in the blank. So Power Automate does that. They've got hundreds of templates that have a specific purpose. And as you can imagine, most of their templates fit within the sort of Microsoft stack, but you expand beyond that into some of the most, you could say, commonly used applications. So for instance, there's a template for you sending yourself a text notification when your boss emails you. Always a good to know when the boss wants something done. And to show that specific example, here's a flow that uses Office 365 and Slack. So this flow checks to see if an email that has been sent to your Outlook is from your boss. It will set up to push a Slack notification directly to you. Otherwise, if it's from anyone else, do nothing. And you can see on the right-hand side, it's a very easy flow diagram of on a new email, pull up my profile, do this simple check. If it's from my boss, send me a notification. If it's not, do nothing. And this is the form that many of the RPA solutions take. Of any time that you need to do something more complex or you have user input, it will expand that box for you to insert the information. But if you want to be more complex and introduce decision trees, that's when you're going to have some programming knowledge. I mentioned earlier that Power Automate has an AI builder. This is for multiple model types to help you leverage AI in your automation. So they do things like category classification, language detection, prediction, form processing, object detection, to say if you want to automate your expense reports, or if you want to try to categorize user feedback based upon their focus, or if you want to potentially identify fraudulent transactions, which is very important if you work for a financial institution, or just simply get alerted to social media posts referencing your brand. Sometimes you're going to end up having production defects that are not going to lead to service desk calls, but will lead to general discomfort by your client base. So being able to monitor social media and pull out that information is important in identifying where you have problems. The big boy on the block, though, is UiPath. So they're the ones that you could say are the leader in the industry. So their platform has cloud orchestration, has testing capabilities, and AI. They've got more than 3,000 clients. And in 2021, they were valued at $35 billion. They went public in 2021. I believe it was in April of last year. So why? Why UiPath beats out the rest of the competition? They've got good marketing. They made their training program completely free, along with accreditation for a number of years. This is a sort of like alpha and then beta test for their training that led to a lot of people adopting it and then also trying to use it at their company. They've got multiple tiers of their IDE to fit the technical skill set. So I mentioned at the beginning that they have people who have zero coding experience, some people with coding experience. They have an IDE that matches those individuals where you can transfer flows from one to the other. They have support for most of those tech stacks with a lot of pre-built activities. So it's really like plug and play, you're ready to go. Additionally, they have strategic partnerships to other tech, such as working with Postman, working with Sauce Labs, etc., that make it easier for you to fit the solution within your existing tech stack. And they have Test Manager, so something that will help you integrate in with your existing platform, regardless of what your project tracking tool is, and add testing to it. So here's an example with Studio Pro. So Studio Pro allows a developer to create automated tests just like RPA workflows. And again, if you look at the image on the far right, it's a simple plot diagram similar to a Visio diagram. They have a Studio X version for those people who are less technically adept. Say your business analysts who have never coded before. They can create their initial flows and then import them into Studio Pro, where the RPA developers will add in the necessary test coverage, will expand and work and refine those flows. So their capabilities for testing those workflows can come in the form of Gherkin style, a given when then. And that's, again, what you see on the right-hand side. It's a given when then style flow. You can also support API testing, as I mentioned beforehand, with Postman, and you can import collections in Postman. They also have an orchestrator that will allow you to execute test cases from Studio Pro, or you can execute it via CI/CD pipeline separately. And they have built-in support for natural language processing, multiple forms of OCR, as well as machine learning. So they got off to a jump start compared to some of the other competition in terms of the integrations with the tech stack and the free training. And that allowed them to, I would say, get most of the industry. And I would say one of the sort of game changers that occurred a couple of years ago when Ingo Phillips joined UiPath is building out this sort of test manager hub. So it's used to manage the tests and can link in to your existing ALM tools such as Jira. The Studio Pro can be used for automating those tests and Orchestrator for the execution. So having this sort of like all-in-one solutions that can fit within a tech stack really helps with adoption. So that way you can directly provide that linkage from test cases back to your requirements. You can update user stories from your IDE, as well as create bug reports with log information and screenshots. So being able to just do it once and push it to your systems as a single source of truth is much better than having a separate tool that you use, get information, and then still have to do more data entry. Again, automation is supposed to be about supporting us, making our lives easier, not making it more difficult. So here's an example. So Test Manager has several connectors. So if you want to connect in and say to X-Ray or into Zephyr with Jira, you can connect into those tools and you can synchronize those requirements between the tool and an external source. You can thereby create test cases in there that can be either manual or automated. So sometimes we have test cases that are not good candidates for automation, or they're only good candidates under certain circumstances. So we can list those as manual and still store them in that same location, and then have the option to execute them later manually or have them be excluded. Those automated test cases are created in Studio Pro, and they're linked back through Test Manager. So that allows you to have all of your tests located in one source And when you update them in UiPath, you update, say, an execution occurred, you can have that reflect in your test tracking tool. So again, makes it easier so you don't have to worry about updating in one place after executing in another. So when you're building out your program, you want to track your own progress. You say, what are some of our key performance indicators to indicate that we've actually been successful? So RPA is about an investment of time and resources because you are investing in a brand new application and people who are going to support that. So you want to make sure that your program is successful and goes beyond that POC stage. Things that you want to measure are the viability of your actual implementation, justifying the initial investment, making those iterative improvements, making evidence-based decisions about which flows are the best candidates to work on next. And there's several stages of maturity when you are adopting your RPA program. You have your initial pilot stage to measure your foundational work. And then you have your mature stage to measure long-term benefits with those enhancements. So one of the challenges is understanding what exactly the cost of doing business is for activities. These are often back-of-the-envelope calculations about, well, how long does it actually take to go through all the setup to onboard someone or provide them the necessary access once they've joined the company? Or how long does it take for us to set up, say, all of the test data that's needed for in a given environment? So we have a lot of just different conditions that we want to calculate and then use that as our baseline for when we're going to go through adoption. So some of the metrics that you can use in the pilot state include the adoption rate. So the adoption of the program across those business units or simply by candidate workflows that you've identified. The time savings you have, which is the time spent per workflow. You divide that into the time spent completing that workflow and the downtime and stages of the workflow that is reduced. Your output improvement is simply looking at pre and post implementation output for a workflow and how easily you can actually scale and reuse those tasks. The enhanced accuracy. Again, this is something where you may not know exactly the number of errors for a workflow, over the course of time, but you can create at least a back of the envelope calculation for it. And then security. Those are vulnerabilities measured in the number of controls on the bots versus the people. So I will give an example of one of those sort of back of the envelope calculations is in one of my prior firms that I worked for. Anytime that someone would call into our phone bank, whether they be a colleague or a customer, they would open up a number of applications internally. In this case, they opened up to 6 different applications to get all the customer information out to help them out, whether it's simply a password reset or help with a transaction that was posted to their account. So this process of opening up all of these windows, all these different applications, took on the order of 30 to 40 seconds per person. With RPA, when they came in, that customers pre-verified, on that local workstation, we would already open up those applications and go to that customer or colleague's profile. So this process ended up shaving off about 20 seconds of time per call, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you multiply that 20 seconds by thousands of calls per year, and quickly you add up all of that time, and it ends up saving multiple people's worth of time, as in around 1,800 to 1,900 hours is what an average person works in a year, and say a given 40-hour work week with time off. If you can save up for multiple people's worth of time in helping out a customers, you lead out with better customer interaction because they're being helped more quickly, as well as saving the time for the colleagues. From a mature state perspective, we look at time to completion, so the time it takes to complete a process manually before and after implementation, the accuracy, the rework time, plus the cost of implementing that task, the downtime reduction, the downtime needed to complete a workflow by humans versus these bots because you don't have to sit around waiting. And employee happiness. This is something that's not often considered. So whenever you say that, hey, we're going to adopt automation in your workplace and we want to document some of the things you do, people's mind immediately goes to, oh no, I'm going to be replaced with a bot. No, it's about taking away those time-consuming tasks, those redundant tasks that people hate, and allowing them to do more cognitively fulfilling tasks. So you need to survey the employee's happiness and level set with them. The purpose of the program is not to replace them, it is to help support them. Lastly is yearly compliance. As I mentioned at the outset, it's a pain in the butt dealing with internal audit as well as external audits. Anytime you can have those logging activities put in place, you can make your life much easier and you can potentially reduce regulatory fines. So it's important overall that you make your progress visible for your program, that the telemetry introduced through those orchestration tools should be trackable, accurate, consistent, and objective. You should focus on key operation metrics like utilization of those bots and the capacity versus manual tasks. Most of those commercial RPA tools have analytics capabilities baked in, so use them. Provide that insight to your executives, provide the insight to the team members. So what are some of the key takeaways we learned today? So it's important to note that when you're working on this program, however small the scale, you need to make sure the stakeholders are working side by side with the development team in implementing the solution. You want to build agreement with the team on what the successful end state and KPIs are. The RPA team should maintain a consistent pace of work, just like any other application development team. Again, you should treat your RPA code with the same care your development code. So too should you treat your developers with the same care as you would any application developers. So you should build your program at a steady, successful rate. And lastly, no one metric that I presented here is going to determine success or failure of a program. You want to use your telemetry as a context to drive those decisions on your best candidate workflows, on the success of those workflows, and making sure that people who have their tasks replaced with RPA are happy with it, and that the knowledge that you've garnered from this are reused at other instances of implementation. So thank you very much for your time. Now open up to our Q&A for the next 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks for the interesting session. RPA is quite an intriguing topic that you covered. Let me just add Jonathon as well for the QA session so we can start. We got a couple of questions here. Okay, so the first one is for Jonathon. It's what are the possible causes for the cases for the Metaverse testing? Sorry.
Yeah, so it's a great question, and I just wanted to thank our other candidate on here because the link at the end was to the book, which was the testing AI systems in the age of DevOps, but with Iran, and that was something we did during lockdown. So there's thanks for the plug on there. So yeah, great question around Metaverse testing, and one of the things I didn't include on my initial deck was around just the native support for testing on via Android for things like Oculus. So, you know, one of the things I think people will be quite surprised about is that actually, if you're already using Appium, the form factor for automated testing is just like a tablet. So you can actually connect it into your, if you've got an Oculus or something else, and actually you can recognize the objects on the screen, and they are just like any kind of normal domain object model. So, you know, I think that's a really interesting one from a Metaverse testing from an automation perspective, is that there's no restrictions as such, you know, out of the box. But then, you know, well, what would you be doing from a testing from a Metaverse perspective? And I think based on the last session as well, I think that's a great kind of segue in the sense of business process, robotic process testing kind of bridges the gap between a number of different platforms. So, you know, you probably go from a mainframe to Salesforce to SAP to, you know, an e-commerce platform. And so we're quite used to dealing with meta testing, of testing data once it's gone through some kind of ETL or transform. But then we're not so good when it comes to dealing with, you know, something that's blurring the boundaries between the real world and the, you know, the physical, you know, and technology. So augmented reality, I think, is a good use case straight out of the box. Is, you know, if you can synthetically generate the feed to the camera, which is one of the things we did for Pokemon Go, you can then make sure, you know, if you do a gesture, it does the right response. And most, even the Appium, as it is its current flavor, will allow you to do gesture controls, flick a ball to try and hit something and emulate the GPX information, which is also a really nice standard capability. Is most you know, providers like Source Labs, for instance, and Perfecto and others in that area will allow you to override the GPX location and tell a device where it is. And this is really useful if you're testing a banking system and it's trying to recommend where the nearest ATM is. You can say, okay, well, I'll try that in Toronto and I'll try that in Portland and see where it recommends based on the locations. And it's quite easy to get those GPX longitude and longitude And my big tip, which I'll leave because obviously it's a long topic otherwise, but is to go on to Google Takeout. So if you go to Google Takeout, you can pull down all your historical information. So if you're not an iPhone user, all your data from Google is over the last X amount of periods of time. Anything with an Android phone will tell you where you've been every 15 minutes, and it's 3,600 or something data points. And so you can actually go through and say, oh, I was here and I was there, and then you can actually emulate it. And then you can do the same thing with a number of different other tools like GPX loggers, which you can download onto any phone and go, oh, I'll see what it would look like if I was walking into the center of London or I went onto the tube. So, go and play with some of these tools. And, I think there's some really interesting stuff that we can start doing today.
That's a great answer. Thanks a lot. Okay, so let's move to the next question. How would you even test such mixed reality applications?
Yeah, so I'm definitely monopolizing the questions here, but yeah, mixed reality, I think, is, again, it's one of those really interesting landscapes in the sense of, we know HoloLens has, for instance, been decommissioned, but actually most of the kind of the HoloLens mixed reality technology is already baked into Windows. And what I love about the mixed reality stuff, as opposed to augmented reality or virtual reality, is that everything what you're seeing is displayed on the screen. So in essence, again, it's computer vision. So you can use things like OpenCV, you can use other providers, TeslaFlow or whatever it may be, to recognize the objects on the screen and actually show how that mixed reality depth, or whatever it is, or LiDAR for depth of which you get on your standard phone. So any phone with the LiDAR kind of cameras will show depth. And then once you've got the depth of field, you can pretty much experiment on the X and Y position of where that person's looking to drive it. And Tarek's got, as part of the book, which I previously highlighted in my session, he's got a great example where he uses the mixed reality from native to Windows, and he just passes, the coordinates to move the headset up and down, and you can see the screen, and then he can validate it's a web page on there that you can now click on or a streaming video. So some great examples already out there, and hopefully that will help you get started. But it's built into Windows 10 onwards, so just download it and have a little play.
Awesome, great stuff. Okay, we have a next question. It's for Thomas. It says, are the solutions you showed suitable for automation testing of Android applications? So mobile testing, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd say for nearly all the solutions, especially the ones I highlighted as I walked through the ones, you can automate Android applications. So, I mean, there's other common ones that are used. I would say the most commonly used for Android and iOS applications is using the Appium framework, but you can certainly use RPA, but it depends upon what your use cases are. If you're just firmly going with automation testing, I would say the easiest entry point is Appium. And that's just because there's so much support out there in the industry. But if you already have an existing RPA solution at your company for multiple use cases, then you can certainly adopt something like, say, a UiPath for automation testing of Android apps.
Yeah, that's great. And for people who use Selenium, Appium doesn't have much of a steep learning curve. Okay, next one. What is the end purpose of the augmented reality usage other than gaming so far? How does a QA engineer benefit from using the augmented reality? Pretty good question.
Yeah, so I think, again, it's an interesting one, and I think leading on to the last answer is part of it is it's quite easy to spin something up like Android Studio and access a VM or an emulator for an Android form factor. And, things like second screen devices, which you're seeing with the Samsungs and stuff, part of it is how does it react in those situations? Now, for Keysight, one of the things we're doing at the moment is, which I could have put in a demo, actually, the amount of demos I had in there. But, we've got a 5G phone, which we've got docked up to a spectral analyzer showing how much, what frequencies are being used. And then we've also got a signal strength of what signal it's doing to get the data coming down. And then we've also got the battery drain system plugged into it to work out how much battery is being taken out. Now, in that particular example, is the idea with augmented reality is kind of blurring that boundary of how do you interact with something like scanning a QR code, right? And we know a QR code is really simple, but if a QR code's on a T-shirt or it's on a check-in location for COVID, well, I can give it loads of different images to train it to make sure it picks up the QR code and it does the right response. So it's quite simple use cases. Like most apps will have a QR code scanner, for instance, right? But then, part of it is, well, what's the next step along there? What's the next evolution which we're going to expect? And another great example is obviously the Apple tags, right? Is that the point of the tags is that it gives you location, not just direction. So, you don't need to get closer proximity wise. You actually can just hold your phone up and go, oh, it's upstairs and it's 200 yards. And that is kind of a standard smart home, smart Car2X kind of landscape, Internet of Things, smart home environment kind of landscape anyway, where we're starting to see these kind of use cases appear more than you would expect. And, I think part of what I find really interesting in the market at the moment is that one of the things Instagram and Facebook have been doing for years is they can do product placement, right? So if you want to buy, which unfortunately my Stormtrooper's slightly moved over, but you wanted to buy the Stormtrooper, and it's that hat, you can change that hat color using the augmented adaptive marketing. So I can change that red hat to be blue hat, right? And part of it is it knows the depth of field, and because my camera's 3D, I can then swap that out, and then I can in essence A/B test so that half of the streams that I do are red, half of them are blue, and based on the engagement and also people clicking on the item, then the manufacturers know that actually maybe I'll rename red hat to blue hat, and I could sell blue hats. So part of it is the concept of augmented reality already exists, and that's why you see when Facebook will notice something in your background and go, you can buy this, and click and purchase it. Now, I think this is a real concern from a privacy perspective, but at the same time, you can kind of see why people are doing it, is that they want people to interact with the world, and the world is something we're all very used to, and they see something they really like and they want to buy it, like the book what was referenced. They should just be able to click on that book and go, I want to buy that. And, that's just the way that Google and Facebook are building their marketplaces. So I think there's a huge landscape here, and I think we've got to start thinking about testing. And I'm not saying that we've got all the answers, but I think we're starting to work out how we're going to test this and start creating working groups to actually look at things like mixed reality, augmented reality, even things like NFTs, because NFTs go into a crypto wallet. How do you show that, it's got the right of ownership, you've actually owned that item, and you're also able to view it on an NFT viewer. Now that might seem like a million miles away, but it's something which is which is already there today from things like the NBA store and stuff, where they're selling, snippets of, games and stuff online. So they're going to be part of everyday life, and it's not just gaming. I think that's the thing to think about, is it's not just being a gaming studio. It's actually how you bring your application to life, so that everyone's not just using the same experience. They're actually able to interact with things, check in when they're at events, or interact with other people who are in the same proximity as them using Bluetooth proximity.
Good stuff. So there'll be plenty need for testers in that new field. Okay, let's move on to the next question. It says, what do you think that blockchain would contribute instead of detract from Metaverse? Server authoritative architecture already solves the issue of ownership. So this is also touching on NFTs.
Yeah, so I know we're kind of running out of time, but I think this is the big blocker at the moment, is that people are using, I think they're just trying to find use cases for blockchain, right? There is already service authorized kind of architecture out there which banks use. So why does it have to be, crypto or blockchain? And I think the answer is it doesn't. And there's a whole stack of ethical blockchain kind of NFT, marketplaces appearing, which aren't, as everyone knows, the mining side of things is going to change anyway to reduce the footprint and dependency on GPUs. So part of it is I don't think we need that technology there. We can still get away with, how we're doing it with the, banking systems and architectures, what have been around for the last 10 years. The only component is the proof of ownership for the audit purposes of who owns what and how do they transfer that artifact. And I think it's very much like trading platforms or commodities, is once you understand that kind of architecture, you can reapply that. So not a massive distance from maybe my Lehman Brothers days of, trading systems, right? So, I don't think blockchain's the answer for anything apart from the use cases that, the decentralized networking aspect, but it's not essential for Metaverse, I don't think.
Great, thanks. Next, we have a two-part question for Thomas. The first part says, what would be the natural path from Jira GitLab integration to a whole RPA that manages their interactions to adapt the complex internal business logic?
I mean, so I'd say with any of the sort of popular solutions out there, I'd say especially like UiPath or Blue Prism, like they already have built-in integrations to interact with the existing API. So I'd say like at my current firm that I work with, we actually use GitLab and Jira. So I mean, we do those integrations to indicate like, hey, these pull requests have been completed, because I work in a heavily regulated industry that has to tie in those pull review requests directly to those individual user stories you do. And I'd say the orchestration tooling for any of those popular solutions will immediately interact with those existing APIs. It's just here's the security token that we're going to use for it, which you'll typically have as a separate like service account or non-user ID, whatever you call it at your firm, to create. And then you can interact with both GitLab and Jira. So that way you can source control everything in GitLab. You can have your orchestration execute your bots, and you can have it update to individual, whether you say user stories or regardless of whether you use X-Ray or Zephyr, it can update those individual test cases. So those APIs are readily available, and I would say check the docs. Like it's the easiest way. Within the RPA solution, whatever your solution of choice is, they likely have a walkthrough for setup and integration there. So that would be my best advice.
Yeah, those are very powerful integrations. Okay, and the second part says, any recommended tool, any free one to try, any documentation to guide you to? Well, you already answered this in part.
Yeah, that's just something. Most of even the commercial tools out there will have the free version if you're just going to do it locally. Like if you use Microsoft Power Automate, you can do that locally for your Windows. If you're looking for something else that also ties in with, you consider to be like traditional test automation, because I see another similar question, then try Robot Framework. Implemented using Python, keyword driven, a lot of support with existing libraries. Pretty much if you have a problem state, someone else has encountered it and built a library that you can use. And a lot of training materials out there for robots. So really easy if you're looking for like an open source free tool to use.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. Mm-hmm. And the next one is, are there any formal official papers or publications on Metaverse augmented reality testing? Do they contain typical use case guidelines and useful testing techniques, etc.?
Sure. So I think this answer has two answers to it. Sorry, I've got 12 screens, so it kind of jumps around. So first of all, I'd recommend. So I previously referenced the ISO 29119 Part 11 for AI testing. That does quite a lot of these kind of questions. But if you go to the Digital Twin Consortium.org, they have a lot of resources that are free to look around guidelines and use cases for this. So, digital twin technology is definitely something that, is there to stay, and it's worth learning about. I'm not aware of any ISO standards as of yet, but I think, like we said, it's one of the working groups where we're starting to get involved, and you can get involved with this working group, and I'm happy to paste the link in as well. But the more you can read around it, I know there's quite a bit in the European Commission as well with research papers. So, check that out. Check out Tariq's, blog and book, and, you'll probably find some really good resources from there as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Jonathon. Okay, we have a next question regarding the RPA. Is RPA coming to help us do testing, or is just a helper to complete some tasks that are possible to automate via bot? Good question.
So I'd say the original purpose of it, it's just sort of like a separate naming convention, is that it's more focused on business-related tasks to complete, not tests. This sort of like natural expansion of that with a number of the tools is to also be in the test automation space. So really, it's a dual purpose. But what I'd say is like choose the right tool for the job. So like if you already have an existing web application that you've got a set of Selenium tests for, it's okay to use those. You don't have to sort of like throw those away. So I'd say just as a mindset change with RPA, as you look at business repeatable tasks like the example I gave. I mean, other ones that you can see go into more complex solutions like decisioning on a mortgage loan application. And like that's something you're not going to do with test automation. That's something that you want to do intelligently, or filling out legal documents that people do for, say, like immigration. That's another use case. So try to look at this really like two separate ones, but ultimately with some of the tooling you can end up doing both if you wanted to.
Great. So there is a bit of a convergence there. I think we have time for one or two more questions. Let me see the next one. Can we use RPA tools like UiPath on Microsoft CRM?
Absolutely. I can post into the private chat the link, but what I would just advise you to do is go to the documentation for Microsoft Power Automate. Within that documentation, you are going to have specific flows, automated flows for creating cloud flows with Dynamics 365. So you've got a number of use cases that are already out there. So yes, you can absolutely do it. And they also have step-by-step guide for you.
Okay, that's great. I think we are out of time for the Q&A session, and my moderation block is coming to an end. So I'd like to thank everyone for attending and announce my next moderator, which is, I think, Hannah. And thank you, everyone. It was great, and have fun at the rest of the conference.
Take care, everyone. Have a good one.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. And now we want to say thank you to our next sponsors at Kubiton. Kubiton scriptless test automation makes automation testing accessible and scalable to teams with codeless test automation process. Automatically create test scripts by converting manual test sessions into scripts that can be executed on over 350 real devices. That's how you make it better everywhere. Identify common pitfalls, best practices, and new innovations for test automation in the survey that we will post in the chat. And you will have the chance to win $100 Amazon voucher. Thank you, Kubiton, once again.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome participants today at QA Global Summit. Let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Hannah, and I'm a QA Solution Advisor at A1 QA, pre-sales department. I have over 5 years in a QA field, and during this time has been working as a QA engineer, test automation engineer, and also QA manager. It's always a pleasure for me to meet new outstanding professionals, so I will be really pleased if you can write in the chat the location where you're watching QA Global Summit today and your years of experience in IT. For example, I'm broadcasting today from Minsk, Belarus. During the upcoming automation use cases track, we would have 2 speakers on a stage. Hoping all of you already very excited, just like I am, so please prepare your questions. I hope there would be a lot of them. We will review them during Q&A panel with our speakers, and don't hesitate to share your opinion about each track, share your knowledge and ideas. When sharing your question, if the question is direct to some speaker, please mention his or her name. So, now as we all said, let's probably get started. And our first presentation, our first speaker for now will be Kulas, who works at eBay and came today with the topic how automated visual regression helps us to release faster and with confidence. I see he's probably ready to join us. Hi, Kulas. How are you?
Hi, Hannah. I'm doing good. How about you?
Yeah, me too. So, are you ready to rock the floor today?
Oh, for sure. Let's do this.
Great. So, the floor is yours. I see your presentation. Yep.
Okay. Would you know why the color is like this? Let me try sharing again.
Okay.
Okay. It's weird. The color seems contrasting.
Yeah, that's good. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Do you see it correctly, or it looks?
Yep, looks good.
All right. Okay. Go back. So good morning, good evening, wherever you're watching from, everyone. My name is Los Angeles, and I'm a software engineer for quality in eBay. I am a certified software tester. I have around 14 years of experience, primarily on the test automation side of things. So just to give you a background, our team in eBay is in charge of displaying dashboard analytics for sellers pertaining to their sales, traffic, and service metrics. It's basically how they are doing as a seller. That's what we show in the dashboard. And our app is mostly web applications. So this talk will be about how our automation visual regression approach help us release faster with confidence. A little bit more about me. So I am a lead software quality engineer and a software quality enthusiast. As I've said, 14 years of experience, majority was spent on financial and insurance domain, focusing mainly on test automation. This is actually my first stint in an e-commerce company. Right, I'm also a certified life and transition coach in my own company, moveforwardandop.com. Outside my day job and my passion job, I am a content creator in my website and YouTube blog, colasangeles.com. I'm an immigrant coming from the Philippines, and I have been here in Canada for the last 6 years. I'm a musician. I play the drums, and I'm a Jesus follower. If you want to reach out to me, my email is in here, colas@colasangeles.com. And if you do want to reach out to me on LinkedIn, this is my LinkedIn handle. All right, let's get started. What's our agenda for today? So our agenda is for today, we will be discussing a little bit of definitions. What is visual regression testing? We will also be talking about why we did it in the first place. We'll talk about the technology stack that we use, some of the things that we considered as well, the common pitfalls and solutions that we've had, and the implementation. I'll be walking you through how we implemented it, and then the benefits and limitations, and then if there's a time, we will do a Q&A. But we also just be encouraged to ask questions in the comment sections because we have a separate Q&A section after this. So my hope is by the end of the session, you'll get a clear direction about how to proceed with your own implementation of automated visual regression testing, however that looks like. So let's go for some definitions. Before we proceed with the implementation, let us define what visual regression testing is. So before we go there, let's define first what regression testing is. Most of the QE should know this because this is one of the most common interview questions out there. What is regression testing? In a nutshell, it's just ensuring that your current code does not break when a new code is put in it, right? Visual regression testing is the same, only you add visual to it, literally, by actually looking at the web page or an app, and if your code doesn't break it, that's visual regression testing. The formal definition is that it checks what the user will see after any code changes have been executed by comparing screenshots taken before and after the code changes. So visual regression tests are also sometimes called visual snapshot tests. Note that visual regression don't usually test functionality because we have functional testing for that. And just a quick side note, visual regression testing doesn't replace all your testing, such as regression, functional testing, security testing, but should complement it. So there are two ways to do visual regression testing. One is manual, and another one is automated visual regression testing. If you are to do it manually, it goes like this. You take a screenshot of your current prod look and feel, right? And you take a screenshot of your new code look and feel, and you compare it side by side. You look at the left, you look at the right, look for discrepancies. So that's how you test it manually. Now, if you do that manually, it will take you a lot of time to do that, especially if you have a lot of combinations and permutations, right? So obviously, we want to do automated visual regression testing. And for you to be able to do that, you'll be needing a test runner, first and foremost, such as TestNG and JUnit for Java, a browser automation framework, such as Selenium or WebDriver IO, and there are a lot of tools that can do this as well. And then a tool and library to compare the screenshots, such as Shutterbug and AShot. So those are the two libraries that we look at, which I will be talking about in a while. So challenge statement, why are we doing this in the first place? So this might be new to you. I usually use challenge statement rather than problem statement, right? Because I see challenges as opportunities for change. That's why I love calling challenge statement as our motivation and why we do things. Before we go there, let us define, let me tell you what our current previous state before we implemented this change. So we are sort of a new team, right? In eBay, we are around 2.5 years. So most of our testing are manual because we have very few automation artifacts. So you can imagine how long it takes for us to test something, right? And we want to be able to release something quickly, right? So, and with these combinations of complexities, such as different sites and markets, by the way, we support 20 markets. So that means different UI, different sites, different fonts, different language. We also test on different browsers, such as Chrome, Firefox, and Safari. We have different pages as well within the app, sales traffic, summaries, and service metrics. So on a minimum, we are looking at around 240 scenarios just to test all of those combinations. If you are to do one page or one combination for 5 minutes, it will take you 20 hours without break, right? So, or roughly 7 hours per browser. So our motivation or our challenge statement is to be able to speed up visual regression testing while increasing precision and coverage through automation. Let me repeat that. We want to speed it up, we want to increase precision, and we want a lot of more coverage through automation. Okay, so what is our technology stack? Let us first discuss what possible solutions did we look at. We have the option of automating UI object checks. So checking the object properties, such as the X and Y coordinates and other properties pertaining to how it will look like when it's rendered on the browser. The challenge with that is it doesn't really check the position, right, as to how it's rendered in the browser. So it is hard for us to say that this button, for example, is on the upper right corner of the screen, right? So we move on with trying per se So if you haven't read about Percy, Percy is a paid visual regression tool by Browser Stack, right? But it also didn't work for us because of some security restrictions, right? Plus, it's a paid. My mandate is for me to use open source so that we can use it anywhere and everywhere without having to pay for licenses. Right, so we ended up with the old-fashioned image-to-image comparison, the pixel-to-pixel comparison, wherein we have an expected image, we have an actual image, and we loop through the images and compare them pixel by pixel. So before you can implement this, it will be beneficial for you to know basic Java. It doesn't have to be super complex. You don't have to be an expert in Java for you to be able to do this. Note that we are using Java, right? So our implementation is in Java, but you can definitely use other programming languages. If you know OOP, it's better because you'll be able to design your visual regression testing a lot more better and write it a lot better. It also pays for you to know Selenium, right? Which can be there are a lot of things out there wherein you can get knowledge upon. Okay. So our technology stack. So this is what we use for our implementation. We use Cucumber with TestNG, right, to write our test cases because we wanted to leverage BDD or Gherkin language because we wanted to write acceptance criteria and tests once. So it's like hitting two birds with one stone. Also, we use Selenium for driving our tests because this is what eBay's automation framework is supporting, and this is being maintained by other teams. Right. The last thing we want to do is to maintain our framework and our tests. So we want to just focus on our tests. That's why we are using Selenium for this one. And then lastly, we use Shutterbug to take screenshots and compare screenshots and give out deviations. So we were choosing between A-Shot, as I was saying earlier, A-Shot and Shutterbug. But we ended up with Shutterbug since it's easier for us to scroll through large pages. So imagine a page that has a lot of vertical scrolls and a lot of horizontal scroll. So for us, Shutterbug helps us. It makes it easier for us to capture the whole page, both lengthwise and crosswise. So that's why we chose it. Also, it's easier for us to push error thresholds, which I will be discussing later, and better resultant image highlighting. So all of those you will see later in my demo. Okay, so let's talk about common pitfalls and solutions for the approach that we chose, which is image-to-image visual regression testing approach. One common pitfall that we all have when we use image-to-image is that images have to be the same size before comparing. It's like comparing apples to apples of the same size, right? Because if you compare an image with a smaller one, a smaller image with a bigger one, it doesn't have the correlation. It doesn't have the AI technologies to do that because on the minimum, what it does is it loops through the pixel, right? So if one pixel is missing from the other image, then that means it's not apples to apples and it will just fail. So what we did, which I will be walking you through later, is we padded missing pixels with black up to current max height and max width, right? Typically, when an image is shorter, right, it's either it's missing the right part of the image and the bottom part of the image. So that's what we pad, so that when we do look through the images, they are of the same size. Also, pixel to pixel comparison needs sensitive comparison. It has to be exact. So we are using RGB. So the RGB hex that is compared from one pixel to another pixel, if they are different, right, it just fails. So it's really important for us to have that deviation threshold. Deviation threshold is like how much are we willing to accept as failure rates. So for example, the images are not 100% correct, but the deviation from each image is just 1%. Are we okay with that? So that's what the deviation threshold is for. And this one, the next one, most of the graphs were not populated because of test data shortage. So it's sort of like your prerequisite to testing. We have to create the data so that we can have those graphs populated. So we will have something on the UI. So it's sort of just really ensuring that you have test data, right? And for us to be able to do that, what we do is we automated that data creation for each of the users that we are using, as well as specifying URL parameters. we wanted not to do a lot of clicking, a lot of navigating. So with the use of URL parameters such as date ranges, the marketplaces that we want to use, right, we are sort of simplifying the way we navigate to each of the pages. Another pitfall is maintaining screenshots is a tedious process. What we were doing before is we do a lot of baselining activity. When we say baselining activity, every time we deploy something to prod, we have to take screenshots of that, right? So imagine that tedious process happening every week, right? Or every other week or every month, right? At the end of the day, it's becoming a tedious process. It also led us to having storage issues since images can get really big sometimes. So what we did was in eBay, we are able to spin off our own environment. Right? So what we did was we spin off a staging pool that has the prod codes in it, right? The prod manifest. And then we also spin off a staging pool that has the new codes in it. So what we are doing is instead of taking a screenshots and maintaining it, what we do is we take screenshot on the fly and compare on the fly. Another pitfall is executing on different machines that have different screen sizes, right? So most of the time, it's either we execute on our local, and then when we execute on Jenkins, right, we execute on a different machine, which might have a different resolution. So with that, it takes away the size being the same, right? So what we did for that one is we set the max width through the capabilities in Selenium. Also, since we are doing screenshots on the fly, we are sure that we are executing on the same machine, right? Because we take the screenshot on the same machine, we take the screenshot on the same machine and compare them. We are actually using browser stack for this one. And if there are still differences in sizes, here goes our padding approach. Let's go to our implementation. So this is a simple flow on how we do our implementation, right? So as I was saying, as a start, we launch a staging pool with prod manifest. And when I say manifest, this is the software version that is deployed to an environment. So what we do is we install the prod manifest to a staging pool. We take a screenshot, we put it on a target folder, we launch the staging that has the new code, that has the new manifest, take a screenshot, and then compare them. Right, all of these are happening real time on the fly. And then during the comparison, we also pass in a parameter for the deviation. Right, it can be 1%, 5%, 10%. It's up to you as to what is your comfort level in terms of the deviation. So if it's within the allowed threshold, right? So for example, 1% and you got 0.98%, right? It will be tagged as pass because it didn't exceed the threshold. But if it exceeds the threshold, what we do is we create a resultant image with discrepancies. Discrepancies meaning it is marked what the discrepancies are, and we tag it as failed. Okay. So some of the libraries that we use, as I've said, we are mainly using Selenium and Shutterbug. So for Shutterbug, we are using 1.5. I think there has not been any updates in terms of the version for about 1.5 to 2 years. But this version is still working and it's stable, at least for our need. And also for Selenium, we are using 3.1 for 1.59 to drive our tests. Okay, so I also mentioned that we are using Cucumber to write our tests, right? Meaning we are using the Gherkin language because we wanted it to be our acceptance criteria as well, right? So our hope is for this for the approach to be for the whole team, right? So the BAs will be writing in Gherkin format. The developers and the testers will be using that Gherkin feature and scenarios as a way for us to test and as a way for us to develop. Okay, but going back to our scenario in here, right? So there are just really 4 steps for you to be able to do visual regression. Navigate to the page, take the baseline screenshot, take the actual screenshot, and then compare them. Okay, so what we are doing here is we are parameterizing the test, right? Because we have 240 scenarios. So the way for us to be able to do that is for us to push the parameters we have on the examples in here. Why are we using data table rather than inline parameters? It's sort of a personal preference, right? We find it a lot cleaner to use this approach by using data tables for each of the steps rather than putting it inline. Okay, so let me walk you through it. The first thing we do is we have to authenticate first. So that's where given the user logs into eBay site using the following credentials, and we are passing this test data key, right? We say US default, and depending on the environment, we take the test data for that one and then use it for authentication. After logging in, we navigate to the sales page. We navigate to the menu that we indicate here. For this instance, it's sales page, right? And then the height and width, if we want to override the height and width, we can definitely do that as well. Typically, we just pass in 0. And if it's 0, what happens is that it takes whatever we set as default in the capabilities in Selenium, right? And then once we have navigated to the sales page, we take a baseline screenshot. So obviously, we take a screenshot of the prod of the environment that has the prod manifest first, take it as an expected result, and then we navigate then to the new site that has the new code and take that actual screenshot as well, put it in the target folder, and then we compare it. Okay. The other parameters in here, right, like the params here, what we do is we concatenate it to the URL so that we can arrive at the specific date and time that we want the graphs to be generated on. Okay. The other ones here are the page name and the screenshot name. It's just really for naming convention so that our screenshot doesn't get lost in the target folder. And lastly, the deviation column here, we just pass the deviation that we are comfortable with. For this test, we want to pass 1%, right? So anything that is greater than 1% fails. A little bit on the screenshot codes. So we are primarily using Shutterbug to do the screenshotting of the pages as well as to compare them. Right, for this one, we are using the Shutterbug object to shoot. The shoot page means you take a screenshot, and we just pass in the Selenium driver. The capture that full here means that we want to capture the page. And if it's greater than your screen size, what Shutterbug will do is it will scroll, take a screenshot, scroll, take a screenshot, and then append that to an existing image. So at the end of the screenshot process, it takes the whole page, right, rather than just what you are seeing in the screen. Also, we have a before scroll timeout in here. So what happens sometimes is that for some applications, for example, when you scroll, a different UI component is being rendered on the page, right? So you don't want to be scrolling, and taking screenshots. Sometimes you need to scroll, wait for a while, take a screenshot, scroll, wait for a while, take a screenshot so that you have better image. And that's what that before scroll timeout is for. We also pass in the name, right? And where we want that screenshot to be saved. So we are just using the target folder. As I've said, we are not maintaining screenshots anymore unless they are posted on the report, right? So the report will have the screenshot, but in terms of the raw screenshots, we don't maintain them anymore. Another one that we have here is comparing screenshots, right? So we are using the image processor object again from the Shutterbug library. And what we are doing here is that we are using the method images are equals with diff. So after the comparison, it will return whether it's true or false, right? False being it not the same, right? Given the deviation, or true if everything passes. So what we do here is we pass the expected image, the actual image, the resultant image file name. So if there are discrepancies, it creates a resultant image. I will be showing it to you later. And then the deviation. So with all of those parameters, it will do its thing and then return whether it's true or false. All right. So a little bit on the padding of images. As I've said earlier, the padding of images just only happen on the right side of the image and at the bottom side of the image. In a nutshell, what we are doing is, given the two images, we take which one is bigger in terms of width and height, and use that image's width and height as our max width and max height, right? So the way we pad is if we find that the width is not the same, what we do is we subtract the smaller image, sorry, the bigger image's width with the smaller image, and whatever the difference is, we pad it with black, right? Same thing with the bottom. If it's shorter, we pad whatever the difference is. In that way, we are able to loop through the images with the pixel to pixel. Now, you might ask me, so wouldn't that padding be a failure? Yes, it will be a failure, and it's a big question, right? Why is the other one either bigger in terms of width and bigger in terms of height, right? So automatically, most of the time, it will fail, but it must be because it is intentional. Like, for example, you are having a major UI upgrade, right? For example, the headers are now bigger, the menus have more spaces, which is our case later, I will be showing, right? That's the time you pad. Okay, and then the padding usage. As I've said, this is the implementation. We just get the images, which one is bigger, which one is smaller, and use that as max width. And depending on that, we pad the bottom or the right. Okay, so some sample results. This one, I have a bigger resolution in the next slide, but I would just like to point out that this is our resultant image. So every time a comparison fails, we produce this specific image. The one on the left is your expected result. The one on the right, sorry, the one on the middle is your actual image. And the one at the end is your resultant image that has difference tagging. So anything that is red in here are differences, okay? All right, so here is a sample result, okay? If you'll notice, everything at the top side, after the search bar here, doesn't have any red markings, right? That means they are of the same color, of the same properties in terms of images, right? But starting from here, there are red marks all over. And that is because this specific change that we have, right? What it does is it makes, for example, this one a little bit bigger, a little bit bold, as well as the images the menus in here, right? The button is also a bit smaller in this implementation, and then this one shifted down as well. So this one is intentional to fail, right? It will be more than 0.01, sorry, it will be more than 1% deviation. That's why we are expecting this to fail. And along with that mark images or resultant image, we also generate a GIF file, a GIF file, wherein it shows us what really is changing, right? So it changes images every 5 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds, so that it shows us visually what is really happening in here, what is the difference in terms of the UI. So as you can see here, anything that's moving, right, that is the difference. Okay, so the seller hub, for example, is now bold. The button used to be here, but it's now shrink, and it moves a little bit to the left, to the bottom. The menus in here used to be plain, but now it's bold. Right. So those are the changes that help us determine what the real issues are. Okay. So some benefits and limitations. So for the benefits, we were able to cut the visual regression time to just 8 minutes for 80 scenarios for one browser. Doing it manually will take around 7 hours. So that alone is a big bang for the buck. So we save around 5,200% savings in terms of time for if we are to do it manually, right? So obviously, this is 8 minutes because we can run on parallel, right? We can run those 80 scenarios on parallel. Manual testing cannot do that. We humans are limited to just one parallel process, right? So, but our computers are able to do that. So we are running on 10 threads, so meaning 10 simultaneous concurrent executions, right? That's why we are able to cut it down to 8 minutes. So if we can run it on 20 threads, for example, we can further lower this down. Also, we can cover majority of the browsers that we support through browser stack, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, And we have now better discussions with designers on how UI can be improved. By us showing that GIF file to them, they can better see how it looks like, and they can create better solutions in terms of the design and layout. First, if there are benefits, there are also limitations. There's a no foolproof approach in everything that we do. So there will always be limitations, right? So one of the limitations that we have for this approach is that the report is too big. So around 250 MB. So you can imagine that's so if you execute it 4 times, you now have 1 gig of space, right? So that's our current dilemma right now. We are producing a lot of images, especially if there are a lot of failures. Also, not all UI interactions are covered, like button clicks, AJAX calls, hovering, and form submissions are not covered because those are typically covered on functional testing. But the thing is, it can be scripted, right? You can do hovering, for example, and take a screenshot. It's definitely doable, but for our need, we just do URL navigation. Also, there can never be 100% match due to dynamic objects. So for example, different date, different time, different username, different number of messages in your mail icon, right? There can never be 100% match. That's why we have the deviation thresholds. Sometimes it might give you false positive. So a good practice for us is to manually check the results, which in my experience takes less than 10 minutes, right? Better than doing it 20 hours straight, for sure. Okay, what's next? We have implemented it, but what can we improve, right? So what we want to do is to capture more essential pages for comparison, like the hovering ones, like different dates, for example. And also the big pain is for us is to lessen the report size. So if we can lessen it by scaling up to a point wherein it's still recognizable, the differences are still recognizable, that's what we wanted to do. Okay, so with that, that's my last slide. I'm not sure if we have time for questions, but we definitely have time after the second speaker, right? That's about it in terms of my presentation. Thank you everyone for listening, and I hope you got something from it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kulas. It was really interesting to hear about such not a usual experience. So, dear audience, yep, again, I want to remind you that at the end of the block we will have Q&A session. So if you have any questions to Kulas, please share them with us in chat. We are looking forward to hearing them. So thanks again, Kulas. We'll see you on a Q&A session. Okay, guys, so let's move on. I would like to share the stage with our next speaker. It's Mzhachikh. She is a front-end developer at Mail.ru Group, and her topic is how to test your front-end without QA and sleep well. So I see that Lucy is ready. Hi, Lucy. How are you today?
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for introduction. I'm really glad to be here today.
Yeah. So
Let's
looking
start.
forward to hearing your presentation. I see that you're ready to present. So your presentation is on the slide. The floor is yours.
So hi, my name is Liudmila. I am from Moscow. I work as front-end developer and front-end team lead at Vikky, ex-Mail.ru Group. And I also have the tech blogs about development, and I make conference talks, and I mentor the beginner developers. And today I'm going to tell you about our experience of implementing automated tests by the developers. And what we are going to discuss. I will give you a short overview of our tooling. I'll share our pains, of course, and I'll tell you what conclusions did we make from all this story. So let's go. Let's begin with some metrics. From 6 to 8 hours. And this is how long it usually took the QA engineers to make a full regression testing of our previous project. And I never thought about it before until one fine day my team and I made a huge refactoring, but the QA team couldn't take it into work due to their resource constraints. So our enhancement had to wait for its turn for a very long time, and it was very sad. So what is regression testing, in case you're not familiar to it? It's a kind of testing to ensure that previously developed and tested software still performs after a change. And if not, it would be called a regression. So in other words, regression is some kind of unexpected changes. And you may wonder, why does it take so long? So as it often happens, we had only manual testers on our project, and they were short of time resources with testing new features, and we, the developers, didn't write the tests either. Unfortunately, it's not good, but quite a common situation when the developers avoid writing tests. So why do we avoid writing tests? Because testing is hard, and we often don't have skills to do it, and we need time to learn some testing framework and tooling, and we don't have this time. Then it's expensive. Tests need to be written and then maintained, and it also takes time. And finally, it's not our job, but QA engineers, as we often think. But as you can see, I quoted all the statements, and then we will make sure that it's not true. And I'm going to show it by our own example. But meanwhile, our testing situation left much to be desired, and we wanted to release faster, and we wanted to be more confident in our product. That's why we began to look for some easy way to solve these problems. And here is where our story begins. So the first step to happiness was the automation of visual regression testing, and let's talk about it. What is visual regression testing? It checks that the application looks like it looked before and changes didn't affect it. And this is what we do when we check if our code broke something. It's like playing a spot the difference game. You may be familiar to it. I played it when I was a child, and you can try to find the difference between these two pictures, and you can see it's not pretty easy. So we can do it manually, of course, and we often do so. But it's a slow and inefficient process just due to human factor. And we thought, we don't want to be stuck in a rut, so let's give a shot to automate this, because why not? And how can we automate visual comparison? For example, we can take two screenshots of our application, one before changes and one after the changes, and then compare the screenshots. So let's look what steps should we follow to compare two pictures. First of all, we require a rendered application to take a screenshot of it. Then we should build up some state. For example, we select a certain tab or we show a pop-up up to what we want to test. And then we take a screenshot and finally compare it with some reference. So it looks pretty easy. Okay, and how can we determine if the images are different or not? We can iterate over all pixels of first and second image and compare them by the pairs. Then let's get the ratio of different pixels to the same ones and compare it with some predefined value. We will return to this value later, but now let's assume the pictures are the same if this ratio is less than this constant. So it's a core concept of image comparison, and fortunately, there are tools that do the same steps automatically. And Backstop.js is one of these tools, and we chose it for our project. So why we chose Backstop? Because it's easy to learn, it's easy to implement, no matter what stack you use. And there are a lot of examples. The project is currently maintained and active, and that's great. Backstop.js has everything you need under the hood. It's Chrome headless for rendering, Puppeteer for user interactions, and Resample.js for screenshot analysis and comparison. And it's incredibly easy to use. You just need 3 commands for it. It's installed globally with npm. Then Backstop init initializes your project. Backstop test creates a set of test screenshots and compares them with your reference screenshots. And Backstop approve updates your reference screenshots. And that's all, seriously. Let's see how it works in real life. Here is some website, and we will test one section of this site. So let's do a crash test for our layout. After we installed and initialized backstop.js, we got backstop.json file in our project. This file is a backstop config. Let's first define viewports. As you can see, I will test a tablet, but you can define any viewport you want, and you also can define multiple viewports. It's also an option. And then let's describe a scenario. One scenario is one screenshot. Here is scenario's name, then URL we want to visit to take screenshot, selectors of page elements we want to test, and note the last option. The last option is called mismatch threshold, and it's required for image comparison. So what is it? So do you remember how we define if the images are different or not? We compared a ratio of pixels with some predefined constant. And here is this constant in our config. It's called mismatch threshold, and it's the percentage of different pixels that allowed to pass a test. And in other words, it's a test tolerance. And all this comparison is made by Resemble.js under the hood. Let's run our test. It's a first launch, and we don't have reference screenshots yet. That's why this test will fail, and this is expected, so yes, it's failed. And now I run backstop approve to make reference screenshots and run backstop test again. And as you can see, test passed because there is no difference yet. And now let's change something in our layout. For example, I changed a color and font size of the title, so you can see it became larger and has a blue color now. And now I run a test one more time. As expected, it failed. Here you can see a report in browser. And on the right, you can see color difference. So it's really helpful for investigation the bugs. So it works fine. And so image comparison looks pretty easy, but it's not as simple under the hood, of course, because during the testing we faced some issues. So let's talk about them. And the first problem we faced looked like this. I made reference screenshots on my machine and pushed them to repo. Then another developer from my team pulled them and launched the test without changing anything, and he got such a report. And we couldn't figure out why it failed if there were no difference at all. The thing is that different operating systems render pages in a little different way. For example, it's about font anti-aliasing. It's a technique that makes a font look more smooth on your screen. And different systems render it in different way. So the difference is not noticed with an unaided eye, but it's extremely important in pixel comparison. And the obvious solution was to use Docker. Docker provides the same environment, and there is a ready Docker image for backstop, so you can use it. But the best solution would be to launch tests on the same hardware, of course, if it's possible for you. And the next question was, what should we test? One option was to test the whole pages, and another to select separate components. And each approach has its own pros and cons. Speaking about testing the whole pages, first of all, it's easier because you have one screenshot per page. Then we test the final result, and it's exactly what the users see. And first we chose this option, so we tried to test the whole pages. But it was a huge mistake, and let's look why. First of all, it's slower. As you remember, the images are compared by pixels, so more pixels, more time required. Then it's less accurate, and let's look why it's so. Backstop compares pixel ratio with predefined constant, as you remember. And if the denominator increases, the ratio would decrease. And it would be enough for test passing with the same mismatch threshold. And this called false positive, and it's one of the most important issues of screenshot testing, in fact. Besides, Resemble.js, which is under the hood of Backstop.js, has a fun restriction. For the images larger than 1200 pixels, it skips some pixels and tests begin to fail. And I suppose it was made for better performance, but it's not good for test accuracy. And finally, it's hard to investigate bugs when you have such a report looking like this. That's why testing separate components is a better option, as you can see. And we faced other problems like dealing with dynamic content, animations, false positive due to similar colors, and so on. And I make a talk in Russian about Backstop, and there was a lot about trade-offs and restrictions. Here is the link if it's interesting for you. But I want to say that there are no ideal tools, but only suitable for you. And Backstop.js has its own restrictions, of course. For example, it doesn't test logic, it's only screenshot testing tool. It's not pixel perfect testing tool. It's not cross-browser because it supports only Chrome family browsers. But it worked fine for us. And what did we achieve? First of all, we automated visual regression testing with minimal effort. Then we reduced the number of missed bugs. And finally, we reduced rework after testing because we could find lots of bugs ourselves before the QA engineers did it. And I would be glad to say that my story ended here and then we lived happily ever after. But to be honest, it didn't, of course, because screenshot testing is not enough. Even though screenshot tests brought us a lot of benefits, we still had two unresolved problems. First of all, screenshot testing is not a fully baked UI testing tool. That's why we couldn't get rid of QA engineers in this process and free them as we wanted. And secondly, we still had some problems with workflow. Let's have a look. I want to say that it's a very exaggerated case, but sometimes it takes place, it's not very good. But here is project manager. He came up with a new feature that will bring a lot of money for your company. And of course, he's short of time with describing the task. And here is a developer. And without exact requirements, he does the task in his own way. And here is the QA engineer who is not able to check if implementation is what's supposed to be because he doesn't have exact requirements too. And this all leads to miscommunication and a lot of rework, and it's a very bad situation. And to avoid this, we decided to use behavior-driven development and automated end-to-end testing on our project. But first things first. So behavior-driven development, or BDD, is methodology in which an application is documented and designed around its behavior. BDD provides a common language for management, developers, and testing. And this methodology extends the test-driven development approach in which tests go first, as you know. So how it works? First of all, we write test cases based on requirements before development. Then we describe test cases with specific language. And first we write tests and then we write code. And this is the core concepts. And what about end-to-end testing? Here is a testing pyramid. I suppose you're familiar with it. And end-to-end tests are at the top of this pyramid. These tests are the slowest and the most expensive. Then why we decided to begin automation with end-to-end despite their high cost? The thing is that end-to-end testing is testing from a user perspective. In other words, the lower layers check the quality of the code, and end-to-end test checks the quality of the whole product. And I want to say that ideally, there should be all kinds of tests on your project. But in case of resource constraints, you have to focus on your main goal, which is the end user's perspective. And besides, manual test cases check the same, so we already have test scenarios and we just automated them. And we chose such tools as Cypress and Cucumber for this approach. First is Cypress. Cypress is JavaScript end-to-end testing framework. It's quite popular, and all tests are written in JavaScript and are executed in the browser. So why Cypress? It works over Puppeteer. It's a Node.js library that provides user interactions. It supports Chromium family browsers plus Firefox. And it has good documentation and large communities, so you can always find answers to your questions. It has a large ecosystem of plugins, and it has a nice user interface. Let's look what is under the hood. It's Mocha for test syntax, then Chai for assertions, and Sign-on for mocks and stubs. And we were very surprised when we found out that Cypress uses jQuery for DOM queries and manipulations because it's quite outdated, but why not if it works? So it's about Cypress. And the second tool is Cucumber. Cucumber is a BDD testing and collaboration tool. It employs behavior-driven development approach, and it can be integrated with Cypress perfectly. The language in which tests are written is called Gherkin. It's a domain-specific language. It's a set of syntax rules that are accepted by Cucumber. And it supports many languages. In my project, I write feature files in Russian, but here I will show examples in English, of course. And then steps in Gherkin are matched with JavaScript functions that control browser. These functions are called step definitions. Here is a step definition for step called she eats 3 cucumbers from the previous slide. Here is how it looks like. So it were the core concepts, and now let's write tests. There is no built-in Cucumber inside Cypress, but there is a plugin called Cypress Cucumber Preprocessor, and we will use it. Here is an example how to implement it. You can see that only a few lines of code required. And then you have to define paths for feature files and step definitions. And that's all, you're ready to write your first test. By the way, Cypress has many more configuration options you can use to customize its behavior. It's things like where your tests live, default timeouts, environment variables, and so on. So let's look at this case. Here is a subscription form on some real site. And let's check that if we set invalid email, we would see a validation error in subscription form. Here is the feature file. The feature is called main page because we are viewing main page at the moment. And scenario is validate email in subscription form. This scenario is described the same as we described it in real life. So if we read it loud, it might sound like this. For example, what given? I'm viewing page main, and I'm viewing subscribe section. When I print email, this one, it's invalid value, and I submit the form, then I can see email validation error. So let's run Cypress. And we can see browser opening. And all the steps are executed. And here is the error in submission form. So everything is okay. As you can see, it works great. But what about scaling? Now there is only one test. But what if we had a lot of tests and suddenly changed a page selectors, for example? Of course, we don't want to fix them manually in hundreds of tests. Or what if we want to reuse some functions, for example? The good solution is to use a well-known page object pattern for this. Page object is a class that describes page elements and methods you can reuse, so code duplication can be avoided with page object pattern. And here is a step definition for previous example where we set in a mail. It's called I print a mail and some email. And let's have a look what it turns into with page object pattern. It's much shorter, as you can see. Here we use main page object and its method. And you may wonder, what about screenshot tests? So we didn't abandon them, of course. They work perfectly, not instead of end-to-end tests, but together with them. But there is no point in using additional tooling like Workstop.js, for example, because you can do it with Cypress too. There is no such a feature in Cypress itself, but you can use Cypress image snapshot plugin. And here is a code example how you can implement it in your project. Here is a visual scenario example. Let's read it. It's called subscribe section matches the layout. So given I'm viewing the page main and I'm viewing subscribe section, then subscribe section matches the layout. And in step section matches the layout, we call match image snapshot method. And that is it. And at the bottom, you can see failed screenshot test report. And the concepts of screenshot testing with Cypress are the same as I described for Backstop. That's why I wouldn't go deeper here. And that's all. Our tests are integrated in CI and reports are represented in Allure. Allure reports look like this. You can see how many tests passed and how many tests failed. And for failed tests, you can see screenshots of what exactly happened, and it's very useful for investigation. And it works fine, but you also can run tests locally in Docker using pre-commit hook, for example, and it also works. Some words about Cypress trade-offs and automation restrictions. First of all, there is no multiple tabs. It's a case when you click a link that opens a new tab, for example. But it's a native browser behavior and you don't need to test it, in fact. That's why it's okay. There is no multiple browsers open at the same time. Cypress doesn't support controlling more than one open browser at a time. But in most cases, you really don't need it. And it's not cross-browser testing tool. It supports only Chrome family browsers. And it supports only same origin in one test. And there is no access between iframes because of same origin policy. So if you have to check such scenarios, Cypress may not suit to you. But it worked for us perfectly, and it wasn't a problem for us. But what did we achieve by using automated end-to-end testing and behavior-driven development? Let's have a look. First of all, we automated the QA checks and freed the QA engineers from the routine and saved their resources for more meaningful work. Then we got live documentation, because feature files is documentation in fact. And we improved communication project using common language for feature descriptions. And I can say that all this boosted our efficiency and joy of working process. And summing up, what conclusions did we make from all this story? First of all, testing is not as painful as it seems to be. It's not a rocket science. There are many tools and approaches that boost your productivity and makes testing an enjoyable experience, but not a pain. Then a little effort can bring great benefits. Here I made a very short overview of just a few tools that are easy to learn and easy to implement, but there are many more options and you can choose any tooling you want, just make sure it works for you. Then testing should be built into the development process, and in that case, it will work. Because quality is not equal to testing. It's achieved primarily by preventing bugs and not by detecting them after the fact. And for this, you need to build a process that will be convenient for everyone in your team. And finally, product quality is our shared responsibility, but not only the QA engineers, as we often think. So let's be more attentive as developers to what we do to build really great products. And I want to end my talk with a quote from an amazing book. It's called How Google Tests Software. And this idea resonates with me very much, and this is exactly what we're striving for. So quality is not equal to test. It's achieved by putting development and testing into a blender and mixing them until one is distinguishable from the other. And in conclusion, here are some useful links. First of all, check Backstop, Cypress, and Cucumber documentations. They're really good. Then, if you prefer online courses, you can easily find them on Udemy, for example, or other platforms. And finally, here is a repo with Cypress examples and recipes. It was really useful for me. And that's all. Feel free to ask me any questions. You can write your question in Slack channel, for example, or you can write me directly after the conference. Is also an option. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Liudmila. That was really amazing. I personally love all the quotes you provided to us, especially from this book. It's great. So, guys, looks like it's a time to Q&A session. I see lots of questions to our speakers. So let's just wait for a couple of seconds while Kulas is ready to join us. Yeah, I see he's ready. So nice to see you again, Kulas. And let's start Q&A, guys. Probably the first question here will be to Kulas. And the question sounds like this. How do you integrate visual regression tests in a continuous development pipeline? Do you analyze every screen change and change the test before deploying?
Okay, that's a very good question. So this is what we are trying to figure out as well. What we do is we sort of segment our tests into feature testing before going into continuous deployment pipeline, right? So all of our visual regression testing happens before the continuous deployment pipeline. We are still in the process of having that velocity wherein we can push a PR going to prod directly, but that won't contain our visual regression. Everything happens on the feature testing side before the PR happens, right? So, but if we are, for example, to put it in a continuous deployment pipeline, our plan will be to use tags, right? Control the tests that we want to run using tags. So not everything will be tested for sure in a continuous deployment pipeline, because one failure for that means rolling back of the code, right? So we want to ensure that whatever we put in there in terms of tags are stable and will always pass if they are passing. So I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, perfect, yes. Thank you so much. So the next question goes to Liudmila. and here it is. Liudmila, do you have a guess? How can you ignore a content that changes dynamically in terms of like visual testing, for example, banners?
Oh, thank you for the question. It's really a nice question. Thank you for pointing this. Yes, of course, when we implemented visual regression testing, it was one of the pains we faced too. For example, it was dealing with dynamic content, with progressive images, with animations, and so on. For data, we use mock data for local launches, and we use fixtures for launches in CI. So this is how we deal with dynamically changing content. What about animations? We remove animations before the tests. We use hooks for it that are implemented before each test. And what about banners and images, for example? You really don't need to test banners and images. That's why we remove images too, and it's no use to test them. I hope I answered your questions. Thank you.
Hannah, I think you're on mute. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you too.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Something goes wrong. Okay, so again, thanks our audience for these awesome questions today, and thank you both for answering them. So the next question goes to everyone. How accurate are the results that you get from visual testing using images comparison?
I can go first. So as I've said earlier, there's never 100% accuracy in terms of comparison, right? Unless you are comparing the same images, right? So you will never get 100% comparison rate. But that's the reason why we want to have that certain deviation threshold, right? For you to be comfortable as to how much are you willing to let go in terms of accuracy, right? So yeah, not 100%, but definitely the deviation threshold helps you be comfortable with the deviations if there are any. Yeah. Thank you.
And I totally agree with you. I only would like to add that you can try to customize your mismatch thresholds, of course. And as I said, it's better to check the separate components, not the whole pages, because for the separate components, it works more accurate.
Yeah, thank you for answering, guys. And the next question, it's quite a long one. It goes to Kulas. There are usually small differences in fonts and letters when rendering by the browser, so pixel-perfect comparison rarely works if you compare Firefox with Chrome, for instance. And how do you deal with that? Also, what about dynamically changing content that is out of our control? Again, it's a question about banners that is randomly chosen.
Okay, sure. So to answer this one, I think we have answered that in the first question, right? So if you are to test banners, definitely test it manually, right? That's the only. I think that's the only way for you to test it, right? Because there's no way for you to predict. Again, for you to be able to automate something, you have to be able to predict what the actual result is versus the expected result. So if it's hard to predict, you will have to code a lot for it to do it. It's not even worth it to automate. Right. So to answer the first question, comparing one browser to the other. So unfortunately, the approach that we did doesn't really do that. Right. So what we do is we compare our prod code versus the development code, right, on the same browser. Because if we do that, right, we lose the so the baselining activity, right? So the baselining activity takes into consideration what browser did you test it on and what viewport or what size do you take it on, right? Obviously, Firefox and Chrome and Safari and all other browsers renders the page differently, right? So there's really no point comparing oranges. It's like comparing your orange to an apple, right? Orange being Firefox, Apple being your Chrome, right? So it's really not possible. So we have to set a specific rules wherein we compare the same images on the same viewport, on the same size, on the same browser. At least that's how we are doing it.
Yeah, perfect answer. Thank you so much. And the next question for both of you. For visual regression tests, what percent of deviation do you recommend to reduce the number of false positive results but keeping an accurate comparison? Sorry, can you hear me?
I think false positive is the main pain of regression testing, especially visual regression. That's why you can't avoid it at all. And I think it's a fact that you will have some percent of deviation, and that's okay for this test.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. False positives are everywhere. And that's why, even though everything is automated, you still have to spot checks from time to time, right? Why is this failing, right? And then when the answer to your question, what percent of deviation do you recommend? It depends, right? It depends on the page, right? So what we do on the we are comfortable with 1% for a specific page, but it might be 5% on a different page. So you have to tailor made your deviation according to what you are currently getting right now. So probably run a couple of tests, right? It might be tedious, right? But what we did was we run, say, five sets of tests on the same page and take the average, for example. Like on average, there's a deviation of 2% and it looks okay to us. Then let's go with 2%. So it depends on what you establish. Again, it's a personal preference, right? What you are comfortable with, right? So, but definitely use data for you to be able to have that, confidence that this is what I am going with in terms of the deviation.
Mm-hmm. So, like the best way will be just to try, and in some many attempts find which percentage suits your solution mostly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering. So the next question goes to Liudmila. Is it possible that by visual testing only components we miss? Some visual changes related to the integration of components?
I'm afraid I don't understand the meaning of the question, but
I think I can probably reformulate it if I get it correctly. So you've mentioned testing of some components, not like the full page. And the question, our watcher wonders whether we can miss something if we test parts of the page.
I guess we should combine testing the separate components with some another components when we feel it's a critical cases. But as I said, testing the separate components is better. So the less your component is, then more accurate your test is. So it's always up to you. It's always up your team and what you want to test, and you should to try and combine different approaches, I think. But it's a very broad question, and I think if you could provide some more information in Slack chat, for example, I would try to give you more information.
Okay, great. And the next question for everyone here. Just a second. Here it is. How big the QA team should be to implement such type of solution? So from your side, guys, how many people work on those solution? How long does it take to implement such thing?
Oh, I can begin. I'm not a QA engineer, I'm a front-end engineer. And at the beginning, we had only 3 manual testers, and we had 2 front-end developers, and our QA engineers were really short of time. And that's why we, the developers, implemented this approach. So we implemented it by 2 developers, and it took us for about 1 month, I think.
Okay. As for our team, note that QA engineers are not the only one in charge of quality, right? Everyone should be in charge of quality, right? It just so happened that QA engineers are the one policing quality, if you may call it that. So our team, for example, has 5 developers, and I'm the only QA engineer. So obviously, the task of doing the visual regression testing fell on me, but I am constantly doing a bit of interviewing, a bit of asking the developers as to what do you think is the right solution for this one. We implemented this in around 2 sprints, like a month as well, but it was just me, right? And it helps that I know a little bit more about image to image processing, right? Not so it's just really the concept being applied to testing. That's why it was a bit easier. But it might depend on how mature your team is, right? And what tool set are in your in your hands in terms of doing testing. But yeah, for us, it's just me who implemented this.
Great experience. Okay, the next question from the audience. Let it be this one. By using behavior-driven development, the language was unified with project managers. How did the process change when implementing BDD?
I suppose the question is targeted to me. So first of all, I want to say that you should implement testing in your processes, and your team should be ready for this. And in our case, our QA engineers and our PMs were ready for this. Before this, our product manager wrote requirements. Then the developers look these requirements and develop the task. And in the end of this process, QA engineer made testing. And if everything was okay, we made release and deployed it. And after implementing this approach, we began to define features, test cases, in the same time when we got the requirements. So, in other words, how it works. First of all, we write test cases that based on requirements, and then we develop this task. And we describe test case with specific language with our QA engineers. And after that all, we can write the code. So the feature files was written by us, by developers, and by QA engineers. And our project manager only set up the requirements. So that's all.
Thank you for answering, Lucy. So the next question. Oh, let me change it probably because we've already spoken about some pop-ups, static, dynamic, and how to deal with them. Let it be this one. How these days you guys use test metric with test automation? So how do you know that your automation is truly effective?
I could give this a shot. So it's a subjective question, actually, although we are talking about test metric, right? So the only way for us to support what the benefits are in terms of testing is definitely fewer bugs and lesser time to test, right? I've said in my presentation that by us doing this, if we are to do it manually, right, it will take us 20 hours, like without break. So that means around almost half a week just to test those 240 scenarios. And with implementation of the automation, we were able to cut it down to 8 minutes, right, for one browser. So that is 5,200% of savings. So I think that's the test metric not just us testers, but also, higher ups people are looking at, right? So in terms, if you can save on time, there are no issues going into production, you catch issues more often. I think that's the best bang for the buck in terms of whatever you are implementing, whether it's visual regression, automation testing, and some other types of testing.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay,
yes, I totally agree. And I think it's very hard question about what test coverage you need. As I have already said, it all depends on you, on your project, and only you can know what you should test and what critical cases do you have. But as for me, the main metric of automation testing is decreasing of rework, is confidence in your code, and how fast you can release, and that's all.
Sure.
Yeah, it's always like the first point to know that something goes wrong is when you support tests longer than you write and produce new one and release. Okay, the next question. It's again for both of you. Does visual regression testing work for mobile apps? Maybe you face it in your experience or heard about it. So if so, does it support PDF comparison, MB tiles, file comparison, and so on?
I don't have such an experience because I work only with web. I don't work with mobile apps. But I know you can test any viewport if we speak about web apps, including mobile web. And about mobile apps, I suppose there is some plugin for Cypress, for example, because Cypress has a very large plugin ecosystem. I suppose there is something for it.
Yeah, that's right. It depends on what we mean by mobile apps. There are native apps and there are mobile responsive apps, right? So we did this when I was in another company because our focus is in mobile. We are using Appium to take the screenshots. At the end of the day, it's just really taking the screenshots and comparing it with an expected one, right? So it's definitely doable on mobile apps. You just have to use different sets of tools. As I was saying, Appium is the one that we use for this one, and then same set with the comparison, right? Using actually for that one we use the Java image library, not Shutterbug. So yeah, definitely doable. PDF comparison, there are tools out there that compares PDF results as well, right? So you might need another tools, or you can create your own. That's the beauty of of what we do, right? We can create our own if we are not to leverage someone else's work. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for answering. We've probably running out of time. I think we will have 2 more questions and we'll finish here. I see lots of questions, but most of them we've at least partially covered. So, question for Kulas. That strategy of taking screenshots on the fly, does it affect performance? For instance, every test needs to open production and testing environments. Is it correct?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. It doesn't, well, because as I've said, right, we are just only spinning out a pool that is staging that has prod codes in it. We are not actually taking it from prod, right? So there's a big difference. So we are still on the staging side, right? When we do this on the fly screenshot. Now, your testing will only be as good as your resources. So we are running on Jenkins, for example, right? So if our Jenkins can handle multiple threads in terms of running, then it will run. It doesn't affect performance because it's just really doing 2 instances, at most 20 instances of the same app being run together, right? So more than the server of your app being affected, it's more on your resources in terms of where you are running it. So if you're running it locally and you have few RAM, you have few disk space, then definitely it will affect the performance of the test, right? But I think 20 to 40 instances running at the same time, your server should be able to handle that, no problem. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you should prepare some extra money to have a powerful servers to handle everything. Okay, And the last but not the least question, I personally really like it. Based on what you know today, what would you do differently or keep in mind if you were to start a new visual regression project? What surprised you the most after the experience with it? It's quite an open question, but maybe some.
That's true. Like a Miss Universe question, eh?
Maybe
would you like to start?
some useful tips, or maybe after that experience you would like to say, hey guys, you don't need visual regression, just skip it.
That's a good one.
Okay, any thoughts?
It's a really great question.
Yeah, it is.
And it's a theme for another talk, I think.
That's true.
Okay.
But if I am to, I guess what I learned the most is that it's fun to work with new tools, right? The discovery that you get, the learnings that you get, right? My motto for anything task automation is it gives me fuel. If someone says that we cannot automate something, right? That's where I wanted to prove that, hey, I can automate this through different tools, through research. I guess it's not really the technology or the frameworks that is important here. It's your resourcefulness to get the job done and learn from it and improve on it. Continuous learning is probably what I'm taking away and I will be bringing to any new automation project, not just visual regression. I hope that answers the question.
And as for me, the main thought that first of all, you should think about the processes, because you can choose any tooling you want and it may work for you. But if you're not implementing this in your processes, it won't work for you. That's why process go first. And you should always remember about overheads, because this tools bring lots of benefits, but in the same time, you have to write tests, you have to implement tests, and you always should keep in mind that it takes time too. But if you had a lot of refactoring, if you have new features, and you have very slow regression testing, I definitely recommend you to use this approach.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Liudmila, you speak like a true quality assurance specialist, because I truly agree that like processes should go first. Thank you so much for this. So Kulas, it was also nice to hear your experience. Thank you for answering the questions. So guys, the time was wonderful. Thank you. Thanks a lot for being with us today. Yep, it was nice to see you.
Thank you very much.
Same here. Thank you, everyone.
So bye-bye. Hope to see you again on a QA Global Summit. Okay, guys. Unfortunately, our track today is close to the end. So I want to thank again all speakers and all viewers who were with us today for your awesome questions. And I want to introduce my colleague Jonas, who will be the moderator for the next track for the next few hours. And I regret to say goodbye, but I need to. So goodbye and take care. Hope to see you all again. Bye-bye.
Thank you to our speakers for their presentation. And now it's time to welcome our next sponsor, Test Sigma. An open source test automation platform has officially been announced by Test Sigma. Now you can replace your fragmented test stack and rapidly develop stable and reliable tests for your web, mobile, and API tests in plain English on a single customizable platform that works out of the box. Check out the GitHub repo. The link will be in the chat. Thank you.
All right, so welcome back. We had like a short mini break, and now I will be your new host for this new speakers, and we will have like 5 more talks. I will be moderating all of them, and I'm sitting here in Karlsruhe in Germany. I hope it's kind of cloudy today, but the weather is nice, so I'm wondering where you are located. So please hit me up with a message in the chat, and also, let's not wait too long. We have more awesome speakers coming up. So the first one today is Maya Gbola, who's the co-founder and head of engineering at Lambda Test. And I will be welcoming him just shortly. So, all right. Hi, Maya. How are you today?
Hey, Jonas. I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing great as well. So I'm really looking forward to your talk. So how is it to be like one of the founders at Lambda Test?
It's like very, very interesting and challenging at the same time. So people are looking after us to get the solutions for their cutting edge technology solutions. So that's a huge responsibility. And yep, at the same time, it's very, very delightful.
All right, this sounds really awesome and exciting. So without further ado, I think we can just jump into your talk. I will just quickly add your slides here, and everyone have fun with the talk, and I will hand over the word to you.
Thank you so much, Johannes. So yeah, today I wanted to touch upon a topic that is very, very close to our hearts, and it's about renaissance of end-to-end testing. And we have like seen a lot of talks and debates like over a couple of years now, but we still feel that end-to-end tests do carry a lot of importance to us and our customers. And from our past experience of 4 years of serving different customers, we have seen that end-to-end testing actually contributes to a major chunk of their workloads at their organization, and it has been adding a huge value. So at the same time, we wanted to bring in a new tooling as well as a new platform in the market to actually support new sophisticated ways of testing and actually empower our customers as well as other developer fellows so that they can get best out of what end-to-end testing can actually offer. So very briefly, I would just like to touch upon some points why we feel end-to-end testing is important. Nothing new out there, but with maybe a new direction and a light. So now, at this point in time, we have like various different kind of strategies in testing. Like there's a unit test cases, acceptance testing, UI testing. But at the same time, what we feel that unless and until we actually run our end-to-end suites, we do not get that much amount of confidence. No matter how many unit test cases we run, how many integration tests we write, ultimately, if the end-to-end tests are not working, that gives us slight little bit of lack of confidence. So that it's not very, very clear to us should we deploy or not. So what we feel at this point in time that still end-to-end testing solves that part in much graceful manner and for our customers as well. Secondly, when we're trying to release a product, we want to have that assurance that our end user's perspective is taken into account. And we feel that the unit test cases and the other test cases lower in the paradigm are not able to cater to that requirement. So finally, if we want to make sure that the product is actually solving the purpose for our end customers, it's very, very important to test from their perspective. And their perspective actually includes a lot of different complex parts. For example, testing from that particular device, from that particular location, or from particular settings that they have when they are viewing your product, either on the mobile or on the desktop. And continuing on that point, it actually matters from where we are actually using the product. So at the same time, when end-to-end testing helps us test the end-to-end user flows, it's very, very important that the end user device is also taken into consideration, because it happens a lot of time that we are not able to test out some poor network conditions, poor conditions in case of batteries in the mobile devices. And similarly, if the web browser settings have been tweaked by the user, we do not know what might appear to the user. So this actually means that end-to-end testing is very, very required for our users as well as for us. But at the same time, we have seen these images in the past and lots of blog posts. Many famous companies have written their blog posts around why end-to-end testing should be managed, what are some cons around this, and we have been listening to some rants about it as well. So we need to that forces to pondering why would this situation get arise even though we are getting lots of benefits out of end-to-end testing, and that insight was very enlightening for us. We'll catch up on that later, but if we look at the very basic points, the things that people tell about end-to-end testing, it's very slow, it's expensive, it's brittle, and then people have come across various different scenarios in testing where they're going to execute more and more unit test cases. There have been some paradigms around how many percentage of your test suite should be end-to-end in integration on the unit one. And those perspectives are really great because obviously the various kind of engineering cultures, the various kind of tooling that our users have or our customers have actually impacts the way end-to-end tests can be written out there. So we saw both sides of the stories, and we tried to analyze the points given by both the parties. And then we came on to conclusion that yes, the end-to-end testing is hard right now, but maybe it's the missing of a platform that can actually fix these problems. And instead of blaming the end-to-end testing philosophy, we should maybe focus on building a better platform so that we can still get the charm of end-to-end testing, because the problem that end-to-end test casing solves is like much greater than the cons that people have just listed out over there. And that led us to development of some new platform that could change the entire way of how end-to-end testing is done. So these are the various common rants that, first of all, end-to-end testing is slow. And if we dig deep a little bit down, it would it would be apparent that end-to-end tests are slow because there are lots of components involved. It's not just an easy setup. We have like various combination of browsers, various different kind of servers that are adding in the intermediary, and this serves as different hops from which information flows. And finally, that whole setup actually has to keep on running, and information has to flow through all the components, and that is why it's slow. But can this problem be solved by a platform? Yes, and we think that all of this problem can actually be solved by the platform itself, because ultimately it's the way we are setting up these components. There's no blocking point, or there's no blockers on the way, or any restrictions from the operating system side or maybe from the architecture side. Is the way things have been running till now. Secondly, we also hear that the end-to-end testing is expensive, but CPU cost is actually going down, memory cost is going down, network cost is going down. Then still, why do we call end-to-end test case expensive? And the reason we found was that the setup in which the end-to-end testing is currently happening has not actually upgraded in the last 1 decade. We all still have that same components of, like, if you talk about, let's say, Selenium, we have some Selenium hubs, we have Selenium browsers, we have some scripts that are executing outside of this domain, which are sending some HTTP calls. Now, this whole setup actually has to be maintained, and as well as commonly upgraded and updated, which actually leads to the cost part of this. But again, if the technology has matured enough for the other part, for example, the infra services has spawned out, we should be actually thinking out, can we make this whole setup less expensive? Yes. So obviously Dockerization was one of the answers, but it still doesn't touch upon how to actually reduce the testing cost. Yes, it has reduced the infra cost. It's very easy, but can we do something more on that part to actually make the end-to-end testing less expensive? And then talking about the brittleness as well as the flakiness. So we already know that the end-to-end testing is actually operating on what is being displayed to the end user. And at the same time, in some companies with some very high velocity, the changes are so frequent that the test cases that we have written are actually brittle. And we think that that problem is not because of the end-to-end test philosophy. It's actually because of the test authoring as well as the way they have been designed. And since it's an art to write an end-to-end test case, these things can be obviously parameterized, this can be abstracted out. But at the same time, if the platform is intelligent enough to actually catch these cases, like for example, a very simple one, that if the locators that we're using have been actually changed from the last time, if the platform can detect that and obviously stop that script right away, or maybe auto heal. That could be a really game changer, and we have been seeing that a lot of platforms have started doing that. But not we just don't have to stop at that point. I mean, we have to actually move forward towards that. Obviously, auto healing is one of the answers, but what if the test authoring tool themselves has a very tight integration with the platform itself, so that, I mean, they would get to know like what component or what locator is currently being displayed over that and can be used. And next, about the flakiness. So nothing new on that part. We have seen some platforms which are actually allowing users to do some flakiness detection by maybe running these test cases X number of times and before declaring the test is flaky. But this is just a very naive way, and obviously there are some extremely sophisticated ways in which flakiness can be combated. Like, for example, we have seen that mutation testing was one other very clever way of how you could actually combat those flaky test cases. Maybe reordering the test cases, and some of the other cool examples include, like, we are going to repeatedly decrease the environment constraints. For example, we're going to reduce the RAM, the CPU, as well as the network, just to ensure that there's a tipping point after which test starts to show some flakiness. So the platform itself has to provide these kind of different ways to run this automation detection, because right now we are writing test cases to test our code, but we're not doing anything to test our test cases. So again, this comes on the platform. If platform allows such a capability that any new test cases that is entering our system is actually tested across some stability points, then it's much easier to deal with such test cases, because they're not going to hurt our final builds. If the platform can block out that particular test case from a final build, we'll still go ahead and not waste our time. And this was just the tip of an iceberg, but as we write more and more end-to-end test cases, there are some other complex problems that start appearing. And if we want to talk about that, one is the complex workflows. So we have seen that a lot of times the developers and the QA customers and the other community are spending way too much time in actually making their code run concurrent and as fast as possible. But at the same time, they should have been focusing more on the test authoring part, because that requires more attention over there. So that is just a waste of time, and this effort can actually be minimized if platform itself can decide how to run the test cases, in which form, in how many parallelism, as well as a grouping. And if the grouping is done in an active manner, for example, this platform can learn if from the last iteration, like how tests should be grouped together, that can act as like a nitro boosters for running our test cases. But the problem right now is that as we change our languages and frameworks, as we move from one testing framework to another, these things are not transferable, because these are like very tightly coupled in the language and the runtime. Obviously, these features are not new, but then it locks us down in that particular framework. And in future, if we want to move out to some other newer framework, that is not possible, because now we are dependent on that. So we thought that if this thing can be brought at the platform level, which is very agnostic to which framework, testing framework or testing language you're using, that would make end-to-end testing actually more breathable. And this is in the same context, like when Docker came, the Docker itself was not bad. It was missing layer called orchestration. So we cannot say that end-to-end testing is bad. Maybe the orchestration at the platform level is required to make them run smoothly and run them in cheap manner. Next is when you write end-to-end test cases, another common problem that we see at scale is that if any of the test case fails, debugging it is a nightmare, because logs are scattered everywhere. I mean, first you go to the cloud, you see the test cases failing, you come to your CI, you scavenge through a whole lot of files to actually find the stack trace. And even then, the stack trace needs to be correlated to what was available over there. So there's so many pieces of information which are not connected now. And again, these things are clearly stitched together in a convenient view. We feel that end-to-end testing debugging will be easier. Next is what to run and when to run. And this is a great initiative that we have taken inside at Lambertus as well, to actually figure out that when do you think that a new test cases should be run? Are there some parameters that we can look forward to? Are there some hints or some triggers? that can actually trigger the test cases. And more than that, do we always need to run all the test cases? So the answer is obviously no, but how do we do that? So if the platform can actually figure out by smart test selection that this is a particular subset of test case which got impacted, then it's actually going to reduce the testing cost drastically, because we are only going to run a very small subset of test cases which got impacted. And then finally, the observability. So a test failing down is a very binary event, but there's a lot that is required to actually figure out what went wrong. And at the same time, test analytics is very, very important. So now it comes all down to the platform, because platform actually has access to all these logs, have access to the way test cases have been running. So this observability as well as analytics can be built at the platform level. And if all these things can be done at there, we think that end-to-end testing can actually be a breeze again, so that we can again reclaim the benefits that end-to-end testing has to offer. So hypertests are one step forward in this direction. And we recently launched hypertests in January itself to make end-to-end testing breeze again. And we have started with a few minimal features that we think are going to change the way the end-to-end testing is done. And like, it's just as we told that it's just one step forward. There's a lot more to come. But to start with, we have created a platform which is actually YAML driven. So the whole idea is that developers should not be running these test cases themselves. They should just be authoring them. Running them should completely be offloaded to the platform, because platform can make intelligent decisions on how to run these test cases most efficiently. So with Hypertest, we have a sophisticated YAML workflow manager where you can specifically define in which manner you want to run the test cases. It could be like you want to run some bunch of test cases in sequential manner due to some data splitting, and you can run all the other test cases parallelly in the available concurrent licenses. Secondly, we are going to provide the test execution platform, which is like fully pre-packaged with all the utilities and the tool that might be required. And then starting, we are supporting all the major desktop operating systems as well as mobile emulators and simulators, so that testers can get same level of logs as well as intelligence across all these devices. And followed by that are some smart features where actually system can do some automatic retries. It can do some automatic reordering just to enable fail fast. For example, if we are going to run 10 test cases and last time my 8th test case failed, so my platform should automatically move the last failed test case in the first position, so that we get failure fast. So these some kind of workflows that have been written by our developers currently in their test scripts can now be offloaded to the platform, and platform should be able to take care of it themselves. And next, followed by that are some smart CI features, because testing is never an isolated cycle. It's a part of the complete SDLC. So we do know that there are some requirements, at least at the CI level. For example, downloading some dependencies, running some executables, maybe hitting some APIs. So Hypertest provides a platform where actually we can do some CI stuff before and after running our test cases. And at the same time, it also provides real-time logs for all those test cases. So starting with Selenium and Cypress, we provide all these logs in the real time as well. Followed by that are some deep analytics in error classification. So what you've started doing is that once a Selenium test case fails, a system tries to classify that error and displays that at the top itself, so that users don't have to scroll down the huge log files. They exactly know why this test case is failing. And that's just a step ahead in making the debugging easier for end-to-end test cases. Followed by that, we are also going to add some flakiness detection algorithms and making a flakiness test management as a platform where anybody can write down the strategies they want to do in order to combat flaky tests as simple shareable YAML files, so that this kind of information is reusable across different organizations as well as different projects. So this is just a very simple example YAML file that can be written in order to run end-to-end test cases. This example uses Selenium. And all the user has to do is just to specify some of the settings file, as well as how to run their test cases, and that's it. So now, if you see that this kind of orchestration is handled by the system itself, and user doesn't have to do a lot. They just have to focus on writing their test cases, and system should make automatic intelligent decisions to apply these over a test execution. And this thing is actually transferable across different frameworks. Now, suppose that if you're moving from Selenium to Cypress or maybe to Playwright, the way of orchestration is going to remain constant at the platform level. Instead of this Selenium script, we just have to run some Playwright script, or for example, some Cypress script. And the platform should behave in exactly the same manner. So now we created a very small video. I would just like to showcase that. And yep.
Let's face it, test execution is slow. Traditional automation testing solutions run the triggered test scenarios by sending commands in the form of HTTP calls to the Selenium hub, which in turn schedules it to be run the best suited node. Hop after hop after hop results in increased test flakiness and slow test execution. Given the ever-increasing need for quick time to market and the complexity of web applications, the existing solutions are just too slow. Introducing Hypertest, a smart test orchestration platform to run end-to-end Selenium tests at the fastest speed possible. The Hypertest platform merges all the components into a single execution environment, thereby helping businesses achieve native-like performance on the cloud. Instead of moving the hub close to you, we are bringing the test scripts closer to the hub. Businesses can now achieve an accelerated time to market with our blazingly fast platform that offers the fastest test execution grid, smart test orchestration, and detailed execution logs. With Hypertest's proprietary features like smart auto test splitting, matrix-based build multiplexing, auto purging of environments after build completion, smart caching for speeding up the regression tests, you can accelerate test execution to a never-before-experienced scale. And yes, we put security at the center of everything we do at Lambda Test. Businesses will get dedicated proxy support for secure connections and end-to-end data encryption for the entire testing lifecycle. That's not all. Hypertest is available on Windows, Mac, and Linux. Is available in 60+ regions, allows real-time streaming of terminal logs, offers a completely customizable test execution environment using pre- and post scripts, gives end-to-end visibility of all test logs. Experience blazing fast test execution with Hypertest. Start testing today at hyperspeed.
So yeah, this is what we have taken as a step forward to enable the community as well as customers to get better benefits out of end-to-end testing. And with this, I am done with my presentation. I would love to answer any questions or queries you guys have.
All right. Thank you very much about this awesome talk. So yeah, we have a few questions. So, and I was wondering actually the same. So what's your definition of end-to-end testing and when should it be used? Maybe like a very basic question, but maybe we can start from there.
Absolutely. So end-to-end testing in our definition means when we are going to test anything from the user's point of view and actually on the end device. So just to emulate what the real user flow would look like. And we feel that obviously whenever any product is launched, there are some very, very critical workflows which are, very crucial for that product lifetime or life cycle. For example, the checkout or maybe entering into the system or maybe performing some critical operations. So we feel that at least those operations which are very critical to support the product should have an end-to-end automation testing suite to capture all those workflows from all possible devices from where users can operate.
Yeah. So are there any more questions? If not, I have another thing to discuss, maybe a question as well. So, and chat, please ask questions. We have here the opportunity to ask great questions. So I was wondering if you think that the testing pyramid, like the amount of tests in the integration part and so on, will change if the integration tests will be faster. For example, if you could think of integration tests being as fast as unit tests, like theoretically, do you think the pyramid would change?
Actually not, because we are seeing that the industry in the unit test case is even going at the nanoscale, at least in the unit test case, since we're having function as a service apps. So now the test targets are getting very, very smaller. So integration tests will definitely be higher in the pyramid, and the lower ones are going to get created more. From the unit test case might even break to even smaller testing suites where you're just checking maybe a single function or single line of code. So testing is going up to that micro level. So integration testing, even though it's going to be very, very faster because now we have virtualized technologies, we can mock almost everything. But still, if the end user experience cannot be emulated unless we are in the same environment, and we'll not ever have that confidence that if we are going to ship that product, we're just integration testing how the end user experience will be. And so we feel that ultimately it's required to actually speed up the end-to-end test as well. Just like unit test, just like integration test getting faster, it's also very much required to increase the speed at which the end-to-end testing happens.
Yeah, okay, I agree. All right, we have more questions. So how are edge cases related with end-to-end testing? Interesting one. What do you
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, so how are edge cases related with end-to-end testing? Like, I don't know, filling in forms with like some kind of edge case, edge inputs, which are not related, because there are a lot of tests of those, I think.
So you mean the edge cases?
Yeah, edge cases, for example. I think the question, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is mentioned about like edge cases regarding, for example, you have an input field, which there's the email, and then you start like typing into like some numbers and some missing the ads, missing like all of kind of edge cases which you could think of for that kind of test. Do you think that they are highly correlated with end-to-end testing, or do you think that end-to-end testing is more of like kind of a concrete user flow thing without so many edge cases in there, and the edge cases are more of a thing for integration and unit tests?
Great. In fact, we feel that edge cases are actually a very integral part of end-to-end testing, and that is precisely we want to write more of them, because we want to see that where all users can fall inside that flow and what all can go wrong. And if there are some very critical flows, exactly those edge cases should be covered in the end-to-end testing. Like it's a very good example, and for at least one of our customers who are having that edge cases in providing a telephone number on their form, there was a case that if they just started with 0 in India, that would just assign a random country code, and that was a huge mistake on that side, and was only captured because testers started adding those edge test cases.
Okay, I see. All right. Next question. So, which one to choose? Are you considering the possibility to allow orchestration for other frameworks apart from Selenium in the future?
Absolutely, yes. So, we have started with Cypress, Playwright, and Tycho framework, and we are actually thinking of bringing all the end-to-end test framework at Hypertest.
Awesome. Looking forward to that. So, next one. How do you rate Playwright over Selenium nowadays for end-to-end testing?
So yeah, we have tested out Playwright, and it's actually a very good testing tool. It provides very nice experience, but I still feel that as products mature, they need to cover more breadth. For example, they need to test mobile devices, they need to test some particular browsers, which are not actually getting covered, at least by Playwright for now. So once the support at the Playwright level increases across the breadth of different devices or browsers, then yes, definitely it provides a very good experience. But I still feel that Selenium has a way more penetration into the market and has lots of extensions and plugins that can cater to all of the cases possible right now. It's yet to come to that level, but yes, the experience is really, really good.
All right. So I think we are running out of time, but I think we can do like 1 or 2 more questions. So next one is, should end-to-end tests be written by testers or developers or both?
We think it should be written by both, because it's always the problem of the context passing. Even though it doesn't matter how clearly we write out the expectations, the flows that developer has in their minds can be created by developers themselves. So we feel that it should be written by both. Obviously, there has to be some kind of a smart segregation in the types of end-to-end test cases. For example, developers should be focusing on their core functionalities that the product is offering from all the edge cases. but then the testers will actually try to emulate the end user who is using the platform for the first time. So with a clear segregation, I think we can reap out the benefits of end-to-end testing at scale.
All right. And last question for today. Can this be integrated with other automation tools?
Yes, absolutely. This can be integrated with other automation testing tools. And like, we would love to answer more questions. You can just go to Hypertest website on our Lambda test page and maybe type your questions in our support box.
All right. Thank you so much for your awesome talk. And now let's head over to the next one. Thank you again, and see you soon if you have more questions. All right. So next we have Baris from Tester.io. He's actually an IT professional with more than 20 years experience. I will just add him to the stream. Hi, Baris. How are you today?
Hello, Jonas. Thank you. All is good. How about you?
Doing good as well. So really looking forward to your talk, because like UX testing is, I think, a field which is kind of new, I feel like, or it's like more incoming. So really interested in what you have to talk about. And I will just hand over the word to you and have fun with the talk, everyone.
Thank you so much, Jonas. Not maybe a new topic, but one of the most underestimated topics, let me say, because I think all professionals and people are doing it for decades. Today, I will be talking about user experience testing, and I would like to show you that it is not rocket science. So a quick introduction for myself. I am a testing professional on the field for more than 20 years, currently working as the managing partner of the testing services company Tester.io, which has some solutions and products in the field. So let me start, since I don't have so much time, but have so many things to say. Let me start with my philosophical part of the session. So I want to start with, let us start soft with some philosophical dimensions of user experience testing, and then maybe we will have more practical ones. My first item would be, this is a quotation from myself, by the way. Life is a test and every human is a tester. I don't know if you believe this or not, but this is in my life, it's like night and day, very crystal clear for me. And maybe history goes back to the first humans, so who were Adam and Eve. And you know, the first requirement that has been given to Adam and Eve was the apple. There is a tree with nice apples, and God said that, yeah, don't touch the apple. It was maybe the number 001 requirement, which was tested by those humans and verified. So maybe the first test case, just because God said that don't touch that, otherwise you are kicked out of heaven. And it was verified in the end. So it's like a very old habit that every human being genetically hold. When we were born, we have that ability to test, to analyze, to check things in our life. And in that sense, life is a test. So it makes people testers in a way. That is how our company is founded, by the way. Tester.io means you are a tester. So this is the name of our company. The second one, yeah, there are a lot of UX formulas, by the way, but the very famous one would be value should be greater than pain. Maybe some of you guys have read the book Your Brain at Work from David Rock, which is a great book telling us about how the human brain works, basically. And human brain is genetically coded like it's a living organism, by the way, and the aim of it, the principle that it is based on, is it tries to minimize the pain and maximize the benefit. Also, it tries to minimize the punishment and maximize the reward. Tries to minimize the effort and maximize the output. So this is how our brain works. So this is how we evaluate products and services. So in that way, if you are measuring user experience in any product or service, this is a critical formula to put an eye on to. So let me come to another critical point, which is for so many people, they think that user experience testing is like conducting a focus group. So just calling some people, inviting them to a room, and 5 to 10 people, and they start talking about a specific product or a service, and in the end we will understand the user experience and how is the quality and so on and so forth. But in that when we look this as a kind of test activity in a user group, most of the time you ask questions and got answers. Even when you do a one-to-one interview is almost the same. So but in practice, users, when they say something, it doesn't mean that they do it. So in most of the focus groups, many users are criticizing an application, or they are promoting it like hell. But in the end, when you observe their activities, or when you observe their style of using the product, you understand that what they do is not similar with what they say. So you need to understand that. So user experience testing involves user observation and should involve user observation. So you need to observe those people while they are using those products or services. Not only send them some surveys or ask some questions, do some interviews or brainstorming sessions or think aloud sessions is not enough. So let me come to the fourth one. Do you think in most of the, by the way, training, people or professionals or experts in the field, they are telling us to quantify testing. They ask us to quantify testing. You need to quantify testing, and it needs to become a fact, not an opinion. So in order to make it like a factful activity, you need to quantify it. But I don't know. Do you think that testing could be quantified by all means? Or are there any activities in testing that you cannot quantify at all? Like some studies of Edward de Bono, who is a project management person, who is very famous with 6 thinking hats. Maybe you read that book or some article versions of it. There are different hats we need to wear during we do things. From time to time, sometimes we need to be positive. Sometimes we need to see the negative side. Sometimes we need to be process-based. Sometimes we need to be intuitive or emotional. So this is how you can evaluate a product. So from that perspective, we cannot say that testing is 100% quantitative or could be reflected by some metrics or some numbers. No. So I mean, especially the user experience testing, for sure. Some part of it is intuitive. Some part of it should be emotional. Some users will come and say that I don't like the product. So this is like an output, very regular output coming from a user experience test. So how do you quantify like or love or hatred or those things? So you need to also welcome that. Some other bullet which is related to this one, the fourth one, would be in most of the cases, when we look at different test techniques or methods or types of testing, we see that we have some inputs, we have some outputs, and most of the time we have a test case that could fail or pass. It is true or false, it holds or not, it is white or black. But in user experience testing, not all the things are white and black. Some of the things are gray. It means that not all the tests or activities or dimensions in user experience testing could be translated into a passed or failed result. It's not like that. So user experience testing in that matter is hard to translate, is hard to give a meaning. So from that sense, also, we know that most of the developers, I know it from myself, by the way, are Boolean oriented, Boolean function oriented people. It's like we have zeros and ones in our brains. When a usability problem comes into my desk, you shouldn't judge that with zeros and ones. Sometimes you need to, it should be something else. So from that perspective, convincing a developer for fixing a usability problem is sometimes really a headache. We need to understand that gray zone. Okay, again, in universities, in many lessons, they teach that, okay, there are the terminology verification and validation. Have we built the product right? And have we built the right product? So these are different questions, you know. And in most of the cases, when you look at technical teams and technical testers, most of the time we find ourselves doing verification. We are checking if everything is built right, if this method is bringing me the correct return or outputs. So from a way, this is killing testing. This kills our perspective in testing. You need to act as a user also. You need to act like a user. You need to ask this question as well. Are we building the right product? Maybe it works properly, but if it is not the right product, then it's like errors fallacy. So lack of errors, it doesn't have any errors, but it is not a correct product for the targeted users. So in that sense, we need to also do validation. We need to change perspectives, and user experience testing is most of the times it has the validation side, and you should include that into your testing. 7, yeah, there are so many different tests. Test is an infinite journey. I think we are all agreeing that. So there are so many dimensions, types, methods, techniques, tools, so many things that you can do within a test activity. If it is user experience testing, even you have more and more options to check, but you cannot test everything. So it means that what specific answer you are looking for, what you want to achieve with that test activity. You try to understand the time on task, or you try to understand the satisfactory levels of the users, or you try to understand the efficiency of the product, or whether if it is engaging or not. So these are different questions, and those different questions requires different test activities, and you cannot do all those test activities in one step. So you need to go step by step. Maybe you can think big, but you need to act small. And automation is, maybe we cannot say that automation is a trend, test automation, since from the year 2000, when you Google it, software testing trends 2001, software testing trends 2002, software testing trends 2022, whatever. with every search, the result is the same. Maybe in the top 3 we have test automation. Yeah, from that sense, it shouldn't be a trend. It is, I think, a permanent subject in the field, and it should be there. But do we really need it in user experience testing? Can you automate user experience testing? By the way, you can automate everything. You can even automate user experience testing, but do you have any value coming out of it? Because someone should come and ask you the question, why did you automate user experience testing? And the response shouldn't be like, because I can. There should be a value behind it. So you need to answer that. So automation doesn't solve every question, doesn't solve every problem. So from that sense, when you read real human feedback, you need to do human testing. That is also important. And in user experience testing, I cannot say that automation is the number one issue. So it is maybe very less and less prioritized. Okay, can you solve all the problems in one step? Again, when you conduct a user experience test, whether you do it like a user observation session or you do it like an heuristic evaluation or kind of a expert review, in every test there are so many outputs, so many incidents, so many bugs, or so many issues to be fixed, but you need to prioritize those things. Maybe you need to, because if you have so many usability problems, then also you are in trouble. You need to convince people to fund those activities. You need to find time and money to fix those things, and also you need to find the will from people to fix those things. It is hard in most of the cases. So you need to be picky, and you need to prioritize the things and go for the biggest problems, and then you repeat your tests, and it's like an iterative cycle. And last but not least, of course, this is very famous in testing. When you say users don't do that, then it means that, yeah, this is an assumption, and assumptions are killing testing. So we don't like assumptions as testers. By the way, we try to prove that those assumptions will fail. That is why we do tests. So if you say that my user will not do that, you are in trouble. So that could be your first bug. I think I'm on the halfway. So when we look at user experience testing, of course, one side of it is users. So you need to understand users. They are strange. Is crystal clear. So users, they have solutions. They are not always right. We know it. Some of the people or companies even say that, yeah, customer is always right. No, this is not correct, by the way. But they do have a point. Always they do have a point. If you have patience and time to understand the problem behind that wall, then you are at the good position, like Henry Ford or Steve Jobs or other people that are producing really perfect products, which is bought by millions of people. He said that, yeah, they ask for faster horses, but I created the automobile. So I have created the automobile. But if I would ask them, they would tell me that they need faster horses. Like in the spacepan problem. NASA, when they are doing the space exploration, they ask their astronauts, what do you need in space? Most of the people, they said that we need pen. But they checked that pen could not write in zero gravity, since it evaporates, so or it goes in the air, so it's not doesn't stay on the paper. Then they created the space pen. with $1 million budget. And the Russians, they say that, yeah, this is our Russian space pen, which is a pencil, which can write perfectly in zero gravity. So this is like when you put a lot of attention to solutions, then you may not come up with fitting ones. But when you start with understanding the problem, then you are in the right foot. It makes a lot of sense. Most of the people, this is another side. Yeah, users, they hate change. Most of the time, no. Users hate you, actually. Who are you? You are the one who is building invaluable products, or products which are not user-centered, or products which are designed by designers' mental model, but not users' mental model. So this is why we tend to say that users, they hate change. But yeah, life is a change, so everything changes. Users also do change, but they need to see some value with any product and update. Also, we know that users are really picky. They don't use everything, but we tend to fill all the applications with features and things, and so that it is creating a lot of paradox of choice. In most of the time, I think Pareto answering that question, it says that 80% of users are just using 20% of the features that are being served to them. So why not we simplify our products? Why not put more attention into iterative building and continuous learning and doing simplification? But yeah, this is not coming by nature. Also, users are sharing everything. When they have a very good experience, they share it with 5 people. When they have a bad experience, they share it with 20 people. That is why bad news travels faster. So we know it, and a negative experience would overwrite all the positive experiences. We also know that. And they are not that much loyal. We also know that when they have some love mark, they try to be consistent. So they try to agree. They try to pay more. They try to do more activities if you are their love mark. If not, they will leave you within a second, because currently users have the power. So we need to know about it. This is very clear. So they need caring. So you need to care your users. In most of the cases, companies, they do campaigns, they create their personas, and they have their user profiles. They do the segmentation. They say gold users, platinum users, silver, or whatever kind of users, some low priority ones. But in the end, you need to care everyone. You need to show your users that you are caring, so that this is they become really unhappy quite fast. And this was a toy I bought from one of my trips. When I go to go and pay for it, there is a lady in the cash box, and I asked her how are the users' feedback about this product, and she says, yeah, they love it so much. I said, who loves this? So the one on the top, or the one who becomes a horse? So, and she said, yeah, this is the first time I have a question like that. I have never think about it. I always think about the kids who becomes a cowboy or whatever on the top. So we care that person so much, but at the same time we are putting less and less attention to the other one. So it is not balanced, in a way imbalanced, and creating a lot of bad experience with our products. So okay, this is the user side. When I come back again, let's finish this in testing. So when we come back to user experience testing, one of the very important questions, when I was moderating a panel, and there were several upper managers around me. One of them was coming from a bank, the other one was coming from an insurance company, and the other guy, he was from an e-commerce company. I asked them, when I drop you in an island, which one do you pick first? I said reliability, performance, functionality, usability. The guy from the bank, he says security or reliability, because we are dealing with money. Insurance said that we need to be fast. I would pick performance. E-commerce guy said that we need to be simple, easy to understand, so I pick usability. No one have picked functionality, but based on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it comes first. Do you create an account on an e-commerce application that you cannot add anything to basket or do checkout or do anything, but it is very usable, very easy to use, but it is not functional? So in the end, people are first, of course, they take it as a default. So we expect products to work, to function first. Then comes reliability, performance, usability, those kind of things. So we need to understand that first. And this is another question of me. When I have a product to be tested, I ask the guys who are responsible for development of the product, what do you aim to achieve with this product? Do you want that product to be useful, usable, or compelling? And some of the people, they say, okay, we want it to be functional, to be honest. So because this is a health application, most of the time telling you bad things, so how can it be compelling? It's not a game in the end, they told me. But compelling or attractive, you don't translate it in a good way. So when you translate it properly, compelling means it has some significant effect in my life. It gives me, it is an application that is worth spreading. So it gives me some good experience that I want to share with people. That is why in the current situation, I don't think that any company could survive without achieving compellingness. So you cannot survive with staying in the useful or usable level. You need to climb the ladders, and you need to create an experience that is worth sharing, for sure. And of course, some other question: where do you conduct user experience tests? Yeah, this is a good question. Of course, do you do it when I just maybe 10 or 12 years ago, when we have created our first user experience lab, which is a room in our facility, and we fill it with cameras, microphones, sensors. There is a part that the designers could come, or from the client side, they come and see what's going on the observation room. So we record everything, lots of devices. We invest heavily, but in the end, this is not natural. This is not a natural environment for user. You need to understand that when user experience is done without any bias or without any external noise or trigger, that would be beneficial. So in the end, instead of doing it in the lab, maybe you consider doing it in the wild. So you need to go in the streets. You need to test products in their natural environment. So that is what I understand from my experience so far. So that is more valuable than the in the lab testing. And when to do user experience testing? Is there any proper time slot for that? After, for instance, functional testing or system testing, or after we do we go to the live, or we just on the you is as we tend to say for the last 5-6 years, continuous testing also applies for user experience testing. You need to test it when you just have the concept in your mind. Testing should start. After the development, of course, you still do user experience testing, and when you go live, you don't stop doing testing, you continue doing user experience testing. So from that perspective, maybe this is the most durable test activity that starts from the first day and doesn't stop anywhere. So you need to do it anytime, anywhere. And all those activities, some of them are strategical evaluations, some of them are formative evaluations, some of them we call summative evaluation, and all of them would bring different value into the project for sure. How many users should we involve? Yeah, some calls I even have in my company. They call us, they tell us that we need how many users do you have in your user experience testing? I said it of course it is based on it depends on how many different user profiles you have. She told me 4. I said then it is like out of for each user profile we tend to have 5 to 10 people. And she says, in the end, that makes around 20 to 25 people. Am I right? I said, yes. She said, but we have 5 million users. But this is not a statistical activity. This is not a statistics problem. When the number of observation is so high, it doesn't make your testing more reliable. Here, we don't try to have statistical outcomes from a user experience testing. I don't want to say that these 20 users, they use your product freely. Out of these 20 people, 16 of them using your product in a very good way. So it means that 80% of users would be guaranteed. It is not statistically correct because number of observation is not enough to say a strong word like that. But this is not we look for. In user experience testing, what you look for is you look for usability problems. The problems that occur under the user experience umbrella, you don't need millions of people to capture those. When you pick the correct user, he or she will tell you like 20% of the bugs. And when you have 5 or 6 of those people, then it makes like 85% of the usability bugs you will know. It is like pairwise testing. You don't have to do combinatorial testing, which could continue for a lifetime. But 85% is still a good thing. And also, maybe I will skip some parts, couple of minutes left. Which equipment should we use? Of course, when we talk about testing, tools is some critical dimension, but not that much in user experience testing, to be honest. So, what kind of equipment? When you can do eye tracking, you can use those devices so that you can track the eyes of the person where they are looking or not, or so on and so forth. But what about a pencil and a notebook? Imagine you are being invited to a laboratory to help some company to do user experience testing, and you are they dressed you like this, and you have that thing on your head, and they are telling you, please act normal, feel free, and use the product in a free way. How can you do that? So you cannot do that. Again, those things, okay, there are statistics behind those, but most of the time you don't need anything. You can just observe it with your naked eye, and you have pencil, and you see what a user can do with a product. That would be the most valuable side. And most of the people, they try to put a lot of attention to eye tracking, where they are looking, where our users are looking at. So is it that much important? Of course, those things are important. I have 2 minutes, Jonas.
All right, 2 more minutes.
Just 2. For instance, when I show you this, where do you look at? Yeah, is it so important? Maybe you people think that, yeah, George Clooney is handsome, so people are looking at him, but no. So based on the heat map, they look on the left-hand side because his nose is quite unfamiliar and distinctive, so that we look more on that side. So it doesn't mean that when I look at something, it is nice. It could be confusing, or when I cannot understand it or surprised, then I also look at. So these solo metrics would not make your user experience test better. Yeah, in the end, let me finalize the thing by yeah, in most of the reports they say that, yeah, we don't do user experience testing because we don't have time. I think it is not that much time consuming. Yeah, we don't have budget. I don't think it is a very expensive activity to do. Yeah, we don't have the expertise. I think you can just take some steps by just doing some surveys, doing some one-to-one interviews. I think everyone can conduct those sessions. And we don't have a usability lab. As I have said, you don't need a usability lab. And how can we interpret the results? You do it with exercise. Of course, you cannot interpret everything in the first minute, but after you spend more time on those, you can understand what a user behavior means, and you will improve on that with exercise for sure. So that is all from me. Thanks for inviting me, having me here. So I will be in the Q&A session for the questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Baris, it was a pleasure having you here, and let's have like later the Q&A session. Really looking forward to that as well. And now I'm gonna announce the next speaker. We will have Kimberly Snoyl, which is a senior software engineer or senior software tester, better, with nearly 8 years of experience. And she will be also talking about UX testing in agile teams. And before that, we will also have like a short announcement. And without further ado, I will leave the word to Kimberly and the announcement.
Thank you, everyone. And now let's welcome our sponsors, Lambda Test. Lambda Test is an intelligent cloud testing platform that recently launched HyperTest, an innovative new test execution platform that is up to 70% faster than any cloud-based test execution grid. Interested? Talk to Lambda Test. Also, you have a chance to win one of $500 Amazon vouchers for filling out the survey. Just use the link from the chat and answer a few questions. Good luck!
Okay, hello, welcome everyone, and welcome to QA Global Summit, and welcome to my talk. My name is Kimberly Snoyl, and I'm going to talk to you about UX testing in agile teams today. First, this is the outline of my presentations today. In the next 30 minutes, I will talk about these 5 things. Who am I? The problem statement. Why are we here today? Afterwards, I will take you to the quality attributes and the testing process. And of course, the UX testing techniques you will learn today and the key takeaways. So let's dive right in. Who am I? Well, so I actually studied artificial intelligence and I received a bachelor's degree, but I also learned that I am more interested in the human instead of the machine. So I did a master's in human media interaction where I learned about user-centered design. So this is the human behind the technique actually. And in that study, I learned about user-centered design, so the person we are doing it for. And in my work as a tester, I tried not to lose sight of what we are built for, who we are building the software. But I realized in the past 7 years that I've been testing that, yeah, it's not so well known yet. Most testers focus on functionality more than on the user and who we are doing it for. So this is the problem statement of today as well. It's actually something I stole a little bit from the Agile Manifesto, user experience over functionality. So the focus of testing is too much on functionality and test automation. Sometimes I even hear people saying their test automation engineers are functional testers as the role. But I think testing is more than these things. It's thinking about quality and who we are doing it for and delivering quality to the user. Yeah, this is an example of the Agile Manifesto. So I want to add a new thing, user experience over functionality. So how did this become a problem? Well, these are the quality attributes of testing. We are at the QA testing conference, so I know you know what quality attributes are. I hope you know. And you see we have a lot of things as testers we have to test, we have to take a look at. These are all the quality attributes. And most of us focus on functional suitability. So that's the left block. But what I'm going to talk about today is usability, and that's also a quality attribute, and one that we don't pay a lot of attention to, I think. So I'm going to talk to you about how can you pay attention to this quality attribute. A subject that's within this quality attribute is accessibility. And I could fill an entire presentation on accessibility as well. But I will try to, because we only have half an hour, I will do a little bit on usability, a little bit on accessibility, and give you 3 other tips. As you can see, it's a lot to do, and most of us work in Agile. So we have only 2 weeks to test all of these quality attributes that apply to our application. So I will focus today on testing techniques which you can do really quickly and which you can do on top of the functional testing you of course have to do. Because I'm not saying that functional testing isn't important. Of course it's important. But sometimes focusing less on functionality but also on usability, for example, or accessibility, will take the quality of your product to a higher level. So don't lose these quality attributes out of sight. So these are the UX testing techniques I would like to cover today. There are 10 usability heuristics, and there are also a lot of ISO standards for accessibility testing. I cannot do all of them, of course, in only 30 minutes. So I will do a sum of the 10 heuristics. I think I have 6 of them. And I will take you through the basics of accessibility testing. So let's dive right into it. So these are the 10 heuristics. Visibility of system status, match between system and real world, user control and freedom, consistency and standards. And these are actually quite logical. So when I will give you some examples in a minute, you will see, hey, I actually know this. But if you don't think about it, you forget, and you don't realize that you know. So I will give you some examples, and you can also take a look at these heuristics in your own time. There are a lot of different websites where you can find them. Nielsen and Norman, or Nielsen, the 10 usability heuristics come from Nielsen. He's a guru on in the UX field, and you can find on the website of Nielsen and Norman the 10 heuristics and examples. The first one, visibility of system status. I just want to give you some examples so you see what you can think about when you're looking at these heuristics, because the titles only do not always speak to you, of course. So this is something everybody knows. When you're uploading something on Google Drive, this is, for example, or on Dropbox or any other application where you can upload, it's important to see what's happening, the system status. So here in the lower part of the picture, you see one of one uploading. And sometimes you even see the amount of time that is needed for it to be uploaded. So you know, okay, it's going to take 50 minutes. I can do something else. Or, you know, it's ready within a few seconds. And that helps users. It gives them a feeling of that they know what's going on. Another heuristic is user control and freedom. Well, this heuristic is quite difficult sometimes. So this is the text I found on these on the Nielsen and Norman website. They need a clearly marked emergency exit. So this is something you can think about with this heuristic. An example is, I don't know if you have noticed for the people who are using Gmail, there's quite not very new, but a feature on Gmail that wasn't there in the beginning, that when you send a mail and you forgot, for example, to add the attachments, or you've made another mistake, you can now undo the message sent. So when it's being sent, in a few seconds after you have sent, you have pressed the send button, you can click on undo. So this is, of course, really helpful, and it gives the user the control that, oh, I forgot the attachment is something stupid that happens so many times. So you can press undo and add the attachments. I really love this feature. Consistency and standards. Well, Nielsen and Norman, of course, my friends from the UX gurus, they conducted a study, and on every website you see the logo, right, of the website of the brand. And you sometimes have the logos in the left upper side of the screen, and sometimes you have them in the center of the screen. And Nielsen and Norman, they conducted a study where they asked people if they know that the logo is the home button, or if they already found that. Because you also have a home button, the hamburger menu in most cases, that's also on the upper left. So they found, that if the logo is on the left, only 4 people failed to navigate home. So if the logo is on the left and it's not the hamburger menu or a home sign or anything, they can find the way home. But if the logo is on the center of the screen, then they cannot find it. And that's, for example, case with H&M, the retailer. They have a logo in the middle of the screen, and 24% of the people will not see that it's the home button. So that's also something that's actually a standard. The logo is always in the upper left, and then or the home button is always in the upper left, and you know that if the logo is there, it might be the home button as well. Error prevention. Well, we all know this. Also, when we have to think of a password, it's so annoying when you don't know what the rules are. So please help your users to prevent your users from making mistakes when they are when they have to make a password. Just tell them what is good and what is not accepted. With this example, there's also something with accessibility that's not correct, because it's nice you see green. That's when you have fulfilled the requirement, it's green, and when you have not fulfilled it, it is red. But people who are colorblind, for example, they don't see green and red. So that will come in the accessibility part. Please don't only use color to indicate a status. But in this case, it's about error prevention. Help people to not make mistakes. Prevention of the error is better than well-designed error messages. So it's, of course, it's nice when you say, hey, something went wrong, but if you can prevent them of making the mistake, it's even better. So this is this is also an example. When you are deleting something, never make a person delete something by accident. If they have pressed the delete button, there should always be a question: are you sure you want to delete it? So they know they are making this decision consciously. Okay, this is the last heuristic I will talk about. Heuristic number 6: recognition rather than recall. In this example, you see the home button. Well, this is actually something that you recognize. So also from the real life, when you want to go home, you know, hey, I can press this this button. And if it was another logo, not of a house, it would be more difficult for people to remember it, and they would have to recall, like, what was it again? What did the person that made this website mean with this logo? So recognition is better than doing something that people should remember. This is example of a memory. When you have to make a website, actually for oh no, I remember. Sorry, I was thinking it was remembering your password, but this is remembering which logging information you have used. And I really like this feature that you can log in with Facebook or with Google, so you don't have to remember which password you have used for which application. But if it's really that secure, that's another another issue. Another last example of recognition is here on Microsoft Word. These things, normal, no spacing or heading 1, you don't have to remember what they look like. You can just see it, and that helps you make the decision. It makes it easier. Yeah, and that's also an example of recognition, that you can just recognize what you need. Okay, so the next UX technique is accessibility testing. Oh, sometimes it goes automatically. Yeah, accessibility. You might already know of it, but in my experience in the past years testing, I feel that testers don't know a lot about accessibility, not as much as they should know. In the design world or in the development world, it becomes more known, especially since there is a law in the Netherlands and in most places in the world where a government website should be accessible, at least government websites. So it's about making the right information accessible at the right time to all people, despite their abilities or limitations. So sometimes people think it's only for people with disabilities, but actually accessibility is for everyone. It just makes the website better to access for anyone. I will give you some examples of how you can test accessibility. There is a checklist you can use, WCAG 2.2, I think is right now, where there are a list of things you can test. And this WCAG is divided in 4 groups: perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. Perceivable, it's talking about, of course, that people can perceive the information. Operable, people should be able to use it. Understandable, people should be able to understand it. And robust, it should be flexible on all mediums and input methods. So you see, it's for everyone. So maybe you can use an application on your computer, on your laptop, or on your PC, but it maybe isn't robust because you cannot use it on your mobile phone, and it's not how do you say that again, responsive. So then it's not accessible to you at that time. A few examples. I will take you to each of the 4 parts of themes, if it's for themes. And I will just give you a small example so you have an idea of what you can think about when you're testing. This is something we've already discussed. Do not only use colors to indicate functionality. In this left part, you see the same screen, but in black and white. So people who are colorblind see this. And on the right side, people who are not colorblind see colors. The functionality that's indicated with colors on the in the pictures is of course not that important, but in the text you might see that there are links in there. It's a Dutch website, so you might not be able to read it, but the links are in blue, and that's something that the contrast is not very good, but also people who don't see the color do not know there's a link in there. So never only use colors to indicate functionality. You can, for example, underline it as well. And also not only underline it when people hover over it, just keep it underlined in all cases. There are, these are the statistics. There are 1 in 12 men are colorblind in the world, and 1 in 200 women. So yeah, it's so many people. There are people here in this call probably who are colorblind, so put it in the chat. It's also nice to know that, you know, we're doing it for each other. Anyone can benefit if you make your applications accessible. Yeah, this is an example of where the underlines are there immediately, so you know where the links are. The next one is contrast. On the left side, this is a website. I hope that you can see it good because I made a screenshot of a movie I first had here. Because when I was on this website, I wanted to fill in a form and I couldn't find the input field. It took me a while before I realized that the input field was further away from the label than I expected. But also, when I was on another computer, I did see the contrast. So it depends also on the hardware you're using. So make sure the contrast is always there, and not only when you click on the input field, and that it's clear and not too light gray, because light gray is not, the contrast is not high enough. There are tools I will show you at the end of this part of accessibility testing, which can automatically test your contrast and colors. So you know if the contrast is according to the standards of the WCAG. Another one is keyboard accessibility, operable. This is a movie where you see that when you go to the website with a keyboard, you see where you are at all times. That's very important, that the line is visible. But you can also sometimes come in a keyboard trap. So I kept using the tab key to go to the next part, but unfortunately I got stuck and I couldn't go to the next interactable element. So this is something you can do today or tomorrow in your work. If you're working on a website, just use the tab key to navigate through the website and see if you can reach all the interactive elements. This is something anyone can do, and it doesn't need to take a lot of time. Perceivable. I have another example here. This is zooming or enlarging. In this case, it's a PDF viewer I use, small PDF, which I wanted to zoom in. But when I use the buttons Control and plus, it's zoomed, it did not zoom in the PDF, but the surroundings. So you see here the title and the buttons become larger and not the contents. So this is also something you can do on every website. You should be able to enlarge to 200% at least. So people who have visibility issues, they can also read the content. As an example of how it should be. Oh, no, this is still the wrong one. This is an example of how it should be. And you see that when you're zooming in, the contents get bigger. Another example of operable is our clickable labels. And we also saw this a bit in the other example of the contrast. I wanted to click on the label as well, but nothing happened. I really had to find the input field. But if you make the labels clickable, this is also a solution of that problem, that when you click on the label, you can start typing in the input field. So this is also a good solution. And the last example, understandable. This is our Prime Minister, who was giving a press conference about Corona in the beginning when it first started out. And of course, we had this interpreter who had who used sign language for the people who could not hear what he was saying. There's also subtitles. So you see some things are good here. But what I read on social media is that people who already have problems focusing on language and understanding language, they have issues understanding the Prime Minister, Mark Rutte. Not only because he is using very difficult words, like an intelligent lockdown, for example. Nobody really, or some people didn't really understand what he meant, but also all the words on the screen behind him were really distracting. So this is also something the government already changed the background now. Think about who is using your application. If it's for everyone in our society, then think about the language you're using, and about people, for example, with ADHD or dyslexia. Don't make it too difficult for him to get this important information. Okay. Well, now these are some tools I told you there are different plugins where you can automatically check accessibility issues. These tools are getting better and better, but you can never have 100% reach because some things are for interpretation. For example, pictures, they should have alt text, alternative text, if they are important and they're not in text, not written in text, but the information there is important, there should be an alternative text for the picture. But if these applications can see that there is an alternative text or there is not an alternative text, but they cannot really see what's in there. If the alternative text is blah blah blah, then it will maybe say that it's correct. So you will, in most cases, you will need a human as well to do some extra checks. Another thing you can do right away on your job is to install a screen reader. So for a PC, you have Dolphin or JAWS or NV Access, NVDA, which is also called. And NVDA is a free tool. JAWS and Dolphin have a trial period, but you have to pay afterwards. And NV Access works best on Firefox. You can just install these tools and listen to your website, see if people understand the structure, if it's clear, and of course if you can reach all the interactive elements. Please also read a manual, because it's different. You have to know these shortcuts to use these tools. You also have on Android Google Talkback, and on Apple phones, iPhones or iPads VoiceOver. These are built in, and you can also put them on your phone to try your applications if they are accessible. Also, please look at the shortcuts and how to use them, because it's quite difficult to turn it back off. Okay, I have 5 minutes left for the last short techniques we also have. Next to usability heuristics and the accessibility testing tips, you can also use, for example, exploratory testing. And a lot of you might already know it. You can do exploratory testing with the entire team, not only testers. So everybody on the team can get an idea of how people use the application. And you can do it with different themes. So one day with exploratory testing, you could say, hey, let's all only do keyboard accessibility today. Or let's do let's look on usability features, and maybe use the heuristics as a checklist on your exploratory testing sessions. So this is something in Agile which is really well known, and it only takes an hour a week, or maybe 1 hour in one sprint, and it can be of much value to do something different than you normally do. Personas. This is a well-known term in the UX industry. I'm not sure if you might know it as a tester. So I will tell you, personas are fictional characters who represent the target group of your application. You can, if the application is for everyone, you can make personas of men, women, children, older people, younger people, people with accessibility needs. So you don't forget who you are doing it for. And the problem with personas is that they're really nice to have, but people don't always have a reason to go back to look at the personas. Who is Clark again? What are his needs? So if you use these personas in your user stories, for example, as Charles, I want to be able to view the page so that I can get the information I need. You know of Charles's persona, or you can go back to look, that Charles is colorblind. So hey, Charles, we should think about Charles when we're developing this page, because he cannot see the contrast or the colors, and we should have the underlines in the link. So it really helps you to think about the needs of the users. I really love this tip that I got from the first time I did this presentation on UX testing. The last but not least, is I don't know where my picture is, of behavior-driven development. No, it's gone. But behavior-driven development is also at the it's very big, so I cannot talk about it in the 3 minutes I have left. But really look into it. It's about looking at the behavior of your users. So and to get the whole team on the same page. So if as a team you start with your refinements and your user stories, you take the user into account, for example, with the personas, your whole team can get more on board on how you look at your software and what risks there are or what use cases there are. And you can use these use cases in your when you're writing your test scenarios with the view of the user in mind. This is something I'm still also looking into and want to learn more about, but I think there's something in there we can use for UX testing as well. Okay, well, last but not least, read this book, Steve Krug, Don't Make Me Think. It really gets you in this mindset of the user and how they are using our applications. And people just don't want to think. They just want it to be clear upfront and do not want to be confused. And this book helps you realize that. Now, the key takeaways in the last minutes: accessibility testing, keyboard accessibility, zooming, contrast, screen readers. These are things you can do on your daily job. The usability heuristic checklist, you can also do it quite easily. Find it online and just check when using your website, when testing the website. And the last things that I just discussed: exploratory testing with the whole team, personas in your user stories, and behavior-driven development. Look it up. And of course, the book tip of Steve Krug. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be staying here for the Q&A. Bye-bye.
All right, so welcome to the Q&A session, Kimberly and Baris. So we have a lot of questions going on, and
oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, I think we should get started right away so we can go through a lot of them. So the first question is for Baris. How do you think that UX and UI meets quality assurance?
Nice question. Yeah, for quite a lot of time, many people, they tend to use those abbreviations next to each other: UX, UI, UX, UI, UX, UI. That is why we try to correlate those terminologies so much. They are correlated, but in a way, UI is a small portion of UX. So user experience is the bigger set, consisting of everything. User experience includes also the preliminary phase, where you decide to use an application. Experience starts. Then when you are interacting with an application, it continues. And when you are done with the application, you have some experience. That is why user experience is so big. And it includes functionality, usability, reliability, security, accessibility, learnability, operability, lot of abilities, of course. And one of those could be one of those tools could be user interface. So is a small part of user experience, let me tell you. They meet quite often and they love each other, and we try to test both. So UI is more technical. UI is more dimensions, locations, pixels, colors, technical things. User experience is more feelings, emotions. So from that perspective, they differentiate as well.
All right.
Is my answer.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Great. So next question is for you, Kimberly. So how do you communicate between business value, or how do you communicate the business value of accessibility testing?
Yeah, especially for B2B users, it can be quite difficult. Yes, accessibility testing, that's always been a problem because people don't think it's important. So the business value, yeah, it's hard to communicate. How do I do it? Yeah, for me it was easy because I was working for the how do you say, public transport, public transport in the Netherlands. So of course everyone should be able to use public transport, and in that case, it's not that difficult to communicate. But I have also worked. I'm also now working, for example, for a B2B application, and then you really need to know who are your users. And if we know our users, and we know there are, for example, no blind people with special applications who need to read the website, then then you don't need to test on that as well. So yeah, it's difficult, and it's actually just keep saying it, keep repeating it. How the numbers, how many people, how many, what the percentages of people who are colorblind, for example. It's difficult, but you just keep repeating yourself. I think that's the most important.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, so maybe the next question is also for both of you. Like, let's see. I think it's pretty interesting. So considering that UX testing is sometimes gray, like kind of like not really like tangible, how do you measure success for such a case? What do you guys think?
Yeah, as Kimberly also, she stated in her presentation very nicely all the dimensions and very critical parts of user experience testing. They are black or white. Some part is not, some part is yes. So when that is like an art, that is like a painting of Van Gogh. You need to put a lot of effort and craftsmanship and love into that report in order to make it real. It is not an easy, it's not a piece of cake from my perspective. For instance, time on task, or false clicks, or mouse mileage, or eye tracking heat map, or areas of interest. Those are the things that are black or white. So you put those into the report, as well as the feelings and intuitions of people. You need to seamlessly add those into the report as well. In between sections, you need to add feelings, some quotation from a user, some video capture while he or she is having a trouble, or doing everything very nicely. So this is, I think, how you need to construct the report. And in the end, when you read it till the end, then you know that which part is suffering, which part is good, which part has the higher quality, which part has the lower user experience. This is my answer.
Right.
Yeah, I think you can also, of course, measure the feedback people give on your website. So you have things like usability, or the feedback, the feedback you can give on a website. So if you see that people are struggling or giving feedback on something, and you improve it, and then you see that people don't give feedback anymore, or maybe compliments, that can also be something. So always ask feedback on your websites.
I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah. All right, let's move on. Are there testing techniques for UX testing, or is it more based on experience? Maybe Kimberly.
This question didn't go to my talk.
Yeah, maybe they can rewind back and see that it has so many dimensions and activities that are involved. Yeah, of course.
But I think that the question is more like into the direction, even if you have those kind of techniques, is it still like based on experience in like adopting or like using those kind of techniques?
Maybe I start. The heuristic checklist, this is something that you do when you don't have a lot of experience, right? So this is something you can hold on to, and you can use it as a checklist. But when you have more experience, you don't need a checklist anymore. You can do it from your experience, and you can also look at more things that maybe are not even on the checklist, that you know from experience that people had trouble in the past. And same counts for accessibility testing. I thought about I talked about some basic things, but you can make it, of course, more extensive if you have more experience.
My answer, let me also add something here. So how can you conduct a user experience test? You can do it by yourself. If you feel that you are aware of usability heuristics, information architecture heuristics, ISO standards, ergonomic standards, there are lots of guidelines and research and things that you can rely on. When you try to test something, you can do an expert review. So from that perspective, it is based on experience and view. But if you do user observation, if you consult your users, which is, I think, the most valuable part of it, I don't think that you really need a lot of experience. You need a good eye, and you need to be detailed. You need to catch the things and observe them, and that's all. So if you do user observation, you need less experience. If you do expert review, expert evaluation, you need to know what's going on in the industry. So this is my addition to Kimberly. Yes, sir. Next
All right.
question.
Next question. So next one is for Kimberly, but I think you both can give an answer to that. What do you consider to be the most encountered bad UX example that is also the most annoying from the actual user perspective? It's a tricky question.
The thing I thought about immediately when I saw this question was accessibility issues. So those things I showed you about the underlines or colors, that they only use colors and not other things. So you don't know that if people are colorblind, they don't see the functionality. So that's actually what I was thinking about immediately. But the most annoying from an actual user perspective. Difficult. Baris, do you have something already? Maybe I can think about it.
I can say that biases, for instance, a lot of applications are designed based on human bias. So it means that when they create an output, it could not be generalized, and it could not be taken as granted or taken like a correct output. For instance, imagine an application checking people, and it's like a camera with some sensors and telling you that if the person is criminal or not by looking at the skin color or some other things. Those could be really bad user experiences you may encounter because that you are white or black. You have some output from an application which is not correct at all. So I think could be you have fat fingers, but in the application this is not considered. When you click on something in the screen, you click on everything. So those people has mental and physical how can I say limitations. So if those are not considered while you are designing an application, I think this is the worst user experience you can have.
Yeah. All right.
I thought about one that I just encountered today is when you want to fill in a form and submit button or the button to go to the next page that's not active yet. So you have to do something on that page, but it doesn't tell you what. That's, I think, something that we all come across. And then you just, you can't press the button to get the validation. So how do you know? So that's a really annoying one. I had it today. Then you have to open a little window, and there it was. And something was that you had to fill in.
I feel that, actually. I feel that. All right. We only have like 2 more minutes left. Let's squeeze some more questions in. Do you recommend any specific training for UX testing? Is there something on there?
Come to my trainings. So of course there are lots of you can start with Udemy and Coursera. You may find lots of course. Kimberly could also as myself, I have gone through several. There are also regulating bodies like User Experience Qualifications Board, like we have in ISTQB. software testing qualifications board. There is a user experience qualifications board. They do good things. They have accredited training centers. That could be maybe something to follow. And you need to follow good companies like IDEO or like Frog. They are really good at designing things. For instance, my very favorite one is IDEO. I don't know if Kimberly, she likes it or not, but yeah, this is the company who is building up the design thinking framework. They also have a finger on the user experience 5-stage approach, which is authored by Jesse J. Garrett. My learning comes from books, by the way. This is my last sentence, so mostly from the books.
I would recommend the usability testing training. And I give usability testing training myself, but within the company I work for. But watch out that there's also something on heuristics in there, because that's the most tangible for us testers, I think. And of course, accessibility testing trainings, those are also very extensive. So I would recommend just to Google and look in your region or online.
Yeah, awesome. I think like reading Nielsen book is like always also a good start.
That's Norman. Yeah, the website as well. Yeah.
All right, last question before we have to move out. So as a tester, I give inputs and raise bugs around UX, but then those are considered as blockers to overall delivery. So how much it should be pushed?
I think he means they are not considered as blockers, right? That's always the case, of course. It's nice to have. This is, Vikon, do you have experience, Baris, in this? Because I see your mouth.
Yeah, I completely agree. Because that the any function in the system or anything in the system is not malfunctioning, we think that it is okay. So in a developer's brain, as I know from my own brain, if it works, it's fine. Yeah, but it works, but it is creating a lot of pain, and it is not effective. And I spent a lot of time, and it is not natural, and my cognitive abilities are not fitting. Yeah, nice to have. I agree. I think they should be pushed. You can push it by. I think you need to do user experience testing in production. You need to show people that this usability problem is creating that loss of our customers. Or do you see that in the App Store we have 1 stars a lot of, and they are indicating the same user experience problems? So I think you need to consult users and show them their output and feedback, as Kimberly said a couple of minutes ago. I think this is the most critical thing to use as a convincing power.
Yeah, I would add to that. You should be the annoying person on the team. It counts for accessibility and for usability. Just keep repeating yourself, keep complaining, and one day they will hear your voice in their heads, like, oh, I think Kimberly will say something about this, maybe I can fix it immediately. And inform them, give the training on heuristics and accessibility.
All right. Yeah, I think we are moving. We are running out of time already. So thank you all for the awesome Q&A session. So I think we have a short break until the next speaker will be here, Mehmet. And I'm also sure that the audience can contact you if they have like any more questions, like on LinkedIn and Twitter. I think on the website there are more contact details on that. Yeah, and we will also have like a short announcement. And thank you both again, and I'm sure we'll see you again next year.
Thank you as well. Nice to meet you, Baris. We'll connect on LinkedIn.
Thank you, Kimberly. We created a good team with you. I did the strategy side, you did the implementation side, and we combined the forces. It was very nice to have you here on board. Thank you so much.
You too. Have a nice evening, everyone,
Bye-bye.
and thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to our speakers for their presentation. And now it's time to welcome our next sponsor, Test Sigma. An open source test automation platform has officially been announced by Test Sigma. Now you can replace your fragmented test stack and rapidly develop stable and reliable tests for your web, mobile, and API tests in plain English on a single customizable platform that works out of the box. Check out the GitHub repo. The link will be in the chat. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. So I was here at the beginning and I want to remind you everyone again. So this is part 1 of the QA Global Summit 2022 first day. And we're going to continue on part 2 because like YouTube doesn't really support that long of a live stream videos. So do not go anywhere. Down there in the description, you have a link to part 2 of the first day. And we're going to stop this live stream and start the next one. We're a little bit behind the schedule, but don't worry, Mehmet is already there, the first speaker. So see you there. And also wanted to remind you that the results of our giveaway that we announced and remind you all at the beginning, they also will be in a couple hours from now on that part 2. So make sure to join.